the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1026, Innate Time Control, Part 1. Ask me. How dare a mere cultivator ask me? You enjoy the honor of meeting me, yet you dare not recognize me. Such a foolish person does not deserve to live. Originally, the King of Conquerors only asked Gilgamesh's name, but as if not knowing him was a sin, Gilgamesh, standing on the streetlight, spoke. The air behind him trembled, and dozens of weapons of various shapes slowly extended from the golden magic circle behind him. Are you kidding me? Are these all noble phantasms? This scene shocked Waver. Because Shen Fei's intervention directly eliminated Aok and Matao and the Matao family, the performance that Tasukato Kiyomi had planned to perform was postponed. The so-called performance was naturally Gilgamesh's elimination of the hidden person who broke into Tasukato Kiyomi's house. Tasukato Kiyomi had originally planned to perform the performance tomorrow, but tonight, Kenneth had dire mood start provoking him. No way, Gilgamesh's display of power caused the King of Conquerors to frown. Black Arthur, on his part, immediately returned to Irreversible's side, fearing a sudden attack on his master. You're incredibly ignorant, don't even recognize the renowned Streetlight King. Just as Gilgamesh glanced down at Diarmuth, the King of Conquerors, and Black Arthur, seemingly debating who to attack first, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. As the voice faded, two figures emerged from behind a container. They were none other than Shen Fei and Rin Tasuka. However, Shen Fei was now wearing a magical camouflage costume, exuding the aura of a servant. Naturally, Rin was the master. Streetlight King, ha ha ha, that really fits. Hearing Shen Fei's words, the King of Conquerors glanced at the streetlight beneath Gilgamesh's feet and burst into laughter. With the memories instilled by the Holy Grail, he knew what a streetlight was. You idiot cultivator, you're courting death. Shen Fei's words and the King of Conquerors' ridicule ignited Gilgamesh. He immediately launched the king's treasure behind him, but his target wasn't Shen Fei or the King of Conquerors, but everyone present. Diarmuth, Black Arthur, and Irreversible were also caught in the crossfire. Clang, clang, clang. Each member of the group employed their own methods to knock back the attacking noble phantasms. The knocked back noble phantasms scattered across the harbor, but the next moment they dissipated and were collected within the king's treasure. How dare you, Tokimi? Are you courting death? Just as Gilgamesh, feeling the ineffectiveness of his previous attack, was about to launch another, his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted. King, please calm down. Now is not the time to fight them. Within the Tasuka residence, Tasukato Kiyomi's face was a look of resignation. Summoning the legendary hero king was naturally cause for celebration, but the king's reckless actions were a real headache. Attacking all three heroic spirits present at once was a profoundly unwise move. If they united over this incident, he'd be in serious trouble. Gilgamesh was undoubtedly formidable, and in a one-on-one fight, no heroic spirit in this Holy Grail war could rival him. But if they joined forces, with one holding Gilgamesh back and allowing the others to attack him, their master, he would be doomed. While Tasukato Kiyomi was conceited, he wasn't arrogant enough to stand up to heroic spirit. HMPH, Gilgamesh snorted, his expression suddenly calm. After a deep glance at Shen Fei, he vanished. This was the effect of the command seal transfer. It seemed Tasukato Kiyomi was well aware of Gilgamesh's unyielding character and had summoned him with a command seal. So decisive? Too bad it's the wrong decision. This is simply pissing off Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh's disappearance surprised Shen Fei. He had come out hoping to end the Holy Grail war tonight, but Tasukato Kiyomi wouldn't have given him that chance. It was only because he came here, or else Tasukato Kiyomi would have been swindled to death by Gilgamesh. Tasukato Kiyomi, I know you're still watching. Tomorrow night, I'll be waiting for you all at the Eansburn Castle to discuss the Holy Grail War. But now that Gilgamesh had left, Shen Fei could only temporarily abandon his thoughts of ending the Holy Grail War. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Fei fired several magic bullets at the harbor, destroying the familiars monitoring the area and scaring off the hidden ones. I wonder if you would be willing to join my army. After Gilgamesh's departure, the King of Conquerors began recruiting Shen Fei. Gilgamesh had been so arrogant when he appeared, otherwise the King of Conquerors would have wanted to recruit him too. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to recruit me. While I'm not a king, I am an emperor, the emperor of the Eastern Empire. Of course, Shen Fei didn't say this out loud. The emperor of the Eastern Empire? I didn't expect to meet such a figure. Since your excellency has already set a time, we'll see you tomorrow, the king of conquerors said, preparing to drive off in his chariot with Waver. Your excellency, wait a moment. Someone here wants to see you. I'll leave this to you, Shen Fei said to someone behind him, then walked straight towards Irreversible and Black Arthur. Seeing Shen Fei approach, Irreversible looked nervous. She hadn't heard any sound from Kiritsugu through the headset she was wearing, which hadn't been there since a while, and she felt something was amiss. Seeing Shen Fei approach, she took a few steps back, whispering to Kiritsugu. Seeing Irreversible calling for Kiritsugu, Black Arthur immediately stood in front of her, facing Shen Fei. Hello again, Artoria, Shen Fei smiled and waved to Black Arthur. Who are you? Have we met before? Black Arthur looked at Shen Fei in surprise. That's so sad. We just met not long ago. What did you do to Kiritsugu? Just as Shen Fei was about to tease Black Arthur, Irreversible suddenly interrupted him. Kiritsugu couldn't get through, which immediately made him realize that it was Shen Fei who was responsible. Nothing, I just have something to discuss with you and I'd like to borrow your castle, Shen Fei said with a wave of his hand, and with the power of the surgery fruit, he brought Tasaka in, Black Arthur, Irreversible, Maya, and the others to Maya Kiritsugu's place. Don't worry, he's fine. We just let him pass out because of his ability to cause trouble. Let's go to your castle first. We can discuss anything there. Teacher Kenneth, come out. As Shen Fei and Black Arthur and the others left, the second emperor came out with Alexander III, Lannis, Gray, and the others. You come from a parallel world, the world of the Fifth Holy Grail War. Do you think I'll believe you? Upon arriving in the Great Hall of Vinsburn's castle, Shen Fei immediately woke Kiritsugu and Maya. However, considering Kiritsugu's personality, he didn't release him from his restraints. Maya, on the other hand, was completely free, and he recounted his origins. Naturally, Irreversible and Kiritsugu didn't believe it, which was understandable. Any normal person would question it. Of course I have evidence, but first, Shen Fei said, and had Tasaka summon King Arthur with the command seals. The command seals of Chaldea differed from those of the Holy Grail War. While both had a maximum of 3 strokes, the command seals consumed by Chaldea could be restored with sufficient mana and given time, while the command seals of the Holy Grail War could not be restored at all. Another saber, Irreversible exclaimed, observing the summoned King Arthur. To be precise, this is the true King Arthur. Black King Arthur snorted coldly, but didn't comment. As a heroic spirit, she was naturally aware of her situation. Although she was a reversed being, aside from being a bit more ruthless when taking action, she was not much different from the true King Arthur. The only difference was that although both were big ears, their preferences were very different. Did you fulfill your wish? I've given up. That's really rare. That's not proof. While the appearance of another saber during the Holy Grail War was quite strange, it didn't prove that Shen Fei and his companions came from a parallel world, or even a parallel world to the Fifth Holy Grail War. I know. I asked her to come here just so she could meet me. Proving my words is simple. The Greater Holy Grail is out there. You can verify it for yourselves to see if it's contaminated. Alternatively, I can take you to a parallel world to verify it for yourself. You can ask Elia from that world, and your adopted son, Shirawi Maya. But I need something. What do you want? What relic do you use to summon King Arthur? The broken fragments of the sword in the stone. If you want them, I can give them to you. It's not Avalon. I thought I could get one, but I guess I was overthinking it. Although the fragments of the sword in the stone were also top-grade relics, Shen Fei didn't need them. I need your magic seal, which controls time. Emilia Kiritsugu's magic seal is a magic that controls time. It's extremely rare, and especially for Shen Fei, its value is comparable to, or even greater than, Avalon. Shen Fei had been cultivating the power of time. After all, time was arguably one of the most powerful forces. However, his progress was too slow, even with a time stone. Emilia Kiritsugu's magic seal was just the right fit for him. Impossible. Irreversible flatly refused before Emilia Kiritsugu could even begin. Even though she wanted to see what Elia's future looked like, she could give it up when it involved Emilia Kiritsugu. For Ambiguous, the magic seal was crucial. Other things could be discarded, but not the magic seal. Don't be so quick to refuse. Let me put it another way. How about I borrow this magic seal for 3 years? I promise to return it afterward. You should know my strength, so there's no need to deceive you. Even if I tried to take the magic seal, you wouldn't be able to resist. For Shen Fei, the most interesting thing about innate time control was its magical effects. The magic seal, on the other hand, was of little use. Given 3 years, he was absolutely certain he could use it even without it. He had studied the control of inherent time back in the clock tower. It wasn't magic impossible to reproduce within the moon world, but rather a high-level magicraft, a type of inherent barrier. However, this barrier operated not within the alternate dimension but within the body, reducing its scope to the body and adjusting its duration to a matter of seconds. This minimized the impact of the world's adjustments on the inherent barrier. This was the control of inherent time. While it was certainly rare, it wasn't considered particularly prestigious, as evidenced by the clock tower's failure to issue a seal order against Imaya. If it were truly unique, the Magicians Association would have already captured him and used him as a specimen. I can grant your request, but I have a question. Since you can travel through parallel worlds, have you ever encountered a holy grail where you can make a wish? Imaya, who had been silent until then, finally spoke. From his words, it was clear that he had been pondering Shen Fei's words. Although I haven't encountered it, I can assure you that there is a holy grail that allows wishes to be made normally. Unfortunately, your wish won't be granted. If there truly were a way to bring world peace, the two suppressing forces would have already taken action, and Imaya wouldn't have been there. Of course, even so, Shen Fei still admired him greatly. Even if he didn't become such a person, it didn't stop him from admiring such people. While Imaya certainly had his share of flaws, if even someone who harbored the desire for world peace and constantly worked towards it wasn't worthy of admiration, then there wouldn't be many people in the world worthy of admiration. If you want to use the Holy Grail to achieve world peace, the only way is probably to kill all humans. That would bring peace to the world, whether it was a tainted Holy Grail or a normal one. They would likely use this method to achieve world peace, just like Ultron, who was created to protect the world, only to discover that humans were the greatest cause of unrest. How could this be? Upon hearing that the Holy Grail couldn't grant his wish, Imaya eyes suddenly lost their luster. This had been his long-held ideal, and countless people had sacrificed along the way. Come on, I'll take you to see the world 10 years from now. Shen Fei didn't go into further detail with Imaya, because there was no need. To be blunt, the more he knew, the more despair he'd feel. How come Ilya hasn't grown up at all? 10 years later, Ilya should have been 18, but she looked practically the same as she did at 8. This is a drawback of alchemical transformation. Her life issue has been resolved, but as for her height, we'll have to wait and see if there's a solution in the future. What Shen Fei didn't mention was that perhaps a Holy Grail wish could be made to change the situation, just like Waver's wish for height. Speaking of the events of the Second World, Waver's wish had actually been fulfilled. Now is not the right time for you to meet. Once the Holy Grail War is over, you'll have plenty of time. It's fine even if you settle here. Let's resolve the Holy Grail War there first. Although Shen Fei brought Imaya and Irreversible to the world of the Fifth War, he didn't allow them to appear before them. It felt inappropriate now, but once it was over, it would be fine. At worst, I can just become a fan of the Imaya family and join the world of magical girl Ilya. Chapter 1027, Innate Time Control, Part 2. Kagami, I'm sorry, your joy has ended before it even began. Shatter it, Kagami-chan, you dudgeon. After returning to the world of the Fourth War, while others were busy preparing for the evening party, Shen Fei broke into the church and knocked Kagami and his father to the ground. However, this time, Shen Fei did not kill Kagami. Instead, he used Kagami-chan and Yu-Dutchin on him to hypnotize him, forcing him to protect his daughter, Colin. In the moon world, Colin's fate was very similar to Sakura's. In the world of the Fifth War, Shen Fei was already too late. In addition, Kagami was essentially resurrected by the Black Mud, so he naturally needed to be killed. However, in this world, Colin still had time. It is believed that with Kagami's full protection, the fate of Colin in this world will undergo a fundamental change. At the same time, Kagami's servant, Hassan the 100 Faces, was accepted by him. Are you here early? As dusk fell, the first to arrive at the Eansburn residence were the Emperor and his entourage. Perhaps because there were too many people for the Emperor's chariot to accommodate, they had arrived on foot. The Emperor carried a barrel of wine, apparently brought his own. It settled, Shen Fei immediately approached the second and whispered. "Thank you." The second immediately thanked him. The chance to see the Emperor and Kenneth again, and to make up for the mistakes he made in his youth, even in a parallel world, was enough to make up for some of his regrets. At least this world's Weber wouldn't regret it in the future. Little did the second know that this world's Weber faced an even more difficult future than his own. The second's appearance had made Kenneth realize Weber's talent, and one could only imagine what would happen to Weber in the future. "Don't be so polite. You've taught me a lot, too." In return, Shen Fei learned a great deal about magic from the second, especially his analysis of certain tricks, which proved invaluable to him. "You should go and look after him. I think he's still confused." The most bewildered of El-Meloi's group was undoubtedly Weber. He was so stunned by the thought that he would become Kenneth's heir, El-Meloi, that he didn't even notice that his wish for height had already come true. El-Meloi was significantly taller than Weber. "It seems they haven't arrived yet. Come, two Night Kings, cheers." After taking in the surroundings, the Emperor immediately brought his own wine barrel to the two King Arthurs. He smashed the barrel, filled the two King Arthur's cups, and prepared to toast with them. There must be a limit to nonsense. "I am the only one in the world who can be king." A golden light appeared in the courtyard, and a figure clad in golden armor appeared. "Although you are indeed the oldest king, we are kings too. Come, have a drink." The Emperor poured a glass of wine and handed it to Gilgamesh, who was walking over. Although Gilgamesh said that he was the only one who could be king, he did not refuse the wine handed over by the Emperor. However, after taking a sip, he poured the wine in his hand with a look of disgust. The wine that the Emperor brought was not a good wine. The two King Arthurs gave him face and naturally didn't say anything, but Gilgamesh was not going to give him face. "I knew about that guy Tasaka Tokiyami." After discovering that Tasaka Tokiyami did not follow, Shen Fei shook his head helplessly, then directly opened the secret door and appeared directly outside the Tasaka mansion. He then rushed in, ignoring all the defensive barriers along the way, and rushed directly to Tasaka Tokiyami, who was hiding in the basement. "Come with me, Mr. Tasaka Tokiyami," who always falters at the crucial moment. As Tasaka Tokiyami waved his wand, ready to strike, Shen Fei arrived, grabbed his shoulder, and with a space jump, he landed directly at the Eansburn family's castle courtyard. "Tokiyami, what did I tell you before?" A hint of amusement crossed his face as he looked at Tasaka Tokiyami, who had been forcibly brought here. When he was first summoned, he had shown some interest in him, but as time went by, his interest in him waned. He appeared to be an aristocrat, yet in reality, he never left his magic workshop. He was even less impressive than Kenneth in that respect. "Now that everyone's here, let's end the Holy Grail War." "Wait, someone's not here yet." The Emperor immediately stopped Shen Fei. While there were many heroic spirits present, a closer look would reveal that the Seven Knights, the Dark Ones, and the Berserkers were absent. "Everyone's here. It's impossible to make wishes on the Holy Grail now. It was contaminated during the Holy Grail War on the 3rd level." Speaking of this, Shen Fei couldn't help but glance at Tasaka Tokiyami. As the host of Fuyuki City, they had been planning for the Holy Grail War for years, yet no one had even bothered to verify the Holy Grail's condition. It was truly fascinating. "Impossible," Tasaka Tokiyami exclaimed in disbelief. Of the people present, he was the only one most obsessed with the Holy Grail. "He's telling the truth. We previously did some preliminary verification of the Holy Grail's condition, and it's indeed contaminated." Emiya Kiritsugu wasn't one to trust others easily, even after Shen Fei had taken him to the parallel world of the 5th War. After all, it was a parallel world, and perhaps the Holy Grail in that world was normal. Emiya Kiritsugu hadn't completely relinquished his inner desire. His relinquishment was simply because the Holy Grail was contaminated and wishes were no longer possible. After returning to the world of the 4th War, Emiya Kiritsugu and Irisville immediately went to Mount Anzo to verify the Greater Holy Grail's condition, only then realizing that Shen Fei's words were true. "I wonder what the outcome of the next 5 wars in this world will be? Is some kind-hearted citizen with blonde hair going to deliver food?" Each outcome of the 5 wars is essentially a parallel world. Who can guarantee that this world won't become the Heaven's Grail? Is there no way to make a wish? Then what's your purpose in calling us here? Upon hearing that the Holy Grail was tainted, the Emperor scratched his head in embarrassment. He desperately wanted to obtain a physical body. It's not that there's no way to make a wish, but that a wish can be twisted with the greatest malice. I called you all here to end this unnecessary Holy Grail war, is that so, Gilgamesh, the oldest king? I wish to test you. The Emperor stood up and challenged Gilgamesh. Even though he knew from the second that he had little chance of defeating Gilgamesh, he still wanted to challenge him. Master, Diarmuid said, stepping forward. Go ahead if you want to challenge me. Kenneth naturally understood Diarmuid's intention. After hearing about his future from the second, he immediately sent his fiancée on a plane back to the clock tower. Kenneth had originally intended to bring his fiancée to Fuyuki City for a trip, and to participate in the Holy Grail War to enhance his resume. That future had terrified him. His own death would have been fine, but Elmela's near complete downfall was unforgivable. Thank you, Master, King of Knights. Let's continue our unfinished battle, okay? Black Arthur accepted Diarmuid's challenge. Wait, one at a time. Your Excellency, the King of Conquerors, to be honest, I'm eager to witness the might of your royal army. What do you think? A duel with the King of Conquerors' royal military was Shen Fei's only wish. He couldn't just stand by and watch him challenge Gilgamesh. Of course, ha. As King of Conquerors Iskander roared with laughter, the group immediately noticed their surroundings had transformed. What should have been a vibrant courtyard had transformed into a vast desert, and an invisible heat wave washed over them. Behold my unrivaled army. Even if their bodies are destroyed, their heroic spirits remain summoned. They are my legendary loyal warriors, eternal friends who have traveled across time and space to answer my call. They are my greatest treasure, my way of kingship, Iskander's most powerful noble phantasm, the king's army. Across the vast desert, as the Emperor spoke, pairs of soldiers appeared behind him in orderly formation. A force of heroic spirits numbering tens of thousands in total. The sight left some on the side stunned. The second Emperor, however, gazed upon these armies with excitement, hoping that one day he would become one of them. How is that possible? You're not a magician, how can you have an inherent barrier? Kenneth exclaimed in disbelief. Generally speaking, inherent barriers belonged to magicians. It was common sense. As a knight, the Emperor shouldn't be able to use them. This is our bond, the Emperor declared with pride. Common sense is meant to be broken. Not only the knight class can use inherent barriers, but also the archer class and even modern magicians can. Speaking of which, there don't seem to be many magicians in the moon world who have inherent barriers, but there are quite a few in other ranks. For example, Nero has her own inherent barrier, although that inherent barrier was originally intended for Nero to prepare for a grand ceremony. Please come in. After the king's army was in place, the Emperor raised his hand to Shen Fei to indicate that he was ready and Shen Fei could prepare. Your Excellency, I heard that you like to play grand strategies. Shen Fei slowly walked to a distance of nearly 100 meters from the ground, then turned to face the Emperor. Even though they were nearly 100 meters apart, his voice was still clearly heard by everyone. Yes, those equipments of modern warfare are really good. I really want to use them to arm my army. Although he has not been in the world for long, relying on his perseverance, the Emperor has rarely passed the grand strategy. What a good idea. Even after hearing what the Emperor said, Shen Fei was caught off guard by his bold move. He really didn't expect that the Emperor would have such an idea. Your Excellency the King of Conquerors, today I will let you see the war weapons of modern civilization. As he spoke, Shen Fei waved his left hand, and countless shadows appeared behind him. As these shadows solidified, everyone present, including the Emperor, couldn't help but gasp, because what appeared in front of them was a completely modern army. At the front of the ground were pieces of tall mechas. Behind these tall mechas were also mechas, but they were much smaller. At the back were missile launchers, and in the sky were 3 air battleships, the Hyperion. Ha, this is really interesting. It's worth my life. Let's ravage them. Looking at the lineup that was even more luxurious than the one in the grand strategy, the Emperor's mood suddenly became high. Just like Shen Fei wanted to use modern firepower to challenge the Emperor's king's army, the Emperor also wanted to see how the army he led would perform in the face of modern firepower. With the Emperor sitting on the divine wheel waving his right hand, he led the charge, and the army of heroes behind him roared and followed closely behind. Your Excellency the Conqueror King, times have changed. At the moment the Conqueror King launched the charge, Shen Fei lightly snapped his fingers with his left hand, and the next moment, artillery fire roared. The short distance of 100 meters was like a natural moat. Most of the soldiers of the Conqueror King's army fell in this mere 100-meter distance. Those soldiers who were lucky enough to break through the distance of 100 meters and rushed to Shen Fei, did not face Shen Fei at the first time, but the Titan mechas arranged in the front. The front row was the Titan mechas, and the back was the Thunder mechas. This was the conventional arrangement method of anti-entropy in the collapsed world. You lost. At the end of the battle, only the Conqueror King was left fighting hard. Although he destroyed more than a dozen Titan mechas by himself, he could only be suppressed by more Titan mechas. Times have really changed. The Emperor looked at the huge pits of technology everywhere in the desert with a lonely expression. His unparalleled heroic spirit army finally failed to break through the blockade of artillery fire. If these people had died in the battle, the Emperor would not have been disappointed, but falling on the way to the charge was really too unwilling. They are worthy of being the heroic spirit army. With the military power of this era, we are really no match for them. His victory was very easy, but the firepower he used was the firepower of the collapse world against the collapse. Its technological level was unmatched even by the Marvel world. Stark's Mark series armor is definitely more flexible than the Titan and the Thunder mecha, but in terms of firepower, it is weaker than both. You, the Emperor of the Eastern Empire, are not the future heroic spirit, are you? It's no wonder that the Conqueror King had such a guess. Such firepower would not have appeared in modern times or ancient times. Who knows, can you still maintain this inherent barrier? Since the Conqueror King is not dead, Shen Fei will not make a finishing move. In the battle just now, he did not hold back at all. If he really wanted to kill the Conqueror King, he would have killed him. However, he did not expect that the Conqueror King would use the power of the Wheel of Divine Power to avoid his main attack. No problem, what do you want to do? Since it can be maintained, it's a good opportunity to resolve other battles. The next battle is naturally Diarmuid versus Black Arthur. This time there is no interference with the two, and since it is in the inherent barrier, there is no need to worry about too much damage and not being able to use all his strength. Sort of promised victory. In the end, Black King Arthur won with his noble phantasm, the sword of promised victory, and Diarmuid returned to Valhalla. Instead of being sad, Kenneth was relieved. He had no good feelings towards this heroic spirit who seduced his fiancée. The battle between King Arthur and Lancelot can only be carried out later. Now it's Gilgamesh's turn. Considering the relationship between King Arthur and Lancelot, it would be inappropriate to fight in front of other people. King Arthur also saw Lancelot, but because he had not made up his mind, he did not take action. Chapter 1028, The Navigator in the Storm, Part 1. Hey, Gilgamesh, you're the only one left. Want to fight? Emperor Iskander was defeated, and Lancer Diarmuid returned to Valhalla. After the Berserker Lancelot and the others left, King Arthur would have a sparring match. Magician Gilder had long been dealt with, and control of the Hidden One was in his hands. Only the archer Gilgamesh remained. I acknowledge your strength, but you're not qualified to ask me to give up the Holy Grail, Gilgamesh said, stepping out. This time, he didn't speak like a bunch of other cultivators. Although Gilgamesh was outspoken, he would still consider the target. As long as he proved his strength, he would gain his respect, just like when the Conqueror King fought him and lost, he earned his respect and ultimately didn't kill Weber. Qualified? I'm not, and it's not your turn to judge. Come on, I'll surprise you, ha 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 ha, let me smash your rags to pieces. Walking into the desert, Gilgamesh suddenly extended his right hand, revealing a strangely shaped golden key, the Wunglu key. Having witnessed Shen Fei's prowess, Gilgamesh naturally wouldn't act recklessly again. From the start, he prepared to use the guilty sword. He might have hesitated against Imai Shirao, but against Shen Fei, he wouldn't hesitate. Rubbish? Are you talking about yourself? Shen Fei said, a Wunglu key appearing in his hand as he used the guilty sword against the guilty sword. How did you get this, you bastard? Gilgamesh, who had been acting arrogantly, immediately changed his expression upon seeing the Wunglu key in Shen Fei's hand. You lent it to me. Shen Fei wasn't lying. Although the person who lent it to him was young Gilgamesh, rounding it off, wasn't young Gilgamesh the same as golden Gilgamesh? Miscellaneous cultivator, seeing his own treasure trove being used by an outsider was completely unacceptable to golden Gilgamesh. To him, every treasure under heaven belonged to him. He was the only one who could seize the treasures of others, not allow others to snatch treasures from him. His attitude toward the Holy Grail revealed his intentions. Star of the creation of heaven and earth, star of the creation of heaven and earth, furious, Golden Gilgamesh immediately unleashed the Sword of Separation, unleashing the artifact. Simultaneously, Shen Fei did the same. The two attacked almost simultaneously, two powerful beams of light colliding head-on. The raging magic power unleashed a torrential storm of magical energy. Be careful. Watching the magical storm ignited by the collision, Medea immediately took action. With a swift divine command, she instantly cast a protective spell. Luvia, Tasakarin, Kenneth, Tasaka Tokiyami, and the others quickly joined in. What a terrifying power. This space won't hold out for much longer. As the two swords of discord collided, the earth immediately began to crack, revealing a bottomless, dark abyss below. The cracks continued to widen. Soon after, the sky began to break apart. Countless cracks appeared above the entire barrier, like glass. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the entire barrier shattered completely. Everyone instantly emerged into reality. Move, Medea suddenly shouted, watching the two men confront each other in the still raging magical storm. The next moment, the group, aided by the heroic spirits, quickly retreated into the distance. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed throughout Fuyuki City, resounding just after the group left the Eansburn Villa. Everyone turned to look and saw a pillar of golden red light shooting straight into the sky, lingering for a long time. Damn it! Looking at the soaring light, Tasaka Tokiyami's face paled. Such a commotion would be difficult to conceal. Alright, stop looking. Help set up the spell. Someone should be coming to check soon. We can't expose this place. Luvia quickly regained her composure and proposed a solution. The secret couldn't be revealed. As for any excuses to convince people, that could come later. For now, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening here was crucial. This was thanks to Luvia's experience in the time world of the Fifth War. With Medea's help, the spell to disperse the intruders was quickly completed. I didn't expect it would cause such a commotion. Such a pity for such a beautiful villa, floating in midair, looking down at the empty pit below. Shen Fei sighed helplessly. He had thought the Conqueror King's inherent barrier would be able to sustain his battle with Gilgamesh, but he hadn't expected it to be so fragile under the onslaught of two swords of separation. Are you dead? If not, come out. This duel of swords of separation ultimately ended in Shen Fei's victory. Since both were swords of separation, the battle came down to the amount of magic power they possessed. Even if Gilgamesh had nearly drained Tasaka Tokiyami's magic, it still couldn't match his. You bastard! Gilgamesh leaped out from the ruins to the side, glaring at him with indignation. He, the legitimate owner of the king's treasure, had actually lost her counterfeit. While Shen Fei's side was technically the legitimate one, in Gilgamesh's eyes, it was a counterfeit. I'm sorry, there are still many things to deal with here. Please be quiet for a moment. Before Gilgamesh could finish his words, a golden cross appeared in Shen Fei's left hand. Then the golden cross released several golden chains to bind Gilgamesh. This was not the Heaven's Chain, but the God's Key, the Oath of Judah. The Heaven's Chain could be used against anyone, but it was decided that it could not be used against Gilgamesh. Instead of choosing to retreat and kill Gilgamesh, Shen Fei thought of the seventh singularity, Uruk, and decided to keep him. The Gilgamesh in the fourth battle was different from the fifth battle. In the fifth battle, he had been contaminated by the black mud. Poor Tokiyami Tasaka, it's a pity for you to only suffer this little bit of crying. With a bound Gilgamesh, he came to the side of Rin Tasaka and the others. Looking at the pale-faced Tokiyami, who was supported by Rin Tasaka, Shen Fei shook his head gently in his heart. Sorry, your villa is destroyed. While everyone's here, let's dismantle the Greater Grail. To dismantle the Greater Grail more quickly, Shen Fei returned to Chaldea and brought Da Vinci with him. With her and Medea's combined strength, and the previous experience dismantling the Grail, this time the process was even faster than during the fifth battle. Seeing the black mud within the Greater Grail firsthand, Tasaka Tokiyami finally gave up his last remaining hope and abandoned the idea of dismantling it and rebuilding a new system. Da Vinci and Shen Fei had considered this, and Medea had also joined in the research. After some research, they ultimately abandoned the idea. It wasn't that they couldn't build a system. By dismantling the Grail, Da Vinci and Medea had gained a deep understanding of the system and could completely rebuild it. The reason they couldn't afford it was that they couldn't afford the cost. The original cost of the Greater Grail system came at the expense of justicia, and they couldn't find someone to sacrifice that much now. Sakura, sister, when Medea, Da Vinci, Kenneth, and the others were dismantling the Holy Grail, Shen Fei also brought Sakura back from Chaldea to meet her sister and mother. The relationship between the two sisters was actually very good. After Sakura left, little Tusaka-rin had been caring about her, but because of her father, she didn't express it. Thank you for saving Sakura. While Sakura and little Rin were exchanging feelings, Tusaka Aoi walked up to Shen Fei and thanked him with gratitude. She already knew the truth about the Matao family. You're welcome. Who made me meet you? This was the truth. Only by meeting you could you save her. If you couldn't meet him, there was nothing you could do. You are Rin, right? You must have had a hard time these years. After thanking Shen Fei, Tusaka Aoi focused her attention on the big Tusaka-rin beside her. Even if it was the Tusaka-rin from the parallel world, she was still her daughter. It's okay, Sakura's the one who's really suffered. At the mention of Sakura, Aoi Tusaka fell silent. The Sakura of this world was rescued, but the Sakura of the Fifth War had suffered for many years. At the mention of Sakura, Tusaka-rin's anger flared. You two should have a good chat? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to see each other again. Sakura, you have to leave. I don't want you to leave. Hearing Sakura say she was leaving, Rin immediately squeezed her hand tightly. I have to leave. I don't want to see that person. Who was that person? It was Tasuka Tokimi. Sakura no longer addressed him as father or dad. You have to protect Sakura, or I won't let you go. After a long silence, Rin brought Sakura to Shen Fei's side and spoke solemnly. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. After all, I'm her brother-in-law, right? Looking at Rin, Shen Fei immediately had the urge to tease her. Brother-in-law? I don't like you, Rin blushed. Don't be so naive. The other you I'm talking about is too young. I'm not interested, Shen Fei said, gesturing with his eyes to Rin Tusaka, who was talking to Aoi Tusaka on the other side. I'll grow up, Rin Tusaka muttered softly, looking at her other self. What are you talking about? You're speaking too softly. I can't hear you, idiot, Rin Tusaka said, dragging Sakura away. Children these days are really precocious. They're born into a family of magic. The more powerful the family, the more precocious the children. While ordinary children are still playing around, these children are already learning all kinds of knowledge. Since you've made up your mind, let's leave together. A few days later, after Medea and Da Vinci finished disassembling the Greater Holy Grail, Shen Fei prepared to leave with his men. Sakura, because she was leaving, spent the next few days with Rin Tusaka and her mother, Aoi Tusaka. As for Tokimi Tusaka, he was told to stay away for the time being. Originally, it wouldn't matter if Sakura stayed in the world of the Fourth War. Not only could Luvia's family take her in, but Kenneth's El-Melloi family could also take her in. Although the Tasuka clan had a strong position in the magic world, it was still far behind the monarch of the clock tower. In the clock tower, the Far East was considered a remote place. But in the end, Sakura decided to leave, and her attitude was very firm. In addition to Sakura's departure, Emilia Kiritsugu's family was preparing to leave and settle in the world of the Fifth War. Before that, the two of them took King Black Arthur to the headquarters of the Eansburn family, broke the barrier, and took Ilya away. They could have settled in Fuyuki City in the Fourth War, but when they thought about Ilya in the other world who had been without parents since childhood, they decided to go there to take care of Ilya and Emilia Shirao. Shen Fei naturally didn't care about this. My dear brother, please take good care of me in this world. In the second world, Rinus was also bidding farewell to Kenneth. Had Kenneth not died, it would have been difficult for Rinus to inherit the El-Melloi family. She had previously been a member of the El-Melloi branch family. After Kenneth's death, the others, fearing the burden of being dragged down by the El-Melloi family, passed the burden on to her. With Kenneth still alive, it naturally wouldn't have been her turn, but that was before Rinus appeared. Now that Kenneth knew of Rinus's situation, he would have taken Rinus to personally teach her upon his return. Oh, and my brother, Rinus paused, then smiled at Waver. That smile frightened Waver into hiding behind the Emperor's massive form. Although the Emperor hadn't acquired a physical body, thanks to Chaldea's technology, he was able to continue existing in this world as Waver's servant. As for any trouble the Emperor might cause in the future, that was up to Waver to resolve. Don't worry, I'll keep him in good stead. As for you, thank you for all the hard work you've put in over the years. As the ruler of the clock tower, Kenneth knew exactly what would happen to the El-Melloi family after his death. Even under these circumstances, Rhaenys managed to hold on, and the hard work she put in was unimaginable. The rise of the Malloy family was strictly the result of the combined efforts of Rhaenys and the second. That's nothing. Without this unexpected event, I'd probably just be an ordinary magus, never a ruler. Weber was only the second, and the future ruler of the Malloy family would fall to Rhaenys sooner or later. I originally wanted to meet my current self, but meeting her like this is a bit too boring. I think meeting her later will be much more interesting. Seeing Rhaenys seeking joy in her younger self, the second looked helpless. Next, I'll have to trouble you. In the Fifth War world, in Rhaenys's villa in the clock tower, Rhaenys handed Shen Fei a magic ceremonial garment with a magic seal. She had retrieved it from Weber's friend Melvin. Nothing. Being able to repair the magic seal is a rare opportunity for me to practice. Now that he had met Kenneth, the matter of repairing the Malloy family's magic seal naturally became a priority. Under normal circumstances, Kenneth would never show his family's magic seal to outsiders, but in order to have Rhaenys's magic seal repaired, he had no choice but to agree. Once the family's magic seal was repaired, Rhaenys's strength would skyrocket, and the Malloy family's position would be further consolidated. But this is my first time repairing it, so it might take some time. It won't take 3 generations, will it? Don't worry. That won't happen. For Shen Fei, with the surgery fruit, repairing the magic seal was easy, but he wasn't focused on that right now. He already had Emiya Kiritsugu's magic seal in his possession, and his next focus would be on studying it. Chapter 1029, The Navigator in the Storm, Part 2. Is this innate time control? This innate boundary that removes the body from the world is quite similar to domain. While everyone else was busy, Shen Fei was studying the innate time control magic seal he had received from Emiya Kiritsugu. After personally experiencing the effects of activating innate time control, he gained a clearer understanding of it. It must be said that Emiya Kiritsugu's father was a very powerful magus, but unfortunately, it seemed that among the Emiya family's many heroes, he was the only one excluded. Remember, even Fujimura Taiga became a pseudo-servant. Innate time control didn't have much effect on Emiya Kiritsugu because he was too weak. In terms of physical skills, he couldn't even defeat Kadamine Kairi. The fact that he was able to fight him back and forth was entirely due to innate time control. If Kadamine Kairi had used this magic seal instead, the result would have been different. Similarly, the effects of innate time control would be even more powerful in Shen Fei's hands. His physical fitness was far superior to Emiya Kiritsugu's, not to mention the fact that he possessed items like Avalon and the Herrscher Core. Under normal circumstances, Emiya Kiritsugu could only reach double speed, but with Avalon within him, he could reach triple or quadruple speed. Innate time control, double speed, quadruple speed, 6-fold speed. I think I understand why Emiya Kiritsugu didn't leave this magic seal with Shirao. After experimenting with the power of innate time control, Shen Fei finally understood why Emiya Kiritsugu had left the magic seal with Shirao. He had been curious about this, but now he was certain it was due to the matching of the magic seals. Magic seals can only be passed down to blood relatives. Emiya, Shirao and Kiritsugu were not related, so if he wanted to transfer a magic seal, he had to be prepared for backlash. This situation was also true for Shen Fei, but his strength was strong enough to ignore it. Although using a higher multiplier would cost even more, and the duration is only a few seconds, it's enough for me. Innate time control normally lasts 3 to 5 seconds, after which it must be released. If this time is exceeded, the corrections to the world's inner guardian will place a significant strain on the body. Of course, this refers to the duration of Emiya Kiritsugu's use. Shen Fei can maintain it for less than 10 seconds without any problems, enough time to defeat many enemies. And this isn't Shen Fei's greatest achievement. His greatest achievement is that he can use this magic seal as a foundation to fully master the ability to accelerate time. This is why he previously said he was only using the magic seal. Shen Fei has been diligently cultivating time manipulation, but it's far more difficult than other aspects, and progress is extremely slow. While the time stone can be used to achieve many things, the Ancient One, when freezing time in spirit form, didn't use the stone at all. This is his goal. As for whether Ancient One could use time to accelerate his movement, Shen Fei wasn't sure. Ancient One had never demonstrated it, but he could now do it with his inherent time control. It's a pity that Emiya Kiritsugu only inherited less than 20% of the magic seals. The rest was taken by the Magic Association. I wonder if I'll ever get it again. Shen Fei had originally thought that Imai Kiritsugu had inherited the complete version of the innate time control. But after actually communicating with him, he discovered that this was only a portion, and an unimportant one at that. The more important part had been taken away by the Magic Association. If the Magic Association hadn't wanted to break the rules and create the impression that they coveted a magician's magic seal, they probably wouldn't have even had that 20%. Innate time control is a product of the Imai family's pursuit of their roots. In terms of age, the Imai family is also an ancient family of magi, on par with the three great families. By the time of Imai Kiritsugu's father, Imai Norikuta, he was said to have thoroughly researched this, aiming to reach the source. His method involved creating a tiny magical barrier that would infinitely accelerate time until the universe vanished. This would allow him to see the source, which would then appear. After all, it's impossible for the source not to manifest itself if the universe vanished. While this was a theoretically feasible method to reach the source, it required maintaining the magical barrier's accelerated time for at least hundreds of years. However, even for a magus, surviving for hundreds of years was extremely difficult and came at a price. Matao Zhaokan chose to devour his own offspring. Imai Norikuta, on the other hand, chose to transform into a dead apostle, drawing the attention of the Templar Church and the Magic Association. This led to the annihilation of the entire island's inhabitants, and then to Kiritsugu's righteous act of slaying his own family. While the Magic Association's banner was certainly resounding, judging by their subsequent actions, they likely coveted Imai Norihiko's research and hoped to use it to reach the source. The so-called seal designation was merely a pretense of righteousness, a covetous act of gaining a precious commodity. I didn't expect such a formidable magician existed in modern times, Da Vinci said with deep emotion, observing the magic seal related to the innate time control. Every era has its heroes, and you are no exception when you were alive. The moon world's present-day inferiority wasn't in the sense that modern society was inferior to the ancient world, but rather in the environment. With the mysteries of the modern world fading, it naturally couldn't compare to the age of gods. That's true, Da Vinci was never modest about her talent. She was a universal genius. Consequently, Shen Fei had made no secret of her knowledge of the innate time control. Having someone like him to help with research would undoubtedly speed things up considerably. He not only controlled the inherent time, but also Ranissa's magic seal. He also took it out, and the two of them worked together to repair it. He used his Operation Fruits manipulation, combined with Da Vinci's knowledge of magic. Even though he had learned a lot about magic, he still fell far short of the all-around genius Da Vinci. What? They found the Holy Grail? The singularity repaired so quickly this time. While Shen Fei and Da Vinci were researching in the magic workshop in Chaldea, Roman received numerous calls from there, announcing that Fujimura Ritsuka and Mashu had found the Holy Grail. Such speed delighted Roman and Olga Marie, as Mashu had only just begun the soul transfer, less than a day after. This singularity occurred during an era of rampant pirates, during the Age of Exploration. Because Tasakarin and Luvio were both busy, only Fujimura Ritsuka and Mashu began the soul transfer. Luvio had received a message from her family, saying there was something she needed to take care of. Rin Tasaka was temporarily settling Sakura. Originally, Shen Fei had planned to send Sakura to the world of magical girl Ilya, as that was the safest place. However, Sakura objected, and Rin Tasaka didn't want her to go so far, so Sakura stayed in the world of the Fifth War. Of course, Rin Tasaka wasn't the primary person taking care of Sakura. She could only manage to take care of herself, so she had to forget about taking care of Sakura. Fortunately, there was Iris Veal, and Sakura and little Ilya were about the same age now, so they could go to school together. That's it. When Shen Fei and Da Vinci arrived at the control room, Roman was eating a strawberry cake with a relaxed look on his face. To have encountered and obtained the Holy Grail on the first day of the soul transfer was a good fortune worth celebrating. Although the initial transfer of spirit particles sent Ritsuka and Mashu out to sea, startling Roman, it was the appearance of a pirate ship that prevented Ritsuka and Mashu from drifting indefinitely. Together, they hijacked the pirate ship and approached the nearest island, where they encountered the possessor of the Holy Grail. Mashu, did Ritsuka get the Holy Grail? Roman contacted Mashu via the communicator after finishing a piece of strawberry cake. Dr. Roman, Captain Drake has given me the Holy Grail. I've stored it inside my shield. How could that be? Is there a mistake? Hearing Mashu's words, Roman immediately ordered a check on Chaldea's spirit particle transfer system. Mashu, let me speak to Captain Drake, Da Vinci spoke as Roman began to examine the system. You are the so-called magicians of Chaldea. A moment later, a strikingly beautiful and impressive woman appeared in the image. If one hadn't known for a moment that she was Francis Drake, it would have been hard to imagine she was the world-famous pirate, known as the Pioneer of Stars and the woman who shot down the sun. Yes, Captain Drake, could you please describe how you obtained the Holy Grail? Da Vinci immediately asked. Yes, it happened one day at sea. We seemed lost, but suddenly a city emerged from the seabed. There were giants, talking about cleansing the world of humanity. We fought a battle, stole the cup from the city, and then escaped. We thought it was just a useless cup, but it turned out to be able to produce an endless supply of room and food. And that city, the giant called it something like Atlantis. Drake immediately began to recount her journey to the Holy Grail. This Holy Grail can conjure room and food, and it can grant wishes. It seems this isn't the Holy Grail we're looking for, but rather one that exists in this world normally. Chaldea was searching for the Holy Grails that Lefandia had placed at various singularities, ones that couldn't grant wishes normally. Why, isn't that what you're looking for? No, Captain Drake, I have another question. Do you know if there's anything unusual happening in your world, or if anything's gone wrong? Da Vinci pondered for a moment before continuing. Is it unusual? The sudden appearance of cities and giants certainly count. I've never encountered anything like that before, Drake asked. Anything else? Da Vinci pressed on. Also, it seems like a lot of pirates have suddenly appeared in the sea. And when they're killed, they disappear without leaving any bodies. That's definitely unusual. It must be Leif and his crew. In a normal world, how could someone die without a body? But there were no bodies. This wasn't a game. Roman instantly determined it was the enemy's doing. Captain Drake, I'm sure Ritsuka and Mashu have already told you that we are the Human Restoration Organization, Chaldees. Someone is using illegal means to disrupt your world. Could you please help us and take Ritsuka and Mashu to the sea where you discovered the city and the giants? We can go there. It's not impossible. I lost to them before, after all. Promising to them on one condition, and saving the world? That's a truly incredible risk. When Ritsuka and Mashu realized that the Holy Grail they had received from Drake wasn't the one they needed, Mashu immediately pulled it out of her shield and handed it back to Drake. Drake didn't move. After taking the Holy Grail, he thrust it into her magnificent chest and thrust it directly into his body. Guys, we're going to save the world. Do you want to go, save the world? Since the captain said it, it must be true. Naturally, I'll follow him. Me too. None of Drake's pirates doubted her words, and they all enthusiastically agreed. Well, then, get some rest today and we'll set off tomorrow. As he spoke, Drake brought out a large amount of rum and food, prompting the pirates to shout in excitement. Treasure? Of course, the proper way is to obtain it through one's own strength. Praying for treasure isn't for us pirates. As the pirates celebrated with drinks, Drake personally entertained Ritsuka and Mashu. The conversation then turned to the Holy Grail and treasure. As Drake possessed the authentic Holy Grail, he could easily wish for a vast treasure. Drake, however, dismissed the idea. When she and her men had escaped and arrived on this island, their first thought was food and wine, not treasure. Hence the endless supply of food and rum. She bears some resemblance to Luffy. If she were in the pirate world, they'd probably be another pirate group giving the world government a headache. Drake's words revealed that she cared less about treasure than about the adventure itself. The next day, upon waking, Drake immediately gathered his men and prepared to set sail. Mashu, who was a bit hungover, cared for Ritsuka. Under Drake's urging, Ritsuka naturally had to drink, and so did Mashu. But since Mashu was in the body of a heroic spirit, a little alcohol was nothing. Captain, we've spotted an unidentified pirate ship ahead. Shoot it down. Arriving at sea, Drake and his crew quickly encountered the enemy. Initially, Drake was excited to fight, but as the enemy continued to appear, she grew impatient. This must be the work of the Holy Grail. These pirates must be manifestations of the world. They're inexhaustible. It's best to avoid them. Roman, observing through Chaldea's equipment, quickly came to his conclusion. If they can't be completely eliminated, then they're just like ghosts. It was a bit strange, considering Drake, a renowned pirate leader, was terrified of ghosts. Even though they're just like ghosts, their bullets are still effective. And there's another thing I don't know, which might be good news for you, Roman continued. Oh, What news? The pirates who appeared here probably included many famous people who were not from the same era as you. Chapter 1030 The Navigator in the Storm, and is that so? That's truly great news. Hearing Roman's words about encountering powerful pirates from the past or future, Drake instantly grew excited and immediately announced the news. The pirates under her command were also incredibly delighted. For pirates, this was an adventure they wouldn't normally encounter. These people are truly annoying. Let's find an island to rest up. The constant fighting had worn Drake and Fujinoru Ritsuka down. Mashu was fine, she was a heroic spirit after all. Even with constant combat, the enemies weren't very strong, so she wasn't wearing out much. But Drake and Ritsuka were humans. Unlike the summoned pirates, Drake truly lived in this era. Looks like I'm not needed here for now. Call me if you need anything. Seeing that Mashu was alright for the time being, Shen Fei returned to the magic workshop and began his research. Repairing a singularity was never a one-day job. Without danger, he didn't need to constantly monitor it. Whether it was studying inherent time control or repairing the magic seal, it took time. It's done. Now I'm considered a highly sought-after magic seal repairer in the magic world. While Mash and the others were exploring and repairing singularities, Shen Fei and Da Vinci worked together to repair the El Meloy family seal. In the magic world, this is the most respected profession, and generally speaking, no one would offend a magic seal repairer. Over the years of magic's inheritance, countless families have suffered from damaged magic seals. I'll send this back first, so they don't have to worry about it. After the magic seal was repaired, Shen Fei immediately returned to the clock tower from the Fifth War and gave it to Lannis. That's truly remarkable. Are you interested in becoming a magic seal repairer? Do you think I need this? Only you guys, no one else can afford me. Okay, I'm going back to Fuyuki City. Call me if you have any questions. Although the magic seal was repaired, he planned to stay for a few days to avoid any accidents. He also planned to visit the two King Arthurs, Black and White, in Fuyuki City. Besides them, Black Jean and Kuchulain were also in Fuyuki City. It's rare that so many people are here today. Let's have a party. Great. After Shen Fei came to Fuyuki and met Irreversible, she immediately suggested that they all get together. However, they did not go to any big hotel, but chose to hold an open-air barbecue party at the Imai residence. Naturally, the chefs were Shirao and Sakura. In terms of cooking, only the two of them had decent skills. Because of peace, Irreversible wanted to learn how to cook, but she only tried cooking once before being persuaded to leave by Shirao Imai, Tama, and the others. Irreversible's idea was good, but she had no talent in this area, and all she made were dark dishes, which caused protests from Ilya and Ilya. While Ilya and Ilya have two android maids, they're unfortunately combat maids with no culinary talent, completely incomparable to their counterparts in Ilya's world. Without some wealth, it's impossible to support these two. At the barbecue party, the two King Arthurs, Black and White, showcased their extraordinary abilities. Ultimately, Shen Fei couldn't bear to see them and offered to help, otherwise Shirao and Sakura would have been forced to serve as chefs. While both King Arthurs possessed impressive appetites, their preferences differed significantly. White Arthur favored staple foods, while Black Arthur preferred snacks like cereal and cola. While this would be considered a poor diet in modern society, she found it perfectly satisfying. Given her strength, this supposedly unhealthy diet didn't affect her, leading to a constant supply of snacks at the Tosaka household. Black Arthur, however, wasn't addicted to the internet or gaming, which would have been even more interesting. Perhaps due to their shared reversal-like nature, Black Arthur and Black Jean had a close relationship. As for Black Jean, she had no desire to participate in any human rescue, so Shen Fei naturally wouldn't force her. For the next few days, Shen Fei stayed in Fuyuki City, accompanying Tosaka and the others while speaking with Renish on the phone to confirm the status of her magic seal. After several days of testing, Renish found no problems with the magic seal, but she kept this information to herself. You're finally back. Mashu and the others are in trouble. When Shen Fei returned to Chaldea, Roman, Da Vinci, and Olga Marie breathed a sigh of relief. During his absence, Ritsuka and Mashu's exploration had initially proceeded smoothly. They defeated enemy servants, found treasure and maps, and also encountered some of their own servants. Among these servants were two divines. Then, they encountered an enemy servant possessing the Holy Grail. Initially, Roman and Olga Marie thought their two divine servants meant victory was assured, but they were bitterly disappointed. The two servants' fighting abilities were somewhat impressive, one was somewhat capable, while the other was completely useless. Even so, thanks to the planning of Roman, Da Vinci, Olga Marie, and others, they ultimately defeated the enemy. Victory seemed imminent, but then, while the mantis stalked the cicada, the oriole appeared behind them, and the Holy Grail was snatched away midway. The Argo? Jason? I think media would be very interested. After hearing Roman's recounted intelligence and the enemy that had finally emerged, Shen Fei immediately thought of media. Jason was the opponent, and no one could be more suitable than media. How big of a grudge do you have against Jason? Roman and Da Vinci looked at Shen Fei in surprise at Shen Fei's suggestion. Everyone present knew the deep grudge between media and Jason. I don't have any grudge against him, but media is here. If I don't tell her, what do you think she'll do if she finds out later? Shen Fei had originally disliked Jason, but his actions during the second part of the human freeze had somewhat changed his mind. He could only say that this Argo captain was worthy of being called a captain, and one shouldn't judge a person by appearances. But as he'd said, if he didn't inform media about Jason, she'd be furious if she found out. It just so happens that the enemy is Hercules, so I'll get some help. Meeting the berserker Hercules again made Shen Fei a little embarrassed. Did this mean he was going to kill him again? Indeed, we'd better hurry. Captain Drake and the others are looking for a way to defeat Hercules. Roman, for his part, had to admit that not telling media about Jason would have unpredictable consequences. Why are you calling me? Are you missing me? Shen Fei immediately returned to the world of the Fifth War and called Luvia. Are you done with your work? Ritsuka and Mashu are repairing the singularity. This time, the enemy is Jason. I wonder if she's interested. Jason. Come get me immediately. Hearing that the enemy was Jason, Luvia was silent for a moment before revealing her location. As Media's master, and with whom she had a close relationship, Jason was naturally an enemy. Great, the Argo? That's really interesting. Kuchu Lane, upon hearing that the enemy this time was the Argo's heroes, immediately became excited. Their reinforcements, on a certain island, Draco, resting, was surprised to see Shen Fei and his group appear. Yes, it's the Chaldean reinforcements, Mash and Ritsuka confirmed. Media, why are you here? It's Atlanta. Long time no see. While Shen Fei went to find media, Kuchu Lane, and the others, Roman was also preparing to deal with Hercules. They naturally didn't have any servants capable of completely killing Hercules, but they did have a very dangerous item that could kill Hercules, the Ark of the Covenant. You're here for Jason, Atalanta said after a moment's silence. As a fellow Argonaut, she was well aware of the feud between Medea and Jason, and it was precisely for this reason that she, a member of the Argonauts, had escaped from the Argo. What do you think? Medea didn't give a direct answer, but one could tell what she was thinking by looking at her expression. Mash and Ritsuka then introduced the servants present. Each was somewhat surprised by the other's presence, but the ones who were more shocked were Tosikarin, Luvia, and King Arthur, who were brought by Shen Fei. They weren't shocked by the identities of Atalanta, David, or Uriel, but by Artemis, the moon goddess. The legendary moon goddess was actually a lovesick person, something no one had expected. But they were simply shocked. Atalanta's faith nearly collapsed upon learning of this. She was a devoted believer in the moon goddess, deeply envious of her. Meeting her in person completely overturned her beliefs. Her faith was truly strong, otherwise she might have turned evil on the spot. Looks like we won't need the Ark of the Covenant this time. David was delighted by the sudden influx of new forces. Using the Ark to defeat Hercules was, strictly speaking, a very risky undertaking. With even the slightest caution, it would be difficult for the enemy to fall into his trap. My dear, why are you silent? As the group exchanged pleasantries, Artemis, the moon goddess, looked curiously at the small stuffed bear she held in her arms. This stuffed bear was, of course, Orion. According to his class description, he was an archer, but in this situation, it was clear that the moon goddess had replaced him in that role. Artemis knew Orion well. With so many beautiful women suddenly arriving, his usual flirtatious nature would have made him a bit of a talker, having even harassed Mash before. Medea is here, Orion whispered, explaining the reason. The story of Medea and Jason was so famous it could be considered humanity's oldest known tale. My dear, you're afraid of her, but not of me. Upon hearing Orion's explanation, Artemis's expression changed immediately. She drew an arrow and stabbed Orion through. It hurts, pull it out. Does it really hurt? If I hadn't known about this Orion beforehand, I wouldn't have guessed he'd be the Grand Archer. Orion might seem unremarkable now, but in the second part, he shot an arrow that pierced through the mechanical moon goddess's outer space. With that kind of power, Shen Fei doubted he could do it. He remembered that in his previous life, some people had debated whether Orion was worthy of being the Grand Archer, and the biggest objection was his current teddy bear form. Little did they know, not only are heroic spirits multifaceted, but even humans have their own unique facets. I'll take care of Hercules next. Conch Yulain and Hector are fine with you, right? After Mash and Ritsuka introduced the Argonauts, Shen Fei made his decision immediately. Don't worry, I've wanted to meet him for a long time. Jason is mine. No one objected to Medea's request. They're charging right here. It seems these guys know they can't escape, so they're giving up. On the turbulent sea, Jason on the Argo burst into laughter upon seeing Drake's golden stag charging straight towards them. It must be said that Jason lacked the courage to lead the Argo and defeat so many heroes. Captain, be careful. They dare to charge right here. They must have some countermeasures, Hector whispered to Jason. Rankings, Hercules is invincible. There's no way they can defeat him. Jason's air of Hercules' dominance drew a glance from Hector and another servant. Charge forward, Jason, unconcerned about any traps, simply ordered his men to sail forward. To the two great gods, this is the arrow of complaint. I have advised and warned you. This is your chance to mend your ways. 5 stones, I will shoot through your heart, the side of the goddess, my dear, it's coming, the love arrow of the moon goddess. As the Argo and the golden deer approached, just as Jason was about to say something, the 4 archers, as planned, immediately activated their noble phantasms, all targeting Jason. Hercules, protect me. Seeing the sudden attack of the 4 noble phantasms, Jason immediately cowered and hid beside a young girl, summoning Hercules to protect him. Hector and the young servants exchanged glances and attacked together, blocking the attack of the 4 noble phantasms. As expected of the Argo, 4 archers' noble phantasms couldn't completely destroy it. It truly is the oldest pirate ship. It must be the pirate world's unstoppable force, otherwise it would have been elevated to the rank of heroic spirit by the Pirate King. My dear, it's been so long since we last met, and you're still so useless. Just as Jason, having dodged most of the noble phantasm arrows with the help of Hercules, stepped out from behind him to say something, a sudden voice frightened him, his face pale and his body trembling. It's you, you treacherous witch, why are you here? Seeing the familiar figure emerging from the golden deer, Jason instantly retreated back behind Hercules. Medea, this was Jason's curse. My dear, you're out now, how could I not come? This is so unexpected, what do I do now? Hector looked at the suddenly appearing Medea, momentarily unsure of what to do. He glanced at the girl beside him, who bore the same features as Medea, but looked much younger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1031, Realm of Emptiness, Part 1. I didn't expect to run into her. Seriously. I had everything planned out, but something unexpected happened right now. Guess I'll have to act prematurely. The girl, who bore the same appearance as Medea, looked vexed upon seeing her. She was having a blast. Damn it, damn it. Get out of here. I don't want to see that witch again. Jason poked his head out from behind Hercules and frantically shouted at Hector and the girl who bore the same appearance as Medea. Medea was his nightmare. Captain, we're not guaranteed to lose. Hector sighed softly at Jason's terrified expression. They had the great hero Heracles on their side, and while the enemy had a few more servants, with Heracles' strength, victory wasn't impossible. Stop talking nonsense. Captain. Get out of here. While Hector's advice was sound, Jason, unfortunately, wouldn't listen. Well, it seems we have no choice but to take action, Hector said, nodding to the girl beside him who bore the resemblance of Medea. Sorry, dear, bear with it, it won't hurt much, the young Medea said, thrusting her wand into Jason's body. You lied to me, you're just like that witch. Jason's face twisted in agony as he felt the excruciating pain. My dear, I wasn't lying to you. Everything I said was true. Once you obtain the goddess and the ark, you will gain invincible power. The world will be destroyed, and there will be no enemies. Of course, you will be invincible. Jason was about to say something, but a sudden, sharp pain cut him off. He then felt his body swell, and eerie red eyes sprouted from within. No, Jason screamed at the top of his lungs, and his entire body, including his head, swelled up, transforming into a massive demonic pillar in the blink of an eye. Jason's greatest strength was naturally his handsome appearance, but he was surprised to see himself transformed into a monstrous wretch. Be careful. It's the demon pillar. Its magic power has exceeded its limit, Roman immediately warned everyone after the demon pillar appeared. What are you doing? Medea unfolded her cloak, transforming it into wings and flying directly in front of the young Medea. While the others didn't know who the young woman was, she knew full well that it was none other than her past self, a newly minted, inexperienced young woman. Medea's younger self had a complex expression. That period was arguably her happiest, and it was precisely for this reason that she was so easily captivated by Jason's handsome appearance. Jason's personality aside, he was certainly handsome. Although he was a useless captain in good times, he became remarkably calm and decisive in desperate situations, possessing a flash of inspiration that could turn the tide. It's hard not to say this trait bears a strong resemblance to someone else. It was just a little joke on my dear, said the young Medea, also known as Medea Lily, with a smile. When she was summoned earlier, Jason was also very afraid of her. It was not until he was sure that she was the young Medea, and he did not know what happened later, that he began to trust her. Little did he know that he was completely deceived. Although Medea Lily was the young Medea, she was a heroic spirit and knew the future. Jason was completely played around by Medea Lily. From the beginning, Medea Lily designed Jason's ending. At the moment he was about to succeed, he was made to fall to the bottom, just like before. Even if this was Medea Lily, it was still Medea. However, Shen Fei disagreed with the title of Witch of Betrayal. Jason had been the one who betrayed Medea initially, and Medea was merely retaliating. Even if Jason's actions were a bit drastic, it was Jason's own fault. Yet, the title of Witch of Betrayal fell on Medea. Shen Fei's only thought was that both the East and the West share a common problem. When things go wrong, women are often blamed. Just like the saying beauties are the root of trouble, I'll leave the demon pillar to you. I'll deal with Hercules. First, we need a suitable battlefield. While Medea and her Lily were conversing, Shen Fei looked at Jason's demon pillar and Hercules on one side. He immediately addressed King Arthur and Black Jane, who were standing on either side. With a wave of his left hand, a cold aura surged, and in an instant, the sea within a kilometer radius froze. Hector, let's fight. Cuchulain rushed out immediately. Oh, who are you? Gazing at Cuchulain, radiating a powerful aura, Hector, as usual, lacked any enthusiasm. If he hadn't known his identity, it would have been hard to imagine this man was a great hero of the Trojan War. It's conceivable that if his enemy hadn't been the legendary Achilles, the outcome of the Trojan War might have been different. Cuchulain, the fierce dog of Culin, Cuchulain immediately revealed his identity. Facing a worthy opponent, Cuchulain naturally didn't hide his true name. In modern society, dog is an insult, but in Cuchulain's time, it was a compliment. It's fair to say that with the changing times, many things change. The son of light? What a troublesome opponent. Hector's expression was lackluster. Of course, this was just his appearance. If he underestimated him, he would be the one in trouble. How about fighting somewhere else? The battlefield has already been opened. Looking at the frozen sea, Cuchulain offered his proposal. With a massive demon pillar atop the Argo, it was difficult to use it as a battlefield. Why should I ask you to change the battlefield? This is my home ground. Hector showed no interest in Cuchulain's proposal. If he were a pure warrior, perhaps he would agree to it. But unfortunately, he was also a politician and a prince. Ignoring the advantageous terrain to duel with the enemy was not what a politician should do. That's a shame, master. Please help us change the venue. Without getting Hector's consent, Cuchulain looked at Shen Fei. I know. Room. Slaughterhouse. Since Cuchulain wanted a duel, Shen Fei naturally obliged. The Operation Fruit activated, instantly shifting the two of them to the far right, where there was ample space for them to decide the outcome. Oh, it seems we have to fight. The sudden spatial shift made Hector realize that there was no escape this time. Sure enough, Cuchulain launched a direct attack. Hercules, attack. Watching Hector suddenly depart the Argo, Media Lily immediately prepared to call upon the great hero, Hercules. Just as Hercules leaped toward Medea to attack, he was suddenly sent flying, a kick from Fuyu. Sorry, Hercules, please don't bear a grudge against me. Shen Fei, speaking these words, immediately materialized the holy judge of heavenly fire, taking out the opponent first. He was already well versed in dealing with Hercules, constantly switching weapons in his hands. The moment the opponent revived, he launched another attack. Huh? Only 11? Haven't you recovered from the previous ones? Watching the 11th one, Hercules' body immediately radiated a golden light. Shen Fei couldn't help but recall Mash's earlier encounter with him. Jason had exploited the properties of Hercules' 12 noble phantasms, allowing Hector to pierce Hercules with a single blow. And then there was Mash's encounter with a servant, also a berserker. Sort of promised victory, roar, my wrath. While Shen Fei was battling Hercules, the two King Arthurs, Black Jean, Mash, Atalanta, and the others immediately launched a concentrated attack on the demon pillar. Atalanta and the other four also began their second use of their noble phantasms. By this time, they had signed a contract with Ritsuka, who had directly used command seals to replenish the mana they had consumed in their previous noble phantasms. Even though the demon pillar magical power was immense, it was instantly shattered by the onslaught of so many noble phantasms. As for the Argo, even though it was a legendary ship, it disintegrated immediately under the onslaught of so many noble phantasms. Before its disintegration, Medea's forces captured Medea Lily. Medea was well aware of her younger self. Although she had a powerful magic master, her youth and personality meant that her magic was primarily healing, and even her noble phantasms were healing. Medea's current strength stemmed from her dedicated training during her later years, when she sought revenge after Jason's betrayal. That was truly your master. This is the first time I've seen Hercules defeated in such a way. While Hercules' 12 trials were formidable, they weren't insurmountable. Most involved using immense power to destroy multiple lives simultaneously. Shen Fei's method of killing him with 12 different methods was unprecedented in the Moon world. A person's repertoire is ultimately limited. Few can master 12 powerful methods. Of course, Gilgamesh's doesn't count, his noble phantasm is far too potent. Though it sounds incredible, he is indeed my master, a human more powerful than most heroic spirits. It seems we've lost this time, but we can finally have a good fight. Hercules collapsed. Under the siege, the demon pillar, though recovering from the power of the Holy Grail, was only a matter of time before it fell. Ms. Medea Lily, may I ask if you have any information on the demon pillar? Who's behind them? While Mash and the other heroic spirits battled the demon pillar, Roman began to inquire about it from Medea Lily. The others would contact Solomon immediately regarding the demon pillar, but he wouldn't. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. I only know that the other person is incredibly skilled in magic. I've challenged him before, and I was completely defeated. He's incredibly skilled in magic, probably as skilled as my teacher. How is that possible? Medea cried in disbelief. Who is Medea's teacher? She was the goddess of magic, a true deity. Don't assume Medea Lily's current strength doesn't mean she's lacking in magic, she simply hasn't transformed that knowledge into power. Just like the second generation, who was incredibly weak, unable to defeat even his own students, yet possessed a knowledge of magic that rivaled even the monarchs of the clock tower. The challenge Medea Lily had mentioned earlier was clearly not a test of strength, but rather a test of magical knowledge. I'm sorry. I can't say more. Medea Lily knew the other person's identity, but due to the magic contract, she couldn't reveal it, not even hint at it. Poor demon pillar, he's probably cursing you inwardly right now. Jason's demon pillar hadn't had a chance to attack from the start. He was initially targeted by his noble phantasm. Though he was recovering, King Arthur and his men were simultaneously destroying him. It was as if he'd just recovered when another was destroyed. Finally, after Fujimaru Ritsuka and Tasakarin had exhausted their 3 command seals, his regeneration slowed to a crawl, allowing Mash to seize the Holy Grail. Put it in later. They're not done yet. Seeing Mash about to sheath the Holy Grail in her shield, Shen Fei hurriedly stopped her. The final blow. I've taken your heart. Piercing Dethorned Spear, indestructible, unbreakable, unbending. My spear pierces through everything. Defeat it, indestructible ultimate spear. Cuchulain and Hector, perhaps sensing the situation, simultaneously paused and began to unleash their noble phantasms. Looks like I've won. The two noble phantasms unleashed almost simultaneously, but because Quinjet's was a causal reversal weapon, it pierced Hector's heart first, causing his noble phantasm to deflect slightly. Consequently, Quinjet was only severely injured, but not taken away. Hector's noble phantasm, similar to Quinjet's death-piercing spear, involved hurling the spear with incredible power, requiring a defensive noble phantasm of the caliber of the 7 rings of blazing sky to block it. Thank goodness he wasn't taken away directly, otherwise my plan to take him to see his teacher would have been ruined. Captain Drake, I'm sorry I didn't keep my promise. Before Mash sheathed the Holy Grail on her shield, she approached Drake and apologized. He had originally invited them to adventure across the world together. It's okay. Actually, it's thanks to you that we're able to have such a colorful adventure this time. Although Drake was a pirate, she also had a profound influence on Mash. The 7 singularities were Mash's journey of growth. The navigator of the storm. This is probably why she can get a core from Poseidon in the second part. Poseidon is the god of the sea, and Derek is the one who conquered the sea. Everyone, the foundation of another singularity has been laid. I believe we can definitely save humanity. Another singularity has been repaired, and the next thing is naturally the usual celebration, that is, a celebration banquet, so that the group can relax. The large amount of supplies brought by Shen Fei has made Chaldea much better off now than in the original story. In the original story, Chaldea had no supplies to hold a celebration banquet. This is over. Next, it's time to go to other worlds. I hope we can encounter the Holy Grail this time. Chapter 1032, Realm of Emptiness, Part 2. I didn't expect to encounter something like this just after arriving in this world. Shen Fei, emerging from the golden mystical portal, sighed softly at the scene before him. Right before him was a sinister act. A group of young, but obviously thugs, were about to assault a beautiful, purple-haired girl. He was currently inside an abandoned building, a sparsely populated area that was undoubtedly a perfect setting for such mischief. What young lady? Nothing more. Let me go first. The thugs' eyes were fixed on the purple-haired beauty before them. None of them noticed the golden portal opening nearby, let alone Shen Fei emerging from it. The thug, presumably the leader, excitedly began unbuckling his belt. You're unlucky to have run into me. Room, slaughterhouse. Shen Fei despised this kind of bullying of women. It would have been fine if he hadn't encountered it, but now that he had, he would make sure they didn't even have the chance to regret it. As his thoughts raced, Shen Fei waved his left hand, and the next moment, the purple-haired beauty who had fallen to the ground appeared beside him, supported by his left hand. Simultaneously, a desert eagle appeared in his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. As the thugs were stunned by the sudden disappearance of the beautiful girl before them, Shen Fei pulled the trigger, and a series of gunshots rang out. The next moment, all 6 thugs at the scene, their right legs broken, fell to the ground, screaming in pain. One of them even fainted from the pain. Shut up. A cold murderous aura instantly filled the room, shutting the 5 who were screaming in pain. Don't play dead. Shen Fei then snapped his fingers, waking the unconscious man. Ah, the man cried out as he regained consciousness, clutching his right leg. However, at the sound of gunfire, he quickly snapped his mouth shut. There's no sign of drugs, but her body, while the 6 men hushed their mouths tightly, afraid to move, Shen Fei examined the purple-haired beauty beside him. He had initially assumed she'd been drugged or something, but upon examination, he found no traces of drugs. However, the absence of these drugs allowed him to uncover other issues. Scumbags, say goodbye to this world, spare your lives. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the 6 thugs immediately burst into tears and begged for mercy. Sadly, Shen Fei remained unmoved, his expressionless face pulling the trigger. Boom. After dispatching the 6, Shen Fei embraced the purple-haired beauty and prepared to leave. As soon as she vanished, crimson flames engulfed the abandoned building. Guanbuzi City, it really feels familiar. As Shen Fei left with the purple-haired beauty, he quickly realized where they were, a place he knew well, even if he had never been there before. That was Guanbuzi City, the city where Ryao Jishiki lived, or more accurately, the city where the 4 great demon exorcist families resided. He had a vague understanding of the place thanks to Aozuki Taoko. If you're not planning anything, I'm leaving. Arriving on the street, the beautiful purple-haired girl finally spoke. Her eyes were lifeless, making her look like a puppet. She seemed unfazed by what had just happened, whether it was the impending assault or Shen Fei's elimination of those thugs. After all, I saved you. Can you tell me your name? Shen Fei scratched his head at the girl's reaction, which was so different from that of an average person, and then asked. Thank you. The girl's words remained emotionless, even though they were words of gratitude to Shen Fei. But in the end, she still told him her name, Isagami Fujino. Isagami Fujino, so it's you. Although this doesn't seem like a world with a greater holy grail, saving her is not bad at all. Shen Fei naturally knew who Isagami Fujino was. A descendant of the 4 great demon exorcist families, the owner of the distorted mystic eyes, and one of the few tragic characters in the moon world. If I had known it was him, I wouldn't have let those thugs die so quickly. Wait a minute, you can't feel pain, can you? I can heal you. Isagami Fujino, who was about to turn and leave, stopped and turned to look at Shen Fei. Her eyes finally showed emotion, no longer as blank as before. Cases of analgesia, though rare, had been encountered by Shen Fei in the Marvel Universe. While seemingly harmless, this condition is actually extremely dangerous, and those with it rarely live long. Because they can't feel pain, they don't know how to avoid danger, and they don't even know when their bodies are sending dangerous signals. Let's find a place. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Isagami Fujino nodded gently without saying anything, and then led Shen Fei to her residence. Shen Fei was speechless at her seemingly unguarded behavior, but since he was there, he naturally couldn't just leave. Have you ever been taking any medications for a long time? At Fujino Isagami's home, Shen Fei asked her about medications before starting treatment. Her painlessness wasn't congenital, but rather caused by medication. Father, I see. After listening to Fujino Isagami's words, Shen Fei nodded gently. Her words had given him some insight. While he knew Fujino Isagami, he knew only a general idea of her family background. Regarding Quinjet City, his most familiar acquaintances were naturally a certain Grandmaster Magician, Ryoji Shiki, and someone known as Google. Begin the treatment now. Don't worry, it'll heal quickly. With that, Shen Fei used feather dust to lull Fujino to sleep, then used black abyss white flower to heal her. Technically, Fujino Isagami's condition wasn't serious, but it seemed as if someone had deliberately inflicted it. Next, it's time to confirm the situation in this world. After treating Isagami Fujino, Shen Fei immediately began investigating the situation while she slept. He then summoned a shadow clone and sent it to Fuayuki City for a look. Her stepfather is clearly problematic. Now that we've met, we can only resolve it together. But since we're here, and in this era, let's go see Ryoji Shiki. Without addressing the source, Isagami Fujino's situation wouldn't be fully resolved. Her stepfather could easily continue to drug her. She's been unconscious for 2 years, which means she's about to wake up. Ryoji Shiki was quite influential in Quinjet City, so finding their residence was naturally easy. With just a little inquiry, Shen Fei had a rough idea of Ryoji Shiki's current situation. 2 years ago, she was in a car accident and had been in a coma ever since. In the hospital, a handsome man insisted on visiting her every week. There's no Holy Grail war? The Matao family exists, but there's no Matao Zhaokan. Or to be more precise, Matao Zhaokan has been dead for several years. Sakura was adopted into Luvia's family. It seems this should be the realm of the sky, right? There are so many parallel worlds in the moon world. While many have Holy Grail wars, there are also many without. A small change can make 2 parallel worlds look very different. For example, in this world, the 3 great families didn't create the greater Holy Grail system, so naturally there is no Holy Grail war. This is precisely why Shen Fei felt a little disappointed. For him, the most worthwhile thing in this world was probably saving Isagami Fujino. As for Aozuki Taoko being here, he really didn't have any special thoughts. Aozuki Taoko also existed in the world of the 5 wars. But since we're here, let's look for this Aozuki Taoko. That Aozuki Taoko is so elusive. Shen Fei had originally intended to talk to Aozuki Taoko about her magic, but she quickly vanished from the clock tower. Given her status as a crowned master, even Lannis wouldn't know where she was, so they could only wait for her to reappear. Just as Shen Fei was pondering something about the Garden of Sinners, he suddenly heard Isagami Fujino's panic cry, followed by a loud bang. A large hole appeared in the bedroom wall, and through it, he could see Isagami Fujino's eerie red pupils. That's the demonic eye. Shen Fei quickly understood what had happened. Isagami Fujino woke up, feeling quite relaxed, but then she sensed something was wrong, and the wall was destroyed. Your mystic eye has awakened. It seems you need to take some time off to rest. If your mystic eye suddenly activates while you're at school, I don't need to explain what will happen next. The mystic eye of distortion can twist a person into naught. It's one of the few extremely powerful mystic eyes in the moon world, capable of easily destroying a steel bridge. I understand. Thank you, thank you. Isagami Fujino was overjoyed to feel her body relax and able to feel pain. Her body had been tormenting her for over a decade, even since she was very young. You're welcome. I'm glad to have encountered it. Mystic eyes, I'm not familiar with them. I guess I need to go find Aozuki Taoko. Even though Shen Fei could create artificial mystic eyes, that was purely out of personal interest in the power of the Operation Fruit. To be honest, he knew very little about mystic eyes, and how to develop and control them. Aozuki Taoko was an expert in this area. The glasses she always wore were mystic eye killers, and now Isagami Fujino needed them to help suppress her mystic eyes. I'll ask for leave for you. You'd better not go out for a while. After seeing Fujino Isagami often destroy things due to her demonic eyes going haywire, Shen Fei decided it would be best for her to stay home for the time being. As for asking for leave, he took care of it. Raccoon Girls Academy. I didn't expect there would be such a pure girls' school in this day and age. Raccoon Girls Academy in Quinjet City is a school for the aristocracy. Its students are mostly either wealthy or noble. Kurogiri Kanai's younger sister, Kurogiri Hana, attends here. Isagami Fujino is also a student there, and they are close friends. Who are you to Senior Isagami? Kurogiri Hana, with her long black hair, was very surprised when she saw Shen Fei, circling him twice. Due to the rules of Raccoon Girls Academy, Shen Fei needed an acquaintance to lead the way. A personal doctor, I guess, Shen Fei thought for a moment and offered this answer. It was quite normal for Fujino Isagami to have a personal doctor, considering she was the eldest daughter of the Isagami clan. Is Senior Isagami okay? Kurogiri Hana immediately asked with a look of concern. It's nothing serious, just a period of rest. Under Kurogiri Flowers' guidance, the leave request was quickly arranged. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Isagami clan, and like Ryoji Shiki, she wasn't bound by ordinary rules. Wait a minute, you're a doctor, so your skills must be very impressive. I have a question. Can someone who's been in a coma for 2 years due to a car accident wake up? As Shen Fei left Raccoon Girls Academy, Kurogiri Flowers followed him. It depends on the situation and the patient's willpower. Without knowing the specifics, it's hard for me to judge. Although Kurogiri Flowers didn't reveal the patient's identity, Shen Fei immediately guessed that the only person Kurogiri Flowers cared about was Ryoji Shiki. And strictly speaking, she wasn't concerned about Ryoji Shiki, but rather her brother, Kurogiri Makinaya. She liked Makinaya, and while it might sound a bit strange, it was true. I have a friend who's been in a coma for 2 years. I was wondering if you could take a look at him, Kurogiri Flowers said after a moment's hesitation. Ryoji Shiki is your love rival, not your friend. Thinking this, Shen Fei said, if you believe me, I can go and see her. Although he didn't know why Heitong Xianhu believed in him so much, since he was going to see Ryoji Shiki, he naturally didn't mind. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow. I'll call Senior Isagami. After hearing Shen Fei's agreement, Heitong Xianhu left very happily. How cruel. While Shen Fei was temporarily staying with Isagami Fujino, the bodies of the 6 gangsters were also discovered by the police. Looking at the traces of fire at the scene, the leading police officer sighed deeply. I think they may have accidentally offended someone they shouldn't have offended, or seen something they shouldn't have seen. This is something that ordinary people would not do, another police officer said after inspecting the scene. Have the medical examiner issue a conclusion as soon as possible. I didn't expect such a cold-blooded killer to emerge after the psychopathic mass murderer. That's her. The next day, although Heitong Xianhu arrived on time to pick Shen Fei up at the hospital and visit Ryoji Shiki's ward, Shen Fei, presumably because it was a personal matter for Heitong Xianhu, pretended to be a friend. The mystic eyes of death perception, the eyes that connect to the root. It's a pity Ryoji Shiki's power isn't quite up to par. But with these eyes, who can defeat her? There are 2 people in the moon world who possess the mystic eyes of death perception, Ryoji Shiki and Tano Shiki. However, Ryoji Shiki's power is more advanced than Tano Shiki's, capable of killing even concepts. In other words, in theory, Ryoji Shiki could eliminate all human evil with a single blow. Of course, this was only theoretical. In a real fight, it would be a different story. Even if your mystic eyes of death perception were powerful, it would be useless if you couldn't hit anyone. What's going on? It's reacting. What did you do? As Shen Fei was looking at Ryoji Shiki's medical records hanging on the side, the instrument suddenly reacted, startling Haitong Xianhu. I didn't do anything. Chapter 1033, The Realm of Emptiness, Part 2. Miss Ryoji, calm down, calm down. Ryoji Shiki, who had been in a coma for 2 years, showed signs of activity, alerting the hospital. Thanks to the efforts of the doctors, she finally regained consciousness. However, she began to scream and groan, seemingly due to something wrong with her eyes. The doctors had to administer a sedative to calm her down. With her awakening, those who had come to visit her were immediately expelled from the ward. The hospital then contacted her family, who were prominent figures in Guanbuzi City, so they naturally required special attention. Let's go. I don't seem to be needed here for now. Ryoji Shiki's awakening forced Shen Fei to abandon his original plan and leave. Even if he had wanted to see her, the current situation wasn't suitable. Haitong Xianhu expressed a mixture of joy and dismay at Ryoji Shiki's awakening. While her awakening was good news for Haitong Gan, it wasn't so great for her, as she had a new rival in love. So-called magic is. Over the next few days, Shen Fei not only visited the hospital to check on Ryoji Shiki's recovery and waited for a certain red-haired grandmaster magician, but also took the opportunity to teach Asagami Fujino some knowledge of magic. As a descendant of the 4 great demon exorcist families, even though the 4 great families had fallen into decline, Asagami Fujino still possessed a number of magic circuits. However, because she had never studied magic before, these circuits had not activated. However, after her mystic eyes awakened, these circuits automatically activated. Shen Fei was actually very curious about the 4 great demon exorcist families. They didn't seem to have much contact with the world of magic. No one went to the clock tower to study. Perhaps this was the reason for their decline in modern times. Dr. Araya Soren. I didn't realize he was Ryoji Shiki's attending physician at the hospital, and he's been there for 2 years. He's quite patient. I didn't pay attention before, otherwise I could have easily eliminated him. During his consecutive visits to the hospital, Shen Fei learned a few things from the nurses' casual conversations. The most important of these was Araya Soren, who had been hiding in the hospital. He could be considered the boss of the Karen no Kyoke, responsible for most of the incidents. Even Aozuki Taoko lost to him once, and even what happened to Asagami Fujino might have been influenced by him. For ambiguous, it's common to spend over a decade planning to achieve their goals. For example, Hatrith, the opponent he faced before the 2nd generation, had been planning for decades to achieve his goals. While this was just Shen Fei's speculation, it was very likely. Ryoji Shiki's car accident 2 years ago and the murderer incident were all orchestrated by him. And now, the murderer has reappeared. He probably guessed when Ryoji Shiki would wake up, and therefore left early. They're starting to attack so soon? Is it because Aozuki Taoko showed up? At the hospital, Aozuki Taoko quickly appeared beside Ryoji Shiki as a life counselor and speech therapist. However, the day after her appearance, an evil spirit attacked Ryoji Shiki. Although Aozuki Taoko had prepared well and used runes, Araya Soren was clearly more prepared. Aozuki Taoko's attacks were ineffective. In the end, Ryoji Shiki activated the mystic eyes of death perception to eliminate the possessed zombie. I'll kill anything that lives, even gods, to show you how. This is the mystic eyes of death perception. While Ryoji Shiki and Aozuki Taoko were battling the zombies, a dark figure on a nearby building quietly watched the battle unfolding in the hospital square below. Because Aozuki Taoko had used a technique similar to the one that repelled intruders, their intense battle went unnoticed. The mystic eyes of death perception, the eyes that connect to the origin. If the magic association knew about it, they would probably want to seal her away immediately. Am I right, Mr. Araya Soren? There were more than one person watching the fight. Besides Araya Soren, Shen Fei was also one of them. Strictly speaking, he was looking for Araya Soren on purpose. The sudden voice made Araya Soren frown, but after turning around and seeing Shen Fei, his brows immediately relaxed. Are you from the Magic Association? Araya Soren looked Shen Fei up and down, then asked in a deep voice. The mystic eyes of death perception, according to the clock tower's research on it, is the ultimate future vision, and also the ultimate past vision. For those who are determined to go to the origin, this is simply a godsend. Haha, little do they know that such an opportunity is not something that everyone can get. Shen Fei did not answer Araya Soren's question directly, but walked to the edge of the building, looking down at Ryao Jishiki who was stabbing him with a dagger. Araya Soren desired Ryao Jishiki's body, and with the help of her mystic eyes of death perception, he could reach the origin. While it was a brilliant idea, it was just that, an idea. The origin was not easy to reach. Without the permission of the two great restraining forces, it was impossible. The two restraining forces were no mere decorations. Moreover, even if one did reach the origin, they would ultimately be assimilated by it. Therefore, even if the origin was extremely powerful, Shen Fei never coveted it. As for the claim that the mystic eyes of death perception possessed ultimate future and past vision, this was merely a hypothesis from the clock tower. After all, in the clock tower's philosophy, such eyes were simply impossible to exist in society. Ultimate future vision meant seeing the end and bringing it to the present, while ultimate past vision saw the beginning and brought it to the present. While this speculation made perfect sense, it did raise a question. The mystic eyes of death perception were only at their full potential within the moon world. Once outside this moon world, their power would be greatly diminished, if not completely lost. Strictly speaking, the mystic eyes of death perception aren't actually considered mystic eyes. Mystic eyes generally rely on the eyes to exert their power, but even if Ryao Jishiki becomes blind, the mystic eyes of death perception can still activate their effects. The same is true for Asagami Fujino's distorted mystic eyes. In the original story, after Asagami Fujino's battle with Ryao Jishiki, she becomes blind, but she doesn't lose the power of her mystic eyes. This is completely different from the situation with ordinary mystic eyes, which lose their power after losing their eyes. You're saying that even if I obtain the mystic eyes of death perception, I can't reach the origin. I'm not sure about that, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to verify it. Shen Fei truly didn't know whether obtaining the mystic eyes of death perception, or seizing Ryao Jishiki's body, would allow him to reach the origin, nor did he want to know. He only knew that he was here to kill Araya Soren. Buju, Vajra, Serpent. Before Shen Fei could make his first move, Araya Soren struck first, employing his signature barrier technique. While Araya Soren's talent in magic wasn't particularly impressive, his aptitude for barrier techniques was exceptionally strong. Through years of research into the Six Paths barrier, his combat prowess was among the top among magicians, a foe even Aozaki Taoko would have to be wary of. Unfortunately, his strength was limited to the realm of magicians, while Shen Fei's was simply unmatched, not to mention that the opponent hadn't even unleashed all 6 barriers at once. Room, slaughterhouse, Shen Fei muttered softly, and a longsword materialized in his right hand. In a flash of light, Araya Soren's body was shattered into dozens of pieces, and the 3 barriers instantly dissipated. Yuduchin. After subduing Araya Soren, Shen Fei immediately used the Yuduchin to control him, then learned from his mind how to utterly eliminate him. Like Aozaki Taoko, Araya Soren's body is a puppet. Even if killed, it can be revived at any time, making it a very troublesome ability. I see. The difference between her and Taoko is quite significant. But speaking of which, I wonder if the mystic eyes of death perception can completely kill Taoko. After learning how to completely eliminate Araya Soren, a thought suddenly occurred to Shen Fei. In theory, the mystic eyes of death perception should be able to eliminate Aozaki Taoko. That would mean completely eliminating the concept of Taoko. In this way, no matter how powerful Taoko, she would be unable to be revived. Of course, this is only theoretical, and this theory needs to be based on Ryao Jishiki's immense power. For example, if Shen Fei possessed the mystic eyes of death perception, he could completely achieve this, and perhaps even go a step further and kill a planet. You're resurrecting by moving your brain. That's far inferior to Orange. Aren't you afraid your body will be completely destroyed by the enemy? This ability seems a bit like that of a certain brainchild. Aozaki Orange's puppet resurrection technique is perfect, even if her puppet is completely destroyed. But Araya Soren can't. To resurrect, he must ensure his brain is intact. While Araya Soren isn't as good as Aozaki Orange in this regard, his origin and the Six Paths barrier make up for it. Unless he faces an opponent as powerful as Shen Fei, no one can stop him if he tries to escape. Stillness is Araya Soren's origin. Through his research on the Six Paths barrier, Araya Soren is, to a certain extent, immortal. Within the barrier, he freezes time, preventing him from growing and, naturally, from dying due to his lifespan. This is an extremely powerful origin, and because of this origin, he seems to have become the designated target of the S.H.I.E.L.D. The Magic Association hasn't dealt with any of the 4 designated targets for the S.H.I.E.L.D. If Kiritsugu hadn't intervened, Emilia Norikane might still be alive. Aozaki Tauko, Araya Soren, Emilia Norikane, and Jengiri Setsuki, these are the 4 designated targets Shen Fei knows of. Yet, regardless of the world, the Magic Association has never succeeded in their goal. He's over 200 years old. And he's actually a classmate of Tauko. He's definitely studious. Shen Fei originally thought Araya Soren was about the same age as Tauko, but it turns out he's over 200 years old, meaning he and Tauko were classmates at the clock tower when they were over 190. With this ability, why not continue researching barriers? Maybe one day you could elevate them into permanent barrier? Why go up against the root? With Araya Soren's talent for barriers, coupled with his origins, it's not impossible for him to eventually possess a permanent barrier. However, his desire to save the world has led him to fight the root. Because of his own experiences, Araya Soren believes humans are ugly, and he seeks to end this ugliness and suffering. This is sheer doom. Like Mushi-sama, this man has also suffered a shattered ideal. Compared to these two, Emilia Kiritsugu is far more normal. Aruba, Ogawa Apartments is already complete. This is simply the work of terrorism, not salvation. Ogawa Apartments was an experimental project of Araya Soren. From its founding to completion, Araya Soren orchestrated it behind the scenes. Ultimately, all those unfortunate enough to live there have been killed, and Araya Soren designed it to be a reincarnation world that repeats itself daily. The relic, a product of the holy monk's nirvana, can disrupt the boundary between life and death. Could it be that the awakened one left behind? He must have put a lot of effort into dealing with the mystic eyes of death perception. Araya Soren's greatest weapon against Ryoji Shiki was the relic he had finally found after years of searching. Within the moon world, the relic possessed immense power. Naturally, Shen Fei's first concern was the awakened one, who might have already left the moon world universe. I'm afraid Guanbuzi City is going to be in trouble. The serial killer case remains unsolved, and now an entire apartment building has been murdered. Let's leave these matters to Aozaki Tauko. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei reassembled Araya Soren's body and then dispatched him, dumping his corpse in front of Aozaki Tauko and Ryoji Shiki, who had already finished their battle. Araya Soren, who are you? Looking at Araya Soren's corpse, thrown before her, and Shen Fei appearing shortly after, Aozaki Tauko took a deep breath from her cigarette, her expression growing solemn. Let's talk somewhere else. This isn't the place for conversation. Okay, then. Aozaki Tauko lifted the exorcism spell and took Shen Fei to her magic studio, the Hall of Galen. Shen Fei didn't mind. Most magicians wouldn't casually enter another magician's studio, but he wasn't one of them. Here's what happened. In Tauko's studio, Shen Fei recounted Araya Soren's story, including Ryoji Shiki's car accident 2 years ago, the Ogawa apartment, Muyokiri, and the events in Aruba. Hey, you've finally taken this path, huh? But you still haven't told me who you are. To put it simply, I'm a traveling magician who stumbled upon this parallel world. Shen Fei didn't hide his identity, there was no need. A magician, a parallel world, that's quite something. Aozaki Tauko wasn't overly surprised by Shen Fei's identity as a magician. After all, her sister was also a magician. Let's talk about my business later. I'll have to trouble you to clean up the mess that Araya Soren started. By the way, do you have a mystic eye killer? I need one here. Shen Fei said as he explained a Sagami Fujino situation. The mystic eye of distortion. I didn't expect that after the mystic eye of death perception, such a powerful mystic eye would appear. You're really going to cause me trouble. As he spoke, Aozaki Tauko took out a pair of glasses and handed them to Shen Fei. Then he took out a box from a room next to him and prepared to go out. Chapter 1034 Holy Grail War, Part 1. Aozaki Tauko, you've finally shown up. As Tauko appeared in the lobby of Ogawa's apartment, carrying a suitcase, a young man in a red trench coat and a red high hat emerged. Upon seeing Tauko, his expression immediately contorted. This man was Cornelius Aruba, a former friend of Tauko. Along with Araya Soren, the three had been close friends in the Magic Association. However, as Tauko displayed her talent, Aruba, out of jealousy and resentment, turned against her. The reason for their falling out was simple: they both studied the same field within the Magic Association, focusing on puppets and runes. Before Tauco arrived at the clock tower, Aruba was well known there, but with Tauco's arrival, her fame quickly surpassed Aruba's. Whether in puppet making or runecraft, Orange was far superior to Aruba, a fact that was extremely difficult for Aruba to accept, especially after Orange later earned the title of Red of Pain, which only made Aruba even more jealous. Aruba held the title of Red Magician in the clock tower, and he had already decided on the color of his future crown title, red, or red. However, Aozuki Orange obtained the title before him, which he considered to be completely robbing him of his glory. It must be said that Aruba's life was truly tragic, as his research areas completely overlapped with Orange's, leading to his collaboration with Araya Soren, with the condition that Aozuki Orange's life be spared. Back then, Aruba had also challenged Orange to a duel in an attempt to save face, but he was completely defeated, nearly losing his position as heir to the monastery. I've forgotten the crushing defeat of that year. I feel like I've made it. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched Aruba's face twist and radiate confidence. He had followed Orange here, not intending to attack, leaving everything to Orange. Orange, I'm going to kill you this time. Disappear, Phantom. I will transform the invisible into the visible. Aruba pointed at Orange and shouted, then immediately began to chant rapidly. Alice, after all these years, you haven't improved at all. Orange opened the box he was carrying, and a black cat burst out. Boom. The moment the black cat rushed out, Aruba's chanting ended. A ball of crimson flames erupted from the wand in his right hand, instantly engulfing the black cat. He then swiftly rushed towards Orange. Orange smiled faintly, raised his right hand, and quickly wrote several runes in the air. A magical barrier immediately appeared around him. Seeing Orange blocking his magic, Aruba raised his wand and prepared to attack again. The next moment, he was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall, a pool of blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. You dare to jump out and fight without even understanding Orange's magic. It was Orange's black cat that had sent Aruba flying. Aruba, perhaps overconfident in his flames, thought he could easily defeat Orange's familiar, unaware that the black cat was merely a projection. Orange's black cat, also known as the Shadow Monster, was a recent creation of hers. The three of them, having long since parted ways, naturally had no idea of its true nature. If it had been Araya Soren, Orange wouldn't have had such an easy time winning. In the original story, Orange even lost once. But Aruba, he wasn't so good. To deal with Orange's Shadow Monster, one must possess a certain level of physical prowess to evade the black cat's attacks. Just like Flap did against a black cat in the Twin Towers of the Fifth War World. The Tai Chi diagram's construction, the artificial world, Araya Soren is truly remarkable. After Aozuki Tauco dealt with Aruba, the entire building was clear of enemies, leading the two to the basement, where numerous incubators and puppets were stored. This was the foundation of Araya Soren's artificial creation. Araya Soren extracted the brains of every person in the building and placed them in the incubators, then connected them to the puppets in the apartment above through magic. I remember the introduction said this apartment was originally intended as a dormitory for a company's employees. Later, due to poor management, the company went bankrupt, and the apartment was sold. So, who would build this kind of maze-like apartment? They actually notified the Magic Association to handle it. I thought she was hiding from the Magic Association during this period. Sure enough, parallel worlds can be very different. At Ogawa apartment, the Magic Association sent magicians to handle the situation, so the situation remained relatively unresolved. Under the magic's guidance, the people thought the apartment was deserted, and the people inside gradually moved out. Everything in the basement was burned to the ground, leaving the Zaya-Achuin apartment complex seemingly unfinished. Of course, that's a story for another time. 9-character Kinesida, this is a remarkable weapon. I wonder who I could summon with this as a relic. After setting fire to the Zaya-Achuin apartment basement, Shen Fei and Aozuki Tauco returned to the Jilin Hall. Here, Shen Fei spotted a weapon that had just arrived via courier, the 9-character Kinesida. Aozuki Tauco was a big fan of online shopping, having purchased many antiques for her studio. Because of this, her finances were tight, leaving her unable to rent or buy a proper studio. She had to set up her studio in an abandoned building, renovating its basement. A barrier was then placed around the basement, ensuring that no problems would arise for a few years. As for utilities, with the help of magic, these wouldn't be a problem either. Don't pull it out. This barrier is just a temporary one, and I don't want to be cut open. Seeing Shen Fei about to draw the 9-character Kinesida, Chengzi hurriedly stopped him. Due to financial constraints, she had to save on some things, and even the barrier was shoddy, making it impossible to block the mystery of the 9-character Kinesida. In the moon world, items with high mysteries have a suppressive effect on those with lower mysteries. The 9-character Kinesida that had been mailed was undoubtedly authentic, truly priceless. You're very well prepared. I'm sorry to bother you with that. Since Chengzi had spoken, Shen Fei naturally didn't draw the 9-character Kinesida. Shen Fei then left the Jilin Hall. Now that the biggest threat had been eliminated, the remaining matters were merely minor matters. He could also bring the demon eye killer to Sagami Fujino. Next up is that guy, Shirazumi Ryo. Of the 3 pieces chosen by Araya Soren, only Muyokiri and Shirazumi Ryo remained. Aozaki Taoko would deal with Muyokiri, while Shen Fei would deal with Shirazumi Ryo. This guy really does look like a bright and cheerful young man. He's quite gifted in physical skills, even battling Ryoji Shiki. Is it because of his origin? I don't need to deal with him myself. I can just let my shadow clones do the job. Looking at Shirazumi Ryo's photo, Shen Fei shook his head slightly, then summoned a shadow clone to deal with her. Bang, bang, bang. At night, in a secluded corner of Quinjet City, Shirazumi, with blonde hair and wearing the same red jacket as Ryoji Shiki, had just swung his dagger to stab his victim when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Blood gushed out. A bullet had pierced his chest. As he turned to look in the direction of the incoming bullets, 2 more struck him. He didn't die immediately. Is it because he's already a magician? Araya Soren possesses a powerful magicraft, an origin technique known as the soul prototype. In the moon world, everyone theoretically possesses their own origin. For example, Emiya Kiritsugu's origin is cutting, which is why his ribs can be made into origin bullets. Emiya Shirao's origin is swords, which is why his projection magic differs so dramatically from others. Araya Soren's origin is stillness. Of course, this is just theory. Only a few in the moon world can awaken their origins, and Araya Soren can force them to awaken. Shirazumi Ryo's origin is eating. Originally just an ordinary person, Shirazumi Ryo became a magician after awakening her origin. That should be enough to convict him. It was naturally Shen Fei's shadow clone who shot and killed Shirazumi Ryo. He could have killed him earlier, but that would have made it difficult to confirm his identity as the murderer. So, he simply killed him while he was in the act of killing. With a witness, if the police here weren't idiots, they would have found other evidence. As Shen Fei had predicted, the police, after receiving a report from a survivor, quickly confirmed Bai Chunli's identity as the serial killer and discovered a large quantity of drugs in his home. The news quickly broke that Bai Chunli was the serial killer, and a suitable explanation for his actions was found: excessive drug use, leading to his death by police. The police also took the opportunity to appeal for a change in drug use. He's really good at taking credit, but that's true. If the culprit isn't caught, I'm afraid someone will be out of power. The serial killer had caused panic in Quinjet City, and now that the culprit had been killed, everyone in the city breathed a sigh of relief. Akido, is it really him? Didn't you say there were no Ibs last time? How did you confirm it so quickly this time? Watching the culprit announced on TV, Kurado Miki was reluctant to believe it. He had always had a very good impression of his senior, Bai Chun, who had encouraged him. This time, the evidence is irrefutable. There were victims during his attacks, but the police didn't kill him. It was an unknown individual. Based on the investigation, the previous incident at the ruins was likely carried out by him as well. With such a terrifying individual here, we don't know if he's a good person or a bad person. Kurajire's uncle, Akemi Daisuke, was a police officer in Kamar-Taj City. From him, Kurajire knew a lot of information unknown to others. Although these matters were supposed to be kept confidential, Akemi Daisuke kept them secret. He knew his nephew's intelligence, especially his exceptional talent for investigation. If Kurajire hadn't shown any disinterest, Akemi Daisuke would have wanted him to become a police officer. He had already solved many cases through his nephew. By the way, you shouldn't investigate this case. The person involved is a very dangerous person, and the higher-ups don't want to continue the investigation to avoid complications. Akemi Daisuke was naturally unhappy with the higher-ups' decision, but after all, even though he was a police officer, he had higher-ranking officers above him. Aren't you afraid of what he might do? Kurogiri Mikitaya spoke up. The higher-ups said to wait until he does it. And judging by what's happened before, this guy is extremely dangerous, but he probably won't target ordinary people. Those he kills aren't good people. The police initially took the ruins incident seriously, but after uncovering the 5 men's daily activities, they quickly closed the case. Akido, you're just giving up like that? Of course I don't want to give up, but the higher-ups told me to investigate other cases, and I don't have time for this right now. The police knew Daisuke Akemi's personality and knew he might continue investigating if he had nothing else to do. So, they handed him some of the backlogged cases. Don't you enjoy investigating cases? Let's investigate this one first. It was a complete conspiracy. Even Daisuke Akemi couldn't bring himself to say that this case was more important than the others. The distorted mystic eyes, from the Asagami family. Oh, and I have a request for her. When Shen Fei brought Asagami Fujino to meet Chengzi, he unexpectedly heard something quite interesting from her. That's really interesting. I'll handle it, is that okay? Chengzi's request was simple, to bring Asagami Fujino home. Her stepfather seemed to know she had awakened the distorted mystic eyes, which was quite interesting. He wanted Asagami Fujino back home, but he didn't contact her directly, but instead contacted Aozuki Chengzi. No problem, but I have to make sure I get my share of the reward. Don't worry, you'll get it. The Asagami family is very wealthy. Shen Fei also didn't take direct action on this matter, instead having his shadow clone handle it. However, he was just a businessman, and Asagami Fujino's status made it difficult for him to intervene, so he didn't have to worry about that. Trading my magic? Interesting. Why don't you go to the me in the world and trade? Chengzi looked at Shen Fei curiously. Their previous conversation had touched on the parallel world of Aozuki Chengzi. That's what I thought, but the dragon is so elusive. He just went to play the monarch for a while, attended the crown council, and then left. And I just happened to run into you here, and I'm curious if the magic in the parallel world is exactly the same. The original runes, huh? I don't think many people would refuse this trade. The implicit agreement was reached, and the two sides began learning each other's magic. Meanwhile, Orange was teaching Ryoji Shiki and Asagami Fujino to master their mystic eyes. Her attainments in mystic eyes surpassed those of some mystic eye families. Bomber, need help? Ryoji Shiki arrived at the Gallon Hall that day, saying she'd been attacked by the bomber. No problem, I can handle it myself. Ryoji Shiki flatly refused. The bomber was nothing to her. Even a bomb could be rendered useless by her, cutting off its dead end. Speaking of this Guanbuzi city, aren't there too many magic eyes? When learning her magic with Chengzi, Shen Fei also learned about some things happening in Guanbuzi city at this time. 2 more characters with future vision jumped out. Together with Ryoji Shiki, Asagami Fujino, and Aozuki Chengzi herself, there are 5 magic eyes in total. Chapter 1035 Holy Grail War, Part 2. Oh, and there seems to be another one, Guanbuzi's mother. She also possesses future vision, an absolute future vision, which makes 6 mystic eyes now. Mystic eyes, even with the same name, can have quite different abilities. So far, Shen Fei has encountered 4 possessors of future vision, and none of them share the same abilities. However, future vision can generally be divided into 3 categories: prediction, determination, and absolute future vision. The difference between these 3 is that predictive future vision can only see what will happen in the future. Whether one can grasp the future depends on the individual. If the individual does nothing, the future will unfold as they see it. However, if the individual attempts to act in accordance with this future, a butterfly effect will naturally occur. Determined future vision, strictly speaking, is the ability to reach that future. Simply put, if you want to achieve a goal, this future vision will tell you how to act to achieve it, but only if you act accordingly. The bomb demon who attacked Ryoji Shiki possessed this ability, and it's the most easily used for criminal purposes. However, this time, he was unlucky enough to encounter the mystic eyes of death perception. Even with his powerful determination, if the bomb doesn't explode, it's effectively nothing. As for the last ability, absolute future vision, it's a very rare ability in the moon world. Because it allows one to see the true future, a future that cannot be avoided if the holder doesn't follow their advice. Shen Fei is deeply curious about the person who possesses this ability, the mother of Guanbuzi. She's arguably the most mysterious figure in the world of the sky. Shen Fei had previously planned to try to find her and test his absolute future vision ability. While absolute future vision is incredibly powerful, he didn't believe the person could transcend worlds. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the mother of Guanbuzi. Your ability truly suits you to be a puppeteer. Watching Shen Fei effortlessly separate and reassemble the materials with his surgery fruit, even Aozuki Taoko sounded a little melancholic. Creating a perfect puppet isn't easy, even for a skilled magus. It takes time and effort to perfect. Inside the Gallon Hall, numerous puppets made by Taoko were displayed, many of them half finished. Anyone who broke in at night might have mistaken them for the home of a terrifying murderer. Even the half-finished puppets made by Changzi are indistinguishable from real people. With the right clothes, they're practically real. There's a puppet of Ryoji Shiki in the Hall of the Heavens. Ryoji Shiki is quite aloof, showing no reaction to seeing a puppet that looks just like her. Even Shen Fei wouldn't be as calm. Dolls are nice, but I don't want to give up my body. Although Shen Fei was learning Changzi's puppet magic, he had no desire to become a puppeteer. He had never considered abandoning his own body. Changzi simply smiled at Shen Fei's response. After all, they had different perspectives, and naturally, it was unacceptable for someone to be like her. Miss Changzi, as they were talking, a bespectacled, black-haired young man walked in. Shen Fei recognized him immediately. It was Kurodori Mikaya, known as Kurodori Google, who possessed investigative skills unmatched even by magicians. Furthermore, even as an ordinary person, Changzi had cast a magical barrier to repel people, allowing him to find the Hall of the Heavens and meet Aozuki Changzi. Yes, Kanaya. You've arrived just in time. Here are your wages for the past few months. Seeing Kurajiri Kanaya enter, Changzi immediately gestured for him to retrieve the things she had prepared in the drawer. Thank you so much, Miss Changzi. I'm really short of money lately. Upon hearing that he would be receiving his salary, Kurajiri Kanaya showed a hint of excitement. He quickly opened the drawer and pulled out an envelope. Kurajiri Kanaya was considered an employee of Jilan's Hideng and had helped Changzi with many investigations. However, due to Changzi's personality, his salary had been in arrears for several months, and Changzi had used the money to buy antiques and other mysterious items. I've been lucky lately. I got a good mission. The so-called mission was actually the matter of Asagami Fujino's father. After Shen Fei's shadow clone took care of the matter there, the relevant money was immediately transferred to him. He also bought a number of amulets from Changzi. Selling amulets imbued with mystical powers is Orange's main source of income. Her Garen Hall is renowned in the Rim world, and it doesn't just handle matters related to Ryoji Shiki. Her protective spells are crafted by Orange using runes, and even with limited uses, they command a high price. The Moon world is a mysterious world, so there's no shortage of monsters like spirits and zombies. If ordinary people don't encounter them, it's fine, but if they do, it's basically game over. Orange's workshop primarily deals with this. They also sell prosthetic limbs. Ryoji Shiki later lost her hand, and she uses a prosthetic limb made by Orange. Miss Orange, who is this? After his excitement died down, Kurado-kan, who had collected the money, immediately became curious about Shen Fei. He had been working for Orange for several years and had never seen anyone else here. Kurado-kan was also a college dropout who found Orange and began working there. My name is Shen Fei, and I'm kind of Orange's colleague. Shen Fei briefly introduced himself to Kuragane Mikaya, then ignored him, concentrating on studying the puppet at hand. He had little interest in the man known as Kuragane Google, even though he was the protagonist. He even ignored Imaya Shirao, let alone him. If it weren't for Orange's discussion of puppetry techniques, he would have left long ago. Where's Shiki? Seeing that Shen Fei didn't want to talk, Kuragane Mikaya didn't interrupt him and instead asked about Ryoji Shiki. Under normal circumstances, she should be there. She's gone to catch the bomb demon, Orange said casually. To be more precise, Ryoji Shiki was planning to use herself as bait to lure the bomb demon out. After all, the enemy was targeting her. I'll go find her, Kuragane Mikaya said, turning and leaving, looking a little worried about Ryoji Shiki. Bullying. As expected, even Rein Girls Academy, known for its aristocracy, can't avoid it. It's a characteristic of this country. Arriving at Rein Girls Academy, Shen Fei was speechless as he watched three girls stop Asagami Fujino. Their arrogant demeanor left him speechless. Bullying existed in every country. He'd encountered it during his time at Marvel, but the bullying in this country was the most twisted. You're so naive. Haven't you read the book I recommended to you? After sighing, Shen Fei stepped forward and slapped the leading female student to the ground. He had no intention of changing the situation in this country, but when bullying targeted someone he knew, it was bad luck. The girls, who were beaten, tried to throw a tantrum, but a murderous glare from Shen Fei sent the three of them trembling in fear. Let's go find the teacher. There are some things you can't tolerate. Even so, Shen Fei wasn't going to let them go. Isagami Fujino was bullied simply because she was too kind-hearted, and that was coupled with a previous issue with her stepfather. Now that issue had been resolved, she was the eldest daughter of the Isagami clan, and she wasn't one to be bullied so easily. See if anyone had ever bullied Ryoji Shiki. It was for this reason that Shen Fei recommended Isagami Fujino to read some books on the Celestial Empire. Both her own strength and her family background wouldn't allow her to be easily bullied. Hiroyama, what a nice name, but I wouldn't have remembered it if I hadn't seen you. In the chairman's office of Reen Girls Academy, Shen Fei saw the wretched-looking young man named Hiroyama looking at Isagami Fujino, and he immediately remembered who he was. If he hadn't happened to meet him today, he would have completely forgotten about him. Chairman, I remember him being your younger brother. Okay, you're done with the chairmanship. Seeing the chairman still speaking in official rhetoric, Shen Fei flew into a rage. He'd assumed the current Isagami Fujino was still the same Isagami Fujino. I didn't expect someone this disgusting could exist. I told you bullying here is incredibly perverse, but now you're out of luck. Not wanting to waste time on this matter, Shen Fei immediately activated Udetjin and immediately uncovered the filth within the supposedly aristocratic Reen Girls Academy. The incident involved a girl named Tachibana Kori. Upon learning of this, Isagami Fujino was in disbelief. She had never imagined such a prestigious school like Reen Girls Academy could be this bad. Then make a bigger scene. Do you really think your age is your best protection? Since you enjoy bullying others, then experience the feeling of being bullied yourself next. Shen Fei immediately decided to leverage the influence of the Isagami clan to expose the Reen Girls Academy scandal. This revelation immediately caused a nationwide sensation. The students in Class D were stunned. They had never expected something like this, but it was too late. Daring to do such a thing would surely come with a price. He wouldn't let them off so easily like in the original novel, and even Hayama Hiro's death was far too easy. This time, they were socially devastated, a truly horrific punishment, especially in Neon Japan. Of course, there was a certain Tachibana Kori, whom Shen Fei had used his power to protect. Neither the media nor the students in Class D ever mentioned her name. The incident resulted in the indefinite closure of Reen Girls Academy. A prestigious school with a history of over a century, simply destroyed by Shen Fei. I didn't expect you to be involved in such a matter. Aozaki Taoko saw the news and immediately knew it was Shen Fei's doing, which surprised her. Aozaki Taoko had a typical Magus mindset. While not like those who would stop at nothing to pursue the truth, she didn't have any particular feelings towards ordinary people. Kurado Kiryu was able to work under him because of his uniqueness. Who made me so angry? I wonder how many people will kneel down this time. The incident at Liaoning Girls College had become a major issue. Officials from the Education Bureau were all in the news, kneeling and apologizing. As for Quinjet City, everyone was caught up in the scandal, not a single one was spared. Then, all the students there transferred schools, including Kurado Hana. Well, it's almost time for me to leave. Please take care of Isagami here. With the matter at Liaoning Girls College resolved, Shen Fei prepared to leave. I'm leaving now. Speaking of which, I'd really like to meet my other self. As a Grand Master, Orange naturally had a keen interest in parallel worlds. That's fine with me, but not right now. I might need your help later. After considering Orange's idea, Shen Fei decided it wasn't a bad idea. This was only because this was Orange from the Karen no Kyokai era. If it were Orange from the Five Wars era, that wouldn't be the case. Orange's personality varied greatly at different stages of her life. Orange from the Night of the Magician wasn't so easy to talk to. Remember to come back. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Thank you very much. Mystic eyes of death perception, eyes that reach the origin. I never thought such eyes really existed. After saying goodbye to Fujino Isagami, he returned to Chaldea, Da Vinci's magic workshop. He briefly discussed the story of the Karen no Kyokai with Da Vinci. He was surprised to hear that someone possessed eyes that could reach the origin. That's nothing. There's even a princess of the origin in the moon world. The world is so vast, with so many people, there are bound to be some who are exceptional. Shen Fei then shared the puppet technology he learned from Orange with Da Vinci. Are you making something? Shen Fei was somewhat surprised to see Da Vinci's latest research. Perhaps because he had kept nothing secret from Da Vinci, and Da Vinci was the same way. As for Da Vinci, Shen Fei truly wanted to take her away from the moon world. This all-round genius was incredibly powerful and constantly learning. It would surely be fascinating for her to meet Möbius. With this in mind, he kept all of his secrets to Da Vinci, save for a few things he couldn't disclose at the moment. Shen Fei simply couldn't find the time to research technology right now, but Da Vinci was different. She was deeply interested. Don't tell them, they don't know yet, Da Vinci said, carefully glancing around. You're quite prepared. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. What good luck this time, Your Highness. We meet again. After leaving Da Vinci, Shen Fei headed directly to the next moon world. Just across from the arcane gate, he saw a familiar figure, the blonde-haired Her Highness. What brings you here? Her Highness, also known as Jeanne d'Arc, was shocked to see Shen Fei suddenly appear. She had never expected to see him here. You know who I am. This time it was Shen Fei's turn to be surprised. He had only said this because he saw someone he knew. Of course. Thanks to your help, my country was saved. And how is the other me now? You have the memories of the last singularity, Shen Fei confirmed. Yes, my memories haven't disappeared, Jeanne nodded vigorously. No way, are the heroic spirits of the moon world transferred from one world to another? Jeanne d'Arc had memories of the singularity from the evil Dragon 100 Years' War, leaving Shen Fei speechless. Could it be that she had just finished fighting there and then ran here? In that case, Kiritsugu summoned Black Arthur because White Arthur is on my side. I wonder if we've found Avalon as well. Chapter 1036 Holy Grail War, Part 2. Come to think of it, Atalanta, summoned in the third singularity to seal off the four seas at the end, seemed to have apologized for the evil dragon's 100 Years' War, meaning she also has related memories. And Elizabeth, does that mean we were always summoning the same person? Joan of Arc's situation reminded Shen Fei of the heroic spirits of the singularities. It was only then that Shen Fei hadn't reached the seventh singularity, otherwise he'd know his suspicions were correct. He had summoned Ishtar from the seventh singularity, and why was Ishtar's bowl of heaven lost? It was borrowed by me on the next set. He completely ruined himself. If Ishtar had the bowl of heaven, the battle would undoubtedly have been much easier. You have a bad feeling about the Holy Grail War. I know why. Shen Fei naturally knew why Joan of Arc had a bad feeling. A judge left behind from a previous Holy Grail War wanted to save humanity, a move the inhibitors would naturally not allow. And with the Holy Grail War being the Holy Grail War of this time, the Joan of Arc was summoned as the judge. Someone wants to use the third law to materialize the souls of all humans, thereby freeing humanity from war, oppression, hunger, and suffering. Before Jeanne could speak, Shen Fei outlined the judge's plan. This person was also a figure similar to Imaya Kiritsugu, but he was luckier than Imaya Kiritsugu. This world's greater grail system was functional, allowing wishes to be granted. If Imaya Kiritsugu were in this world, he would absolutely, at any cost, obtain the Holy Grail and make a wish. Can the third law really be achieved with humans? Jeanne looked a little bewildered after hearing Shen Fei's account. After all, using the third law to materialize the souls of all humans, and thus save all of humanity, did sound feasible. Theoretically, it's possible, but once humans no longer fear death, are they still human? Can they still progress, even if he himself was on the path to immortality, that was limited to him? Once it expanded to encompass all of humanity, the situation would be completely different. Even in the world of immortals, like the legend of Sword and Fairy IV, there's no claim that all humans can achieve immortality. Strictly speaking, even immortals only have longer lifespans than normal humans, not immortality. However, the moon world could, through the third method, grant immortality to all human souls in a materialized form. Of course, this was merely immortality, it didn't increase individual strength or anything like that. The two restraining forces didn't really care much about whether humans could achieve immortality. The key was that humanity's potential couldn't be stifled. Humanity could achieve immortality through scientific research and magical practice, and these restraining forces wouldn't mind. Many people in the moon world lived for very long periods of time. But granting immortality to all of humanity all at once was something the restraining forces would absolutely disapprove of. If they succeeded, the world would be wiped out. Speaking of the cutting world, what will the restraining force do? Will it sink it into imaginary space like the collapse world, The thought of the cutting world reminded Shen Fei of the collapse world, where any world deemed unfit by imaginary numbers was submerged in the quantum ocean. Perhaps the second magician will know about this. His observations of parallel worlds may possess a power similar to that of the Thousand Worlds One vehicle. The collapse world was able to discover this truth through the Thousand Worlds One vehicle's constant observations, but the moon world lacks such a divine key. No, we must stop him, but first, I need confirmation. Upon hearing that human development would be halted, Jeanne d'Arc made an immediate decision. This kind of relief wasn't truly relief at all. With that, she gathered her flag and prepared to leave for Romania. Even though Jeanne trusted Shen Fei immensely and believed his words, she still intended to verify it herself. This was fundamental to her role as an adjudicator. Don't worry. I'm here, I won't let him succeed. Come eat first. You must be hungry. Shen Fei summoned a table and chairs, then brought out some food. From her account, it was clear that Joan of Arc had been on a constant journey to reach Romania as quickly as possible. With limited funds, she had to take buses and hitchhikes along the way. This time, Joan of Arc was summoned through possession. The body she used was that of a high school student from a rural French village. Because of her beauty and piety, she became the vehicle for Joan of Arc's arrival. This possession was naturally voluntary. Given Joan of Arc's personality, she wouldn't force anyone, but that was generally the case. After all, she held the honorable title of Jewel of Honor. Thank you. Seeing the food on the table before her, Joan of Arc immediately clutched her stomach in embarrassment. She had been relying primarily on dry rations throughout the journey. While this wouldn't have much of an impact on her, it was a different story for the body's original owner, Letitia. As long as she and the other heroic spirits she possessed and summoned could provide sufficient mana, they wouldn't need to eat. However, that wasn't the case with her. No matter how the Holy Grail War unfolded, she wouldn't allow the possessed to be harmed. Heroic spirits could consume food to replenish their mana if they were low on it, but this was extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, summoned heroic spirits wouldn't run out of mana. Imaya was an exception, like the current Black and White King Arthur, who naturally wouldn't be running low on mana. As for the two of them eating, that was just a normal indulgence. In the past, Britain didn't have the abundance of delicious food that we have today. Let's go to Romania. After Jeanne had finished her meal, Shen Fei vanished at tables and chairs, then materialized a blue and white motorcycle, carrying Jeanne towards Romania. This is so comfortable. Sitting on the back of the motorcycle, Jeanne felt a countryside breeze blowing towards her. She couldn't help but open her arms, wanting to feel more of the wind ahead. Despite being called a saint, she was no different from any other girl, and even she considered herself so. Jeanne never considered herself a saint, she was just a village girl forced to take up arms against the invaders. Becoming a saint was something she had never imagined. Be careful. Just as Shen Fei was speeding down the road on his Herrscher of Reason motorcycle, Jeanne's voice suddenly reached his ears. Then, a golden light suddenly appeared, instantly approaching, forcing him and Jeanne to abandon their motorcycles and leap to avoid a sudden attack. Isn't that the little son? Is he coming to wipe out Jeanne? Seeing the figure approaching with a golden light, Shen Fei immediately recognized him, Karna, one of the famous three golden targets, known as the Little Sun Lancer of the Red Side. I see. Are you here to kill me? If it were the original Jeanne, she wouldn't have understood why the red-haired servant would attack her, but now that she knew from Shen Fei that there was something wrong with the Red Side, she naturally understood why they were out to kill her. As the judge, Jeanne had the power to rule over the servants. Each servant could use 2 command seals. Even if they had resistance to magic or noble phantasms, they could generally only resist 1 command seal at most. 2 command seals were enough to force any servant in the Holy Grail War to commit suicide. Such power was the biggest obstacle for those intent on cheating in the Holy Grail War. Of course, the judge wasn't omnipotent, otherwise when Amaka Sashiro arrived as the judge, Jeanne would have achieved her goal. Yes, ruler. I personally have no feelings towards you, but this is the master's order. Karna looked at Jeanne, raising the golden spear in his right hand. It seems the fight is unavoidable. Don't interfere. This is my fight. Jeanne prepared to untie the white-purple iris banner she carried. This was her noble phantasm. Even if little son Karna was formidable, with this banner, it would be difficult to harm her. The only problem was that damage to her banner was cumulative. Once the damage reached a critical point, the noble phantasm would be damaged. Therefore, it needed to be used with caution and not abused. However, since Little Sun had just arrived, Jean, as the judge, had the power to discern true names. Saber, stop him! Just as Karna was about to attack, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked his way. Swords and spears clashed, and a fierce battle ensued. Although it was only a few rounds, both sides could see that the other was no ordinary opponent. Siegfried, I wonder if he has any memories of the singularity. He's really quite pitiful. Watching Siegfried suddenly appear and stop Karna, Shen Fei immediately remembered his encounter with Siegfried in the singularity and wondered if he had any related memories. He also considered Siegfried's future, where he would give his heart to Homunculus. Brother Fei, this is a case of bad luck. Trust between heroic spirits and servants in the Holy Grail War is crucial. If the two are incompatible, the more powerful the summoned heroic spirit, the worse the misfortune. This was the case with Siegfried. If his master had a good compatibility, even if he sympathized with the homunculus's plight, he wouldn't have given his heart to the homunculus and thus eliminated himself. It could only be that he grew tired of his master, leading to this bizarre behavior. Siegfried wasn't Gilgamesh, who, out of dissatisfaction with Tasuke Tokiyami, instigated his disciple to backstab him. Siegfried would simply remain silent, then explode within that silence. Speaking of which, Little Sun is a very suitable servant. Unless they encounter some unusual servant, they generally won't be incompatible with their master. An unusual master is, of course, someone like Siegfried's current master. Saber, what are you doing? Kill him! Siegfried kept yelling during his battle with Karna, seemingly displeased with Siegfried and Karna for not being able to defeat him after so long. A foolish master who only cares about the chart. Watching Siegfried's master's behavior, Shen Fei shook his head in frustration. In the Holy Grail War, Saber was undoubtedly the strongest among the 7 classes and chart attributes. This was why most masters aspired to be Saber's master. For example, Rin Tasuka was always upset that she hadn't summoned Saber. However, a servant's strength wasn't just determined by their class, but also by their spiritual base, legends, and so on. In terms of status, Siegfried, as a dragon-slaying hero, was undoubtedly not weak, and was definitely one of the top servants. However, Karna was a demigod, possessing divine power, something Siegfried couldn't match. While many in the Moon World jokingly call divine power a negative state, that only applied to servants like Gilgamesh, who possessed a noble phantasm specifically designed to counter divine power. Servants possessing noble phantasms against divinities were rare among the many heroic spirits, and even Gilgamesh might not be able to defeat Karna. Seeing Siegfried's prolonged battle, his master was furious. He had volunteered his time, hoping to secure a victory in the first battle, demonstrating his prowess. However, the situation had completely contradicted his preconceived notions. He had assumed that Siegfried's strength would allow him to dispatch a servant in a matter of seconds. Ruler, unable to directly eliminate the enemy, Siegfried, unwilling to fail on his first attempt, immediately approached Jean, urging her to join forces with Siegfried to defeat the enemy. Naturally, Jean refused. Even if the red servant wanted to kill her, she wouldn't join forces with a black servant, as it would be unfair to the red side. This result further infuriated Siegfried's master. Unable to vent his anger at Jean, the ruler, he immediately directed his wrath at Siegfried. Fair, hearing Jean's words, Shen Fei smiled inwardly, but didn't express his opinion. Jean was indeed fair now. Even if he knew the red servant's intentions, he wouldn't single out the red servant until they were confirmed. But later, looking at Siegfried's treatment, he was given the command seals for free. It's hard to say Siegfried was truly lucky, having everything he needed. However, that was before he arrived in this world. Now that he was here, Siegfried had to stand aside, and naturally, he couldn't say anything about Jean. I'm sorry, it seems that this will be decided by a single strike. Under the constant urging of his master, Siegfried clashed with Karna again, and powerful magic power immediately surged towards his magic sword, preparing to use his noble phantasm. Their previous battle proved one thing: the only way to determine victory or defeat lies in the power of each other's noble phantasms. In pure combat, it's difficult to determine the winner. Siegfried possessed the protective noble phantasm of the dragon's blood armor, but the opponent's golden armor was also a powerful defensive noble phantasm, even more powerful than his. The two had fought for so long, each suffering only minor injuries, relying on their defensive noble phantasms. Awakening from the golden dream, Siegfried began to chant. Karna stood still, apparently communicating with someone. Just as Karna raised his golden spear, ready to use his noble phantasm to fight the enemy, Siegfried's master's maneuver blinded Shen Fei. "Saber, what are you doing? Who told you to use your noble phantasm? Stop it." To stop Siegfried from unleashing his noble phantasm, he cast a command spell. This caused Karna to pause, and Siegfried to stumble back several steps, the backlash from the interruption of his mana. Siegfried, however, remained silent about the master's interruption. Anyone else would have been outraged. He'd never seen a master so ruthless as this. Chapter 1037 Holy Grail War, End. This idiot, Master Siegfried's impressive maneuver drew the unanimous assessment from both the red and black masters, who were watching the battle from afar through their familiars. Hiding a servant's true name is undoubtedly crucial in the Holy Grail War, but it also depends on the specific circumstances. Even using command seals to interrupt one's own servant's attacks during battle makes this one a unique figure in the Holy Grail War. Unless a servant doesn't fight, even without using a noble phantasm, the opponent can infer their identity from their fighting style and other factors. Not to mention that Siegfried had just used the dragon's blood armor in his fight with Karna, and Karna knew it all too well. I hope we'll have a chance to decide the outcome next time. Upon receiving the master's order to retreat, Karna's expression was somewhat regretful. He had longed to continue fighting Siegfried. He was a formidable opponent. "Damn it, Red Master, I know you're here, get out." Karna's retreat caused Siegfried's master to suddenly shout loudly to the surroundings. Naturally, he didn't want the other party to leave like this on this mission. "There's no one else around." Shen Fei looked at Siegfried's master, who looked a little frantic, and mourned for him again. He was really unlucky to have such a master. Normally, Siegfried's master's shouting was not a problem. Generally speaking, a master would not stray too far from their servants for their own safety. After all, if they were too far away, they would have to use command seals to summon them. Unfortunately, the situation in this Holy Grail War was unusual. While the Red Master appeared to have 7, it was strictly speaking only 2. This was due to someone's carefulness and avoidance, otherwise the Red Master would have been reduced to just 1. Damn it, after a long period of provocation, no one emerged, leaving Siegfried's master's face even darker. But he quickly took a few deep breaths, calming himself. He approached Jean and offered her an invitation to the Thousand Worlds Tree Castle, where he could better monitor the Holy Grail War. "I'm sorry, but to protect the integrity of the situation, I can't go. As for monitoring, rest assured, I can monitor all of Romania." Jean flatly declined the invitation. Even if the Red Master wasn't acting normally, as the judge, she couldn't go to either side for the sake of fairness. Siegfried's master finally left with Siegfried, his face gloomy. This time, despite volunteering, he hadn't achieved a single goal and even lost a command seal. That gold, he's more trouble than good. Danik, the current head of the Thousand Worlds Tree clan, who had witnessed the outcome through his familiar, had a sullen expression. He knew the situation surrounding Siegfried's master, Gold, but Gold's actions had still exceeded his expectations. Especially the final action of using the command seals to stop Siegfried from using his noble phantasm. While others might think it was to prevent the enemy from identifying him through Siegfried's noble phantasm, Danik knew full well that Gold wanted to hide not only the enemy but also his own people. The Holy Grail War is a 7-on-7 battle. If one side emerges victorious, the remaining servants will continue the Holy Grail War until the final victor is determined. In other words, in the end, even his own people will have to fight to obtain the greater Holy Grail. Gold wanted to hide Siegfried's noble phantasm and achieve the final victory. That's why he didn't speak when the black team was about to introduce their servants' true names. However, after learning the true names of the other servants, he later refused to reveal his own servant's true name, citing the need for confidentiality. The people of the Thousand Worlds Tree naturally saw through this subtle plot, but because he was one of their own, they kept it to themselves. In reality, Siegfried's true name wasn't a secret worth keeping within the Thousand Worlds Tree. Summoning a servant required a relic, and based on the relic and the summoned servant's actions, it was easy to infer the servant's true name. Gold naively believed his secrecy was effective. "Let's go." After the black and red sides left, Shen Fei immediately led Jean towards Romania, or more precisely, towards the Red Master's location. With Jean possessing revelation, finding someone was a simple matter. For example, if Jean raised a branch, the direction it fell would indicate where she intended to go. This was revelation. Shen Fei and Jean soon reached Tulipus, where they encountered Mordred and her master, the lion G-Virus, engaged in a battle with a puppet. While the Holy Grail War is typically conducted in secrecy, due to the need for concealment and magic, battles typically take place at night. However, this time, neither side seemed to adhere to this rule. Karna had previously attacked Jean during the day, and now Mordred's battle with the puppet was also taking place during the day, leaving those responsible for the aftermath busy. Hey, isn't that the ruler? Interesting. It seems you're here to find us. Facing Jean, Mordred immediately shielded lion G-Virus behind him. Even though Jean was the judge, Mordred seemed uneasy. You're the master of the red team. I've come to consult you about something, Jean stated directly. Is that so? Let's change venues then. Lion G-Virus paused for a moment, then nodded. He then led Jean and Shen Fei to his base, the basement of an abandoned building. As a necromancer, Lion G-Virus preferred the underground environment, which facilitated the recovery of his magical powers. A bone printer? Truly a necromancer, you know, not all magicians are out of touch with the times, especially those like Lion G-Virus. They're not averse to modern technology, but they'll adapt it to suit their own needs. My apologies, Saint, the conditions here are a bit awful. It's okay. I've lived in worse places. I was summoned this time because there's something wrong with the Holy Grail War. Have you met the other Red Masters? Jean asked immediately after they found their seats in the basement. I only saw one priest, Kamar-Taj. I didn't see the other masters. I felt something was wrong, so I left immediately. Lion G-Virus, for his part, didn't hide anything from Jean, directly expressing his feelings about Kamar-Taj. Your feelings are quite strong. You were almost finished. Shen Fei glanced at Lion G-Virus with some surprise. He had seen Lion G-Virus before in the world of the Fifth War. Although he looked menacing and used terrifying necromancy, he was actually a very nice person. So there's something fishy about him. Lion G-Virus wasn't particularly surprised by Shen Fei's words. He'd left decisively because he sensed danger, and later completely severed all contact with the red team. Pretty much, Shen Fei nodded gently, but didn't elaborate. There were things he could tell Jean, but he wouldn't share them with anyone he met, even if they were Mordred's master. Thank you. The situation in this Holy Grail War is unusual. Please exercise caution. While not completely confirmed, Lion G-Virus's words undoubtedly heightened the red team's suspicions. Mordred, see you next time. I'll have a surprise for you then. As they departed, Shen Fei smiled and waved to the casually dressed Mordred, wondering how she would react to the appearance of the two King Arthurs, black and white. Without waiting for Mordred to question them, Shen Fei and Jean departed. A berserker is a berserker, brave enough to charge the enemy alone. After leaving Lion G-Virus and Mordred, Shen Fei and Jean arrived at the Thousand Worlds Tree's castle. Jean had originally intended to continue searching for the Red Master, Kamar-Taj, but an unexpected revelation led her to the Thousand Worlds Tree's castle. Then, Shen Fei saw a familiar face with a touching smile, Spartacus, brandishing a dagger, charging directly at the Thousand Worlds Tree's heroic spirits. In the Rose Emperor Rome, this man had fought alongside Shen Fei. One touch and they'll fall. Facing Spartacus charging alone, the first heroic spirit to emerge from the Thousand Worlds Tree was a man of stunning beauty, a man more beautiful than most. It was Astolfo, one of Charlemagne's 12 warriors, possessor of numerous legends and noble phantasms. Most of his noble phantasms were given to him or loaned to him upon request. For example, the noble phantasm he currently wielded, the spear that could force someone to fall, was borrowed. After knocking Spartacus down with a blow, Alpha retreated, leaving the battle to the others. Vladii then attacked, piercing Spartacus's joints with his noble phantasm, the king of punishment, rendering him unable to rise. The magician then prepared to seize control of him. Even without a noble phantasm like Mutates, a heroic spirit descending through the Thousand Worlds Tree could still control an opponent's servant, even if the control was brief. As the magician from the Thousand Worlds Tree attempted to control and transform Spartacus, an arrow suddenly struck him from a distance. However, as it struck the magician, another arrow suddenly flew from the opposite direction, striking the latter. This surprised Atalanta, who had been shooting from a distance, but she was too late to react, as another arrow pierced her hiding place. Forced to flee constantly by the enemy's archery, Atalanta was furious. Unfortunately, even in her rage, the enemy's fire left her with no chance to strike back. As expected of Chiron, he can snipe so accurately from such a distance. Speaking of which, the revelation sent Jean here, wasn't it for Sieg's birth? He'll become a heroic spirit, so he must be saved. Shen Fei, watching the battle from the sidelines, couldn't help but think of Sieg. It went without saying who had orchestrated the revelation that had caused Jean to temporarily abandon her search for Kamar-Taj and come here. He had originally planned to take Jean directly to Kamar-Taj, ignoring the situation here. That way, Jean wouldn't encounter Sieg, and Shen Fei wondered if Sieg could escape. However, it turned out he was overthinking it. Because it was a revelation, Jean had come here without a single doubt. In the moon world, the voice Jean heard, and the identity of the person who gave her the revelation, remain unclear. However, it's certain that if the two restraining forces were acting, they could definitely do it. I'll protect him, but after that, he won't have anything to do. In the moon world, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't oppose the two restraining forces. However, now that he's in this world, there's no need for Siegfried to fight again. If it weren't for waiting for Kamar-Taj to retrieve the Greater Grail, he would have already gone back to gather forces to seize it. Knowing what would happen next, Shen Fei didn't intend to intervene in the fight between the red and black forces yet, intending to wait until they were almost done before taking action and seizing the Greater Grail. While Shen Fei pondered, the battle between the black and red factions raged fiercely. After Achilles was forced out by Chiron's arrows, Siegfried and Frankenstein held him back. Chiron, while suppressing Atalanta, managed to find time to land a few arrows on Achilles. While the damage wasn't significant, it angered his disciple. Chiron and Achilles were master and disciple, but during the Holy Grail War, they were enemies. Illusionary Greatsword, Heavenly Demon, Falls, Thunder Tree of Crucifixion. In the fierce battle, Siegfried was the first to unleash his noble phantasm, this time unstoppable by gold. Frankenstein also unleashed his noble phantasm, though not at full power. If he did, the Thunder Tree of Crucifixion would self-destruct, annihilating both him and the enemy. As Siegfried and Frankenstein unleashed their noble phantasms, the magician and Vlad II prepared to attack. However, their target wasn't Achilles, but Atalanta. After all, this was a rare opportunity to eliminate all three red servants at once, and the Thousand Worlds trees naturally wouldn't let it slip. The Holy Grail War wasn't a one-on-one fight. There was no need to hesitate when faced with the opportunity to attack and eliminate the enemy servants en masse. Master, it seems we'll have to decide the outcome next time. Comet Run, seeing the enemy closing in, and Atalanta in danger, Achilles summoned his chariot and, with lightning speed, dashed out of the range of Siegfried and Frankenstein's noble phantasms. He then reached Atalanta, pulled her aboard, and vanished in an instant. This was Achilles' chariot. Suddenly, he wanted to leave, and few could stop him. It's a sacrifice after all. Although the escape of Achilles and Atalanta disappointed the Thousand World trees, they did capture the enemy's berserker after all, which was considered a small victory. However, the expressions of the Thousand World trees soon dimmed. Inward's strongest saber actually sacrificed himself to save an artificial human. Earlier, when the two sides were fighting, Astolfo took the opportunity to slip away, wanting to send Sieg away, but was caught up by Gold and Siegfried. Then Gold was in tragedy, and was punched by Sieg. Although he used magic to strengthen his defense at the critical moment, the punch still injured him seriously. Then Siegfried knocked him unconscious with a punch and gave his heart to Sieg. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1038 Jack the Ripper. Ruler, although this isn't something I should ask of you, I hope you can set that child free later. Siegfried, who had given his heart to the android boy, pleaded with Jean before vanishing. While his heart had kept the android boy alive, without protection, he couldn't possibly leave the Thousand Worlds trees territory. I'll do my best. Shocked by Siegfried's self-sacrifice, Jean immediately agreed. Technically, as a judge, Jean couldn't interfere with the affairs of the Thousand Worlds tree, but after all, she admired Siegfried's heroic act. Then I'm relieved. Upon hearing Jean's agreement, Siegfried's face lit up with a happy smile as he vanished. Saving the android boy was Siegfried's own choice, not a request from anyone else. For Siegfried, who had never made his own choices before, this decision, in a sense, fulfilled his wish to respond to the Holy Grail's summons. Of course, The greater reason was that his master was too incompetent, and Phineas preferred to disappear rather than follow him. What's going on? Just as Fuku was lost in thought, the masters and servants of the Millennium Tree arrived. They were deeply surprised by the scene, and Danik, in particular, stared fiercely at gold on the ground. As members of the same faction, they were naturally aware of Siegfried's disappearance. Well, Fuku recounted the events. He was naturally happy that the android boy was alive, but equally heartbroken by Siegfried's sacrifice. It was this mixture of joy and sadness that caused his expression to become torn. Take him back. At this point, even Danik, furious, couldn't bring Siegfried back. He could only prepare to take the android boy back. With Siegfried's dragon heart, he was more than suitable to be the core power of the golem. No, Fuku said, stepping in front of the android boy without a second thought. I'm sorry, Lord Siegfried has entrusted me with the task of freeing this boy. Meanwhile, Jean, waving a banner, blocked the android boy's path. Shen Fei sighed softly and stepped forward. If he were on the Thousand Worlds tree side, he might have been able to force Jean to give up. However, after all, she was now his ally, and with the potential for restraints to intervene later, he couldn't let Sieg just be taken away. Honestly, he didn't like Sieg much. It wasn't about whether he was a good guy or a bad guy, it was just his personal feelings, but after all, the other side had a powerful figure behind them. Saint Lady, this is something within the Thousand Worlds tree. Seeing the three people blocking his way, Danik's expression suddenly turned cold. His gaze flickered to Afu's master, Saranaik, blaming her for not keeping an eye on her servant. If Afu hadn't intervened, this would have been a simple matter. Using Sieg's heart as the core power of the puppet, once the puppet was completed, they would undoubtedly have an additional trump card against the red team. As a result, Fuku's actions not only depleted the puppet's core power, but also cost them their strongest servant, Saber. This further weakened the black side, already lacking a hidden servant. Sorry, Jean was in the wrong, but it was impossible for her to back off. That was the promise she'd made to Siegfried. How about this? I don't think you want to start a war with us at this time. It would only benefit your enemies. Let's go. Danik surveyed the situation, remained silent for a moment, then turned and left. Their side had the advantage, but it was Jean's judgment. If she attacked her, if she used her judgment authority, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Fuku, why don't you come back? Saranaik scowled at the android boy, whose hands were held by Fuku. If possible, she would have used the command seal to force Fuku to kill him directly. Saranaik was a somewhat morbid individual, madly infatuated with Afu. The two often played games in the basement, and naturally, she hoped Afu would only have her in his heart. Well, you'll surely find the meaning of life. Though somewhat reluctant, Afu finally left with Saranaik. He had caused a great disaster, and he would have to endure the consequences upon his return. Leave this to me. I'll take him directly out of Romania and find him a place to stay. You should proceed with the original plan, Shen Fei said before Jean could speak. Okay, Jean considered it for a moment and immediately nodded in agreement. The Holy Grail War was taking place within Romanian territory. Once they left, even if the Thousand Worlds tree wanted to recover the android boy, it would be impossible, and they might not have the time to pursue him. After the Holy Grail War was over, the matter of the android boy would be much simpler. Then I'll take him away first. I'll catch up with you soon, Shen Fei said, and with the android boy, he departed using the Flying Thunder God technique. Sieg? That's a nice name. As for the meaning of living, different people have different ideas. You need to figure it out for yourself. Just stay on this farm and observe the lives of ordinary people. I think it should be helpful, because he carried Fei Ji's heart. The android boy ultimately chose the name Sieg. Shen Fei wasn't surprised. However, after hearing him talk about the meaning of human existence, Shen Fei took him to a farm and let him think it over. Direct heart fusion, that's even more impressive than the plug-and-play eyes of the Uchiha clan, and it instantly grants you the power of a top-tier heroic spirit. Even Mashu can't match that luck. Along the way, Shen Fei checked on Sieg's condition. Sieg's heart wasn't a replacement for Sieg's, but rather a direct fusion with it. Magic was truly remarkable. A heart swap like this could be accomplished so easily. As an android, Sieg's luck was far superior to Mashu's. Even though his fused spiritual base was not weak, it wasn't as instantaneous as Sieg's, allowing him to directly confront Karna. Forget it, it's Sieg after all. After sighing for a while, Shen Fei then returned to Romania to be with Joan of Arc. As for what Sieg would do next, that was none of his business. After Shen Fei returned to Joan of Arc, the two soon heard about something in the town, that is, a serial killer had appeared in the town, and many deaths had occurred. Because of this, the small town fell into panic, and there were few people on the streets of the town. Joan of Arc soon learned from revelations that it was Jack the Ripper, the servant of the Black Side, who did it. She was very surprised by this, but because the other party was slaughtering ordinary people, Joan of Arc was ready to intervene. The Holy Grail War is not allowed to affect innocent people. If there is no judge, the impact will be felt, just like in the Fourth Holy Grail War. The Sunshine Boy and Gilder killed many people, but since Joan of Arc is here, she can't just ignore it. Jack the Ripper. I'll deal with him. You should continue to track the enemy. Shen Fei then took over the Jack the Ripper incident and asked Jean to continue looking for Kamar-Taj. It must be said that Kamar-Taj was quite formidable. Even with a revelation, Jean didn't find him immediately. He was worthy of being the ruler of the previous Holy Grail War. Yes, Jean also knew that Kamar-Taj's matter was more important, so she nodded in agreement. Hey, isn't this Xiaomo? What brought you here? To deal with Jack the Ripper. At night, on a deserted street, Shen Fei met Mordred and his master, Lion Ji. Jack the Ripper usually appeared at night, so Shen Fei could only go out to look for him at night. As for targeting him, he followed a new revelation to find Kamar-Taj. Isn't that natural? Xiaomo said directly. Although Xiaomo and S.H.I.E.L.D were unsure why the Black Hidden One had come to this town to kill people instead of the Thousand Worlds tree, this was actually good news for them, a perfect opportunity to eliminate the other. As the Red Master and servant, they were naturally unaware of the events surrounding Jack the Ripper's actions, but that didn't stop them from wanting to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. After all, this was the Holy Grail War, and every enemy killed was one less. By the way, why are you here? Where's that saint? Mordred had no good feelings towards Jean d'Arc, perhaps because she bore the same features as her father, and he resented her. She left early. I'm here because of Jack the Ripper. Who are you? Stop. As they spoke, a police officer approached, eyeing the three of them warily. His expression grew even more nervous after seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's face. Because of the serial murders in the town, the police were extremely nervous and fearful. But since they were nervous, even fearful, they had to patrol the streets. S.H.I.E.L.D used his cigar to draw rune in the air, suggesting a magical spell, leading the police to believe they were sent by a higher authority to investigate the serial murders. Here we are, be careful. As the police left, a sudden purple mist suddenly enveloped the street. The sounds of pain soon rang out from within the mist. The mist was poisonous. Hurry and save them, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately said to Mordred. The two of them quickly rushed toward the sound. Spotting the people lying on the street, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately picked them up, one in each hand, and rushed out of the mist. You really miss a magus. I wonder what Imaiakaratsugu would do in this situation. As a magus, and a master participating in the Holy Grail War, his first priority was saving ordinary people. Imaiakaratsugu would probably have prioritized killing the enemy, not saving people. Damn it, while Lion Ji was rescuing people, Mordred ran into trouble. Jack the Ripper attacked her. Due to her special abilities, Mordred was no match for Jack the Ripper. Night, female, and foggy, these were the three conditions Jack the Ripper needed to use his noble phantasm. Mordred happened to have all of them. Even if she denied her femaleness, it couldn't change the characteristics of her divine power. She was born with the same intuition as King Arthur, otherwise, she would have collapsed. Jack the Ripper's noble phantasm, the dark mist, disoriented anyone trapped within it. Only a B-level intuition could escape, and Mordred's intuition was just B-level. Are you okay? Seeing Lion Ji rescuing people made Shen Fei's situation uneasy, so he joined the rescue effort. Fortunately, the town was in a state of panic due to the serial killer incident, and not many people were out at night. Bang! When Shen Fei tried to save a woman lying on the ground, she suddenly shot him. Holding the bullet between his fingers, Shen Fei looked at the woman in front of him and suddenly laughed. The person who attacked him at this time was obviously Jack the Ripper's master and the target he was looking for, Rakuto Rika. She was an ordinary person caught up in the Holy Grail War and was used as a sacrifice by the magician Sagurahoma, who wanted to summon the Hidden One's Thousand Worlds tree to summon the heroic spirit. Sagurahoma was somewhat similar to Atram, both of whom liked to use sacrifices to perform magic. What he didn't expect was that Raccoon was a monster beyond her, so compatible with Jack the Ripper that the summoned Jack immediately killed him and stole his command seals. It's a tragedy to say the least. Raccoon was a very powerful person. Even though she was just an ordinary person, her use of command seals alone surpassed many masters. Don't be so nervous. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Watching Sixth Guide Lingsha flee after firing her gun, Shen Fei immediately appeared before her. Sixth Guide Lingsha then emptied her pistol at him. Don't touch your mother. Just as Shen Fei was about to speak, a little girl with short white hair darted out of the mist, 3 knives darting towards him. Binding Technique 66, 6 Staff Light Prison. After dodging the 3 knives, Shen Fei immediately bound little Jack with the 6 Staff Light Prison. Jack, untie the bonds. Wait a moment. I mean no harm to you. I just want to make a deal. Seeing Sixth Guide Lingsha about to use the command seal to strengthen Jack, Shen Fei, though impressed by her decisiveness, stopped her and stated his purpose. What do you want? Hearing Shen Fei's offer of a deal, Sixth Guide Lingsha calmed down. First, tell me, do you have any wishes for the Holy Grail that you'd like to fulfill? I want Jack to exist forever. After a moment's silence, Sixth Master Rika spoke her wish. She was just an ordinary person, without any magical power, so naturally, she couldn't provide Jack with any. That's why Jack constantly hunted magicians to replenish his own mana. Initially, Jack had killed ordinary people, but the magic replenishment was too little, so he turned his attention to magicians. For Sixth Master Rika, Jack the Ripper was her shining light of happiness, and for Jack, she would sacrifice her own life. That's easy. I can implant a magic circuit in you and teach you how to refine your magic power. That way, you won't need to kill to replenish your magic power. Jack the Ripper wasn't a magician, so he couldn't absorb magic from a human body to its fullest potential like a magician, like Medea, who could absorb magic without harming anyone, though it would only cause exhaustion for a few days. Really? What do you want? Upon hearing that she possessed magical power, Sixth Master Rika hurriedly asked. Your qualification as master in this Holy Grail War. Chapter 1039, The Holy Grail, Part 1. In the Holy Grail War, not just anyone can make a wish, one must be a participant in the war, meaning they must be the master of one of the 2 sides. In the Holy Grail War between Red and Black, all the Red Masters, save for Shishigili, have been captured by Katamin Shiro. This leaves the Black side with a solution. Fortunately, the Black's hidden one is alone, and her wish is simple, making her a suitable target for a trade. When a trade is possible, there's no need to kill or rob. Sixth Master Rika was a pitiful person. As a child, she was a young lady, but after her parents died in an accident and their family plundered her estate, she fell to the bottom of society. She had become numb to life, but her encounter with Jack the Ripper instantly changed her. Similarly, Jack, upon meeting her, also changed. It could be said that their meeting was a fateful encounter. Okay, after hearing Shen Fei's request, Sixth Master Rika quickly nodded in agreement. This request was beneficial in every way, and she couldn't refuse. Then let's get out of here first. Tell her not to do anything, Shen Fei said as he untied Jack. Jack, who had just regained his freedom, immediately wanted to attack, but was immediately stopped by Sixth Master Lingsha. Is Iomo going up against Chiron? He thought the archer class was not good at close combat, and he really suffered a loss. While Shen Fei was restraining Jack the Ripper, Mohammed faced Chiron, and Lion Gigili faced the Cole siblings of the Thousand World Tree. After being hit by several arrows from Chiron, Mohammed approached the enemy and was about to finish him off when he was taught a lesson and sent flying by his fist. Both sides came for Jack the Ripper. Xiaomo planned to take down Jack while he was alone. The Cole siblings came here to investigate the death of a magician under his command and to see if they could recruit Jack. After roughly gauging the battlefield situation, Shen Fei immediately teleported away with Sixth Guide Rika and Jack. Da Vinci, come and help. He took Sixth Guide Rika and Jack to another small city in Romania. Shen Fei then went to Chaldea to fetch Da Vinci. The Holy Grail War. I didn't expect there would be a Holy Grail War like this. Da Vinci was immediately excited after hearing Shen Fei's account. She had already dismantled 2 greater Holy Grails, and now she finally saw a normal greater Holy Grail. It's just a variation of the Holy Grail War. Strictly speaking, isn't the restoration of humanity also a Holy Grail War? That's true, don't worry, it'll be alright soon. With the help of the surgery fruit in Da Vinci, the magic circuit implantation in 6th guide Rika went smoothly. During the implantation, Shen Fei unexpectedly discovered that 6th guide Rika had considerable talent for magic, so he implanted 50 magic circuits in her, which was considered exceptional talent among magicians. Imaya only had 27 magic circuits. This is the method for refining magic power, along with some basic magic techniques. You can practice this regularly. Next, I need you to remember that now that you can supply Jack with magic power, you can't kill anyone. Thank you, don't be so polite. It's just a deal. Once I'm done, you can leave. Shen Fei then used the one Fubing Ying Ji, breaking the ring, to transfer the 3-stroke command seal from Liu Dao Lingxia to himself, simultaneously transferring ownership of Jack the Ripper. Later, with Da Vinci's help, Liu Dao Lingxia regained the 3-stroke command seal, originating from the Chaldean system, and then transferred ownership of Jack to her. While this back and forth was somewhat cumbersome, it was a necessary step. The command seal in Liu Dao Lingxia's hand was connected to the Great Holy Grail of this world, unlike the one in Chaldea. From now on, live your lives well. Let Jack study hard. This is for you. After the command spells were transferred, Shen Fei gave 6th conductor Lingxia a large amount of gold and 2 magical ceremonial garments, one for defense, the other for concealing the aura of a servant on Jack. Thank you, goodbye. As 6th conductor Lingxia thanked him again, Shen Fei created a mystical portal and sent the two of them away. They arrived at the very town where S.H.I.E.L.D had been previously settled. That's Jack the Ripper, are you so sure of that? Da Vinci spoke after the mystical portal closed. Da Vinci knew all too well what Jack the Ripper was like, the emanation of the resentment of tens of thousands of abandoned children. It's just a hypothesis. Perhaps she can purify Jack's resentment. Are you sure? Hearing Shen Fei's words about wanting to purify Jack the Ripper's resentment, Da Vinci looked at him in disbelief. As I said earlier, this is just a hypothesis. Humans are the most adept at creating miracles, and emotions are one of the sources of human miracles. Just as Otto wanted to use love to kill the Herrscher, 6th Master Rika's love might not be able to cleanse Jack's resentment. Just like in the supposedly planetary apocalypse, where life is no longer suitable for survival in the land of steel, even if their numbers are small, some humans still stubbornly survive. Well, even if we fail, it's no loss, right? Now it's time to begin my heroic spirit summoning. Although it was called a heroic spirit summoning, it was actually just Shen Fei fetching the 2 King Arthurs. With Siegfried's sacrifice, the black side had lost a saber, and Shen Fei's side could fill that gap. As expected, there's never been a Holy Grail war where no one cheated. Cheating in the Holy Grail war was standard practice, a fact that had been observed throughout almost every Holy Grail war. This time, both the black and red sides were cheating. The black side's Danik, a survivor of the Third Holy Grail War, had seized the Greater Grail and summoned a servant before the war even began. Katamin Shiro of the red team had gone even further than Danik, and now it was Shen Fei's turn, having cheated his way into the Holy Grail War. What a blatant show. The Holy Church and the Magic Association will have a lot of trouble from now on. By the time Shen Fei, the 2 King Arthurs, and Da Vinci returned to the town they'd been in, it was already daybreak. The fighting had ceased. As for the tremors last night, they were likely caused by a gas explosion. This one was so powerful it had spread from Fuyuki City to Romania. But the explosion soon faded from everyone's mind as a massive floating city drifted across the sky. The sight stunned everyone who saw it. This wasn't just a plane or an airship, but a city in the sky. So conspicuous was it, floating in the air, it was hard not to see. Faced with such a situation, the Magic Association would probably be fuming. Is the Holy Grail War here so open and above board? Da Vinci gazed at the city in silence. Looks like a decisive battle is imminent. Let's go. But they're really quick to react. Is it a mirage? Shen Fei was naturally allergic to the Sky City. The Empress's vain Sky Garden, once it appeared, signaled that the Red Army was fully prepared. As Shen Fei prepared to head there, experts from various TV stations appeared on television, interpreting the Sky City people had seen. They all unanimously called it a mirage. While this seemed insulting, many believed the experts' claims and loudly refuted those who believed the Sky City was real. Dragon Fang soldiers versus androids and golems, a war of this magnitude is rare in modern society. The Sky Garden reached the grasslands in front of the Thousand Worlds Tree Castle. Here, It unleashed a large number of dragon fangs, which then transformed into dragon fang soldiers. Meanwhile, on the Thousand Worlds tree side, the androids and golems were on full alert, and a brutal battle ensued across the grasslands. Dedicated to the two great gods, a petition. In the chaotic battle, Atalanta was the first to use her noble phantasm. Countless arrows rained down from the sky, instantly inflicting heavy losses on the Thousand Worlds tree's androids and golems. Atalanta's noble phantasm was perfectly suited for clearing out the enemy troops. King of Punishment, after Atalanta's use, Vlad-II of the Thousand Worlds tree was forced to take action. Originally, he was the Thousand Worlds tree's trump card, but since the Thousand Worlds tree's servants lacked a noble phantasm for clearing out the enemy troops, his King of Punishment became the latter's noble phantasm instead. A large number of wooden stakes appeared out of thin air, instantly clearing the area of Dragon Fang soldiers. Just as he was about to clear out the rest, a massive ball of flame suddenly erupted from the sky, striking Vlad-II. He was forced to control the stakes to fly in front of him, forming a wall to block the flames. Vlad-II's death stakes can manipulate a vast number of wooden stakes, numbering approximately 20,000. This was a means of intimidation he used in his lifetime, impaling scores of foes on them. It has now evolved into his noble phantasm. Now, these stakes, now his noble phantasm, allow him to flexibly control them, allowing him to fly, attack, defend, and control them. It's like wood release, but much more flexible. He just had bad luck. The enemies he encountered were too strong. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched Vlad-II battle Karna. Vlad-II received special treatment from Danik and was held in high regard because Romania was a land Vlad-II had previously dominated, offering a formidable regional bonus. This was the reason for his ability, Protector of the Nation Ghost General. Under normal circumstances, while Vlad-II was formidable, he still had a significant gap to reach the level of exceptional servant like Karna. However, with a regional bonus, controlling death stakes could rival Karna in combat. Fight. It's best if both sides are hurt. That way I can take advantage. Watching the battles between servants across the grassland, Shen Fei mentally encouraged them. Although he was powerful and had two King Arthurs on his side, he wasn't prepared to face the Black and Red forces head-on. In his current situation, if he were to step out, the Black and Red forces might even join forces against him. While Shen Fei wanted to sit back and reap the benefits, neither the two King Arthurs nor Da Vinci objected. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. King Arthur, as the Night King, was a noble character, but that didn't mean she wasn't capable of tactics. After all, she was a king. Both sides on the grassland had deployed numerous servants, Vlad-II against Karna, Chiron against Achilles. It was precisely because he held the other side back that Achilles prevented him from charging into the androids and wreaking havoc. Even if the main force was heroic spirits, it didn't mean the androids and golems were useless, just as the red side had summoned a large number of Dragon Fang soldiers. In addition, Frankenstein and Alpha also joined the battle. Frankenstein dealt with the Dragon Fang soldiers, while Alpha attacked the sky courtyard. Of the Black Servant, only he could fly. That's right. That's the surprise you were talking about. Seeing the figure leap out of a frantically driving car in the distance, the two King Arthur's expressions changed instantly, because the person who came was Mordred. Yes, isn't it a surprise? Shen Fei smiled and nodded. He had not told the two King Arthurs about Mordred before. This rebellious son, King Arthur White said, preparing to jump out. Wait a minute, now is not the time to go out. By the way, why don't you recognize Mordred as king? It's not because he has no alhoj, is it? How could it be because of that reason? King Arthur White looked at Shen Fei speechlessly. There were many reasons why she didn't choose Mordred as her heir, but it was definitely not because Mordred didn't have alhoj. Just kidding. If you want to fight her, that's fine, but you need to wait. Now is not the time, and the Holy Grail hasn't appeared yet. With Shen Fei's obstruction, King Arthur temporarily put aside his plan to take action. After arriving at the battlefield, Mordred immediately found Fran, and Lion Ji Li quickly drove away from the battlefield. As a knight, he is so careless on the battlefield. Seeing Xiaomo being caught by Fran and then self-destructing, the two King Arthurs couldn't help but snorted at the same time. With Mordred's strength, Fran was no match for him. This time there was no Sieg to interfere, but because of his arrogance, Xiaomo was caught by Fran and then self-destructed with a bang. This was not an ordinary self-destruction. In the middle, Her master Coles used 3 command spells to strengthen her power. Coles had a good grasp of the opportunity to use the command spell. Damn bastard. When the seriously injured Mordred came out of the big pit where Fran self-exploded, the armor on her body was already tattered. Even if she was powerful, if she took the self-explosion at such a close distance, if it weren't for the quick reaction of her master, Lion Gigili, she would probably be taken away by Fran. When Coles used the command spell to increase Fran's strength, Lion Gigili also used the command spell at the same time. It was thanks to the protection of the command spell that Xiaomo survived. After the battle, Lion Gigili immediately drove over to heal Xiaomo. What do you want to do, guy? Xiaomo, who was healing, looked at Atalanta rushing over with a huge figure, and his face immediately became very ugly. Sorry, I'm just following orders. After Atalanta apologized to Xiaomo, his figure immediately disappeared from Xiaomo's side. Oppressor. The huge figure said with an amiable smile on his face, and rushed towards Xiaomo. You bastard, I will not let you go, master, you leave first. Seeing Spartacus rushing over, Xiaomo immediately stood in front of Lion Gigili and asked him to leave first. Be careful, if you can't, I will summon you to leave. Lion Gigili got in the car without hesitation, started it, and left. Chapter 1040, The Holy Grail, Part 2. Who says a 1-star can't beat a 5-star? Actually, if used properly, Spartacus's noble phantasm is a formidable weapon. The injured Mordred faced the frantic Spartacus. Although she inflicted some damage, each injury only made Spartacus's body grow larger. As for why Spartacus focused on Xiaomo, completely ignoring Atalanta, who had previously lured him in, it was because Xiaomo was, in a sense, a king. Spartacus was a rebel, and he would confront whoever held the greatest power. Oppressor, oppressor, Spartacus swung his dagger, attacking Xiaomo repeatedly. At first, Xiaomo was able to resist, but as his size grew, he could only retreat, trying to absorb the overwhelming force of his sword. The roar of Spartacus's noble phantasm, the wounded beast's roar, not only increased his size, but also increased its strength and magic power. Damn it, Xiaomo roared angrily as he retreated. Saber, should we retreat first? Shishi Gigili's voice echoed in Xiaomo's ears. It was obvious that the two of them got along so well. Any other master, seeing their servant in trouble, would immediately want to retreat and conserve their strength. Take, for example, Tasaka Tokiyami during the Fourth War, who did just that. But Shishi Gigili, even retreating, would consult with Xiaomo. No, I'll finish him off. Xiaomo flatly rejected the idea. Do you need my support? Shishi Gigili's voice echoed again. No, it's not that late yet. Xiaomo once again rejected Shishi Gigili's offer. The so-called support naturally meant using command seals. If Shishi Gigili used command seals, Xiaomo would be able to use his noble phantasm once more. With that, Xiaomo charged forward with his sword, catching Spartacus off guard and striking him in the head. However, the wound soon began to heal, and his body expanded further. Saber, be careful, are you still a knight like this? Just when the inflated Spartacus was about to attack Xiaomo, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked Spartacus' attack. Father, Xiaomo was stunned when she saw the figure that appeared in front of her. She never expected that she would meet King Arthur here. After all, Mordred was King Arthur's child and had blood. Although King Arthur didn't like her, he didn't want to see her being bullied like this, so he took action after all. Magic is really powerful. In that era, they could create artificial humans, and now they appear. Although King Arthur's move would expose him, it was Xiaomo. If King Arthur didn't take action, he would take action too. He couldn't let Xiaomo be killed by Spartacus. Spartacus' body was now almost expanded to its limit, and what followed was a shocking explosion. Oppressor. The appearance of King Arthur made Spartacus immediately focus his attention on her. Compared with Xiaomo, King Arthur is the real king. For Spartacus, he is a greater oppressor. Hey, you are really ruthless. I'm sorry, Spartacus. Blazing sky covered by 7 rings. After seeing King Arthur cut off one of Spartacus's heads with a sword, his body swelled even more and began to glow. Shen Fei immediately appeared in front of King Arthur and materialized a lotus-shaped shield. Rebellion is my life. Oh, oppressor from afar, I will crush you completely with my blade. Spartacus smiled and activated the final stage of his noble phantasm. Boom. The earth-shaking explosion made the entire grassland tremble. The shock wave generated by the explosion was reflected back because Shen Fei used a shield for defense, and quickly rushed towards the castle of the Thousand Worlds tree. The sister of the castle was torn apart in an instant, and a quarter of the entire castle was reduced to ruins in this shock wave. Amazing, 5.5 of the 7-layer shield were broken. Looking at the shield in his hand, the huge pit in front of him, and the ditch extending all the way to the castle of the Thousand Worlds tree, Shen Fei couldn't help but be shocked by the power of Spartacus's noble phantasm. I wonder how this compares to a meteor. Why are you here? Are you the saber of the black side? Mordred didn't care about Spartacus's self-explosion at all, and even ignored the appearance of Shen Fei. He rushed directly to King Arthur and roared loudly. Saber, calm down. According to the intelligence, the black side's saber should be Siegfried, and he has returned. Something is wrong now. The voice of Lion Ji sounded in Xiaomo's ears. Although Lion Ji did not act with Katamin Shiro, for the common purpose, Katamin Shiro would still inform him of the latest relevant information. That's not important, Mordred roared impatiently. Sure enough, Lion Ji, who was sitting in the driver's seat in the distance, heard Xiaomo's roar, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Then, after taking a deep breath, he drove towards the direction of Mordred. Who is that? The new saber of the black side. What should we do now? Inside the Vane Sky Garden, the Empress saw King Arthur and Shen Fei suddenly appear through magic surveillance, and she immediately asked Katamin Shiro beside her. It seems that someone has taken advantage of the rules of the Holy Grail. Don't worry about them for now, let's get the Greater Holy Grail first. After hesitating for a moment, Katamin Shiro was ready to continue with his original plan. Only with a Greater Holy Grail in hand could he fulfill his long-cherished wish. Understood, the Empress nodded immediately, and controlled the Sky Garden to fly towards the castle of the Thousand Worlds tree. At the same time, a large number of dragon teeth fell from the sky and turned into dragon-tooth soldiers. Xiaomo, how about this surprise? Looking at Mordred and King Arthur who were staring at each other, Shen Fei smiled and greeted Xiaomo. It seems that your master is still very worried about you. He dared to come here under such circumstances instead of calling you away with a command spell. Without waiting for Xiaomo to speak, Shen Fei immediately turned his head to look at the car that was rushing towards here from a distance. It has to be said that the quality of this car is very good. After experiencing the destruction that Xiaomo had suffered before, although there are air leaks everywhere in the car, its speed has not decreased. Come on, let's talk. Looking at the Lion Ji who came nearby and got out of the car, Shen Fei smiled and waved to him. So your purpose is to use the Holy Grail to go back in time and pull out the sword in the stone. It's a very good idea, but unfortunately, you can't pull it out. The four of them then sat down on the grassland. Because of Spartacus's self-explosion before, neither the androids nor the dragon-tooth soldiers showed any signs of coming here. Then, when talking about a wish that Xiaomo entrusted to the Holy Grail, Xiaomo said it without hesitation, and when he spoke, he looked at King Arthur with a provocative look. You are looking down on me. Shen Fei's words made Xiaomo glare at her with an angry face immediately. It's not that I look down on you, but the magic cast by Merlin on the sword in the stone can only be pulled out by King Arthur. Of course, if you have the ability to break Merlin's magic, you can also pull it out. What, is this true? Xiaomo then looked at King Arthur. Compared with Shen Fei, she trusted her father more, even if she was a traitor to the knight. Yes, Merlin did cast a magic on it. Seeing Xiaomo's questioning eyes, King Arthur immediately nodded slightly. That bastard. After scolding a certain white-haired online scammer, Mordred's expression immediately became lost. Although she didn't like Merlin, she was very clear about Merlin's experience in magic. Not to mention her, even Morgan couldn't break it, otherwise it was Morgan who pulled out the sword in the stone. Sorry to bother you, I wonder what King Arthur's wishes? Looking at Xiaomo's lost expression, Lion Ji suddenly asked King Arthur. I don't have any wishes that need the Holy Grail to fulfill. The main purpose of coming here this time is to stop Katamin Shiro's crazy idea. After staying in the modern world for such a long time, King Arthur did not just eat, but also read a lot of modern books, all of which were about Britain. When the heroic spirits were summoned, although they had the common sense of life after modern times instilled by the Holy Grail, it was just common sense. If you want to know more, you need to learn it yourself. Father, what does he want to do? Lion Ji continued to ask. He wants to save all mankind. Shen Fei immediately spoke out Katamin Shiro's wish. Let all human beings become immortal. This is really a crazy idea. After knowing Katamin Shiro's plan, Lion Li couldn't help but be glad that he had acted decisively. Saving the whole world is a very lofty ideal, but making all mankind immortal, Lion Li immediately saw the drawbacks in it. Yes, by the way, let me tell you his true identity. Amakasashiro Takesada is his true identity. He was the judge of the last Holy Grail War. I don't know why he stayed in the world, and he has been working hard for his plan to save all mankind for so many years. Why should I help you? You must know that we are enemies. Do you want to see Merlin? If you help me, I have a way to let you see Merlin. Thinking of a certain white-haired online scammer, Shen Fei immediately took him out as a bargaining chip. From what Modern said before, you can know how much resentment she has towards Merlin. It would be interesting if she really met Merlin. Indeed, I agree, but I have one condition. Once I obtain the Greater Holy Grail, I hope to help my master fulfill his wish. His own wish couldn't be fulfilled, but there was still a chance for Shishigili's. May I know what your wish is? Honestly, I need the Holy Grail, too. With King Arthur and Xiaomo present, Shen Fei made no secret of his desire to obtain the Holy Grail. After a moment's silence, Shishigili immediately stated his wish. A demonic contract? That doesn't necessarily require the Holy Grail. Let's study it and see if we can help you break the contract. If not, I'm afraid we'll have to fight to decide the outcome. Let's fight. I won't lose this time, Xiaomo. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, immediately piqued her interest. A chance to fight her father again was something she wouldn't give up. Okay, Shishigili immediately agreed. Of course, the battle would only begin after they stopped Amakasashiro Takesada and obtained the Greater Holy Grail. From now on, they were on the same side. Lion Li didn't want the human world to be destroyed just yet. Is that the Holy Grail? Looks like they've got it. After they formed an alliance, the Empress and her companions discovered the Holy Grail hidden beneath the Thousand World Tree's castle. Although the Thousand World Tree tried desperately to stop it, due to the disparity in power, they could only watch helplessly as the Holy Grail was taken. That's it. With the Holy Grail taken, the battle came to a close. Karna, after forcing Vlad II to retreat with a single blow, flew away. Achilles and Atalanta also began to retreat. As for the Dragon Fang soldiers, now that their target was in hand, no one cared about them. After the Holy Grail was taken, the Thousand World Tree naturally refused to give in. Danik gathered his servants and pursued them towards the Sky Courtyard. There's only Vlad II, Alfu, and Chiron. Strange, they went to that magician's place, and why didn't Joan of Arc show up? Shen Fei was somewhat surprised that Joan of Arc hadn't appeared throughout the battle. He had expected to run into her here, but then he put aside his concerns. Joan of Arc was quite powerful, and as a judge, it wouldn't be easy to defeat her. As for sending servants to attack, did they really think the command seals in Joan of Arc were just for show? It's time for us to take action. These three are no match for them. Now that the Greater Grail had appeared, Shen Fei prepared to take action. While his opponents included heroes like Karna and Achilles, he also had two King Arthurs, a Mordred, and the Almighty. Boom! Just as Shen Fei was about to lead his men onto the hanging courtyard, the Thousand Worlds tree suddenly began to shake. Then, a gigantic golem emerged from the Thousand Worlds tree's castle. On its shoulders stood a servant wearing a strange mask. Haha, my proto-titan is finally complete. This world will soon become a paradise. The servant atop the golem seemed incredibly excited. The golem beneath him expanded as he advanced, and flowers and plants sprouted wherever he passed. Oh no! It's the proto-titan. We must stop it, or this world will end. Lion Li, watching the ever-expanding golem, suddenly cried out. Indeed. If it's allowed to grow, it will erode the entire planet. Da Vinci suddenly emerged, followed by Black Arthur. Seeing another King Arthur, Xiaomo was stunned, his eyes darting between White and Black Arthur. What's going on? Shen Fei asked. That's a Visprin's noble phantasm. Da Vinci then explained what the proto-titan was and its abilities. The proto-titan was a primitive human created in the image of the original human, Adam. As for why they were giants, recalling the origins of some of the Moon World's myths, they were titans. It's simply unfair that the black side didn't lose. After listening to Da Vinci's narration, Shen Fei was speechless. The black side in this Holy Grail war was really disappointing. Chapter 1041 The Holy Grail, Part 2. On the Thousand Worlds tree side, Danik had been preparing for this Holy Grail war for 60 years. He held the Greater Grail, prepared the holy relics, and summoned the servants he desired. However, with the exception of the Quarrel sisters, where the master and servants had a good relationship, the other masters and servants simply couldn't work together perfectly. In contrast, Kamar-Taj conquered every empress he summoned and even prepared the materials for the Hanging Gardens of Vanity. The empress had nothing to do with the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, but due to rumors, she came into possession of this noble phantasm. Ultimately, it was Vanity itself, and the activation requirements for the Hanging Gardens of Vanity were extremely demanding, requiring the transportation of earth and stone from a specific country to build, followed by a 3-day ceremony to complete. It was precisely this Hanging Garden that made it so easy for Kamar-Taj to invade the Thousand Worlds tree and seize the Greater Grail. Let's do it. Otherwise, by the time they're done, this side will probably have grown too. Leah, just use your noble phantasm, they'll still be enemies anyway, so this is the perfect opportunity to finish them off. Alright, King Arthur said, leaping immediately before the primordial titan. He raised his holy sword, a golden glow emanating from it. Sort of promised victory, King Arthur didn't exchange words with a Vesprin. Facing the primordial titan, a foe capable of destroying humanity, she immediately activated her noble phantasm. A golden beam streaked through the air, striking the massive primordial titan. This is impossible. Why? A Vesprin's expression immediately changed at the sight of the fleeting golden light. Even though he had never met King Arthur, he knew what this noble phantasm represented. Sadly, facing the blazing golden beam, a Vesprin's body instantly vanished, leaving only his final, unwilling words. He had finally fulfilled his dream, even absorbing his master to achieve it. But before the primordial titan could even grow, he encountered a noble phantasm that was his natural enemy. If it were anyone else's noble phantasm, a Vesprin wouldn't have cared. He had immense confidence in his primordial titan, believing it to be virtually indestructible as long as it stood on the ground. Sorry, I can only say you're unlucky. The primordial titan was indeed incredibly powerful. Faced with King Arthur's noble phantasm, it wasn't immediately destroyed. Relying on a constant supply of magical energy from the ground, it continuously repaired the damage. Unfortunately, the destructive power of King Arthur's attack was far faster than its recovery. As the golden beam pierced its outer defenses, the core furnace within its body was revealed. It was a figure resembling a young man, but now deceased, transformed into the core furnace. Under the golden beam, the core furnace quickly dissolved, and the primordial titan's body began to crumble. Speaking of which, if this primordial titan had been hidden somewhere and grown, perhaps once it reached full size, it could completely transform the ecology of a planet. The primordial titan possessed a self-contained barrier that continuously altered the world. Theoretically, it could transform an entire planet into its own barrier. Of course, this theoretically applies if no one intervenes. If someone intervenes, even if the proto-titan grows to a gigantic height of several thousand meters, King Arthur can still defeat it. All he needs to do is release the 13 constraints. The Holy Sword is a planet-forged weapon, designed to destroy planetary enemies. The proto-titan's inherent barrier also constitutes a threat to the planet, making King Arthur his natural enemy. Let's go, slaughterhouse. After defeating the proto-titan, Shen Fei gazed at the courtyard in the distance and immediately activated the power of the Operation Fruit, transporting everyone, including Xiaomo and the lion Ji, to the courtyard. From the looks of it, it looks like he died at the hands of a vampire, then became a vampire and was killed by someone else. It seems Flanders I cannot escape this fate. Arriving in the courtyard corridor, the first thing the group saw was the numerous android corpses lying on the ground. These androids had protruding teeth and bright red eyes, clearly not normal humans. Vlad I was once Romania's foremost hero, leading the army against an invader. However, his actions were bloody and brutal, including impaling tens of thousands of enemy soldiers on stakes as a deterrent. As a result, in later legends, he became a vampire, the legendary Dracula. His situation is somewhat similar to Elizabeth's. In a world without mysteries, this legend wouldn't have affected him, but this world is full of mysteries. Because of this legend, Vlad I became Dracula, and it was because of this that the Empress possessed the noble phantasm of the Hanging Gardens of Vanity. He manifested this time hoping to use the power of the Holy Grail to eliminate his vampire identity, which was his greatest evil. Unfortunately, he was too complacent. While the Tyrants appeared respectful, they actually treated him as a familiar. Even after summoning Vlad they had already made preparations. If Vlad failed, they would have him activate a noble phantasm he didn't want to activate. Another being that threatens the world. Thinking of the original Titan, Shen Fei shook his head helplessly. After becoming a vampire, Vlad like the original Titan, would become a threat to the world if left unchecked. Having activated the blood legacy, Vlad possessed the power to transform anyone into a follower by sucking blood, even if a servant was bitten. If the disease spread, human society would become a world of vampires. It's a pity that vampires are powerful, but they also have a fatal weakness. Danik's choice was not wrong. Vlad strength had been greatly weakened after leaving his territory. He could have faced Karna head-on, but in a second encounter, he was no match. In this situation, becoming a vampire would significantly increase his strength and improve his chances of victory. Imaikaritsugu would have done the same. As for the servant's own thoughts, few masters could treat their servants properly. See, I told you so. The group continued on their way and soon encountered a servant in the Sky Gardens Plaza. Vlad transformed into a vampire, was decisively defeated by Kamar-Taj with a black key. The black key was a vampire, a pity for a dead apostle, even a true ancestor could be harmed. Poor Danik, his long-cherished wish of over 60 years, was reduced to ashes along with Vlad. This outcome brought the once allied black and red factions into a stark confrontation. Their previous alliance against Vlad was to prevent him from escaping the Sky Garden and endangering ordinary humans. Now that was no longer necessary, they were naturally enemies once again. However, with Vlad's death, the black faction was left with only two servants, Chiron and Alfu, making them a decidedly weaker force. This is the result. Who made you a lancer? And it seems Karna was also a lancer. I wonder how lucky he was. Shen Fei could only sigh at Flanders' fate, but then, remembering he was a lancer, he nodded in understanding and led his group to Jean's side. He hadn't seen Jean up here before, but it turned out she had already ascended to the Hanging Gardens. Who are you? As Kamar-Taj, also known as Amakasa Kisada, spoke, the eyes of the black and red servants present immediately focused on Shen Fei and his group. His group had too many servants. Including the red saber Amo, there were 4 servants in total, 2 King Arthurs and Da Vinci. If only one King Arthur had appeared, Amakasa Kisada would have thought they were exploiting the rules of the Holy Grail War to summon new servants. But 2 of them with the same class, completely exceeded his expectations. Chaldea's system is superior to the Holy Grail War. For the Holy Grail War, summoning servants of the same class is extremely difficult, but Chaldea is free to do so. With enough mana, 100 or so heroic spirits are no problem. I'm here to stop you. Your idea of salvation is impossible, it's impossible. Using the third law to grant immortality to all of humanity, completely eradicate war, hunger, and disease, and make the world a better place, why can't it succeed? As expected, trying to convince people like that with pure rhetoric is simply impossible. Those who become heroic spirits are almost always determined. It's impossible to force someone to give up before seeing the results. Putting himself in their shoes, Shen Fei didn't believe he could be swayed by a few words from someone who had long held a belief. Imaikaritsugu was forced to give up his wish after seeing the sludge within the greater Holy Grail. If Imaikaritsugu appeared in this world, he would definitely cooperate with Amakasa Kisada immediately. How do you deal with things you don't need? Shen Fei suddenly asked, thinking of this. Put it away or throw it away, Amakasa Kisada answered after a moment's silence. The world is the same. After hearing Amakasa Kisada's response, Shen Fei spoke up. What the world needs is development. Once all humans achieve immortality, human development will cease. Such a world is no longer needed and needs to be ripped apart, just like the worlds in the collapse world that fell into the quantum ocean. This is the result of ripples. Humanity may be powerful, but within certain entities, it's limited. Even if someone eventually breaks through the boundaries and reaches a similar level, there's no way to change this outcome. Just like in the collapse world, the world is a leaf on the imaginary tree, unable to exist apart from it. Did you see Yolanda asking Otto to find a way to reattach the world bubble within her body to the imaginary tree? A certain alien race is the same. So, even if Shen Fei might become extremely powerful in the future, at most he could negotiate terms with a god of collapse, He couldn't possibly cut down the imaginary tree. It's not a tree of fantasy. Shen Fei's words immediately silenced everyone present. They had never considered the world from this perspective before. It made sense, of course. Humans discarded what they no longer needed, so why shouldn't the world do the same? This is just your one-sided statement. What evidence do you have? There is no evidence, but whether you believe it or not, I will stop you. Shen Fei had long expected to Kisida's stubbornness. Things had come to this point, and he could not give up at this time. Whether it was good or bad, he would try it. As for evidence, Shen Fei really did not have it. Just like the world in the collapsed world that fell into the quantum sea and turned into a world bubble, perhaps the moon world would throw the cut world into the imaginary space, but mankind would not perish all at once. Compared with the lifespan of humans, the lifespan of the world is very long. The two major restraining forces will not do anything to destroy the world. At most, they will let humans fend for themselves. From this we can see that the so-called destruction of the world by the Herrscher of the End is not actually the real destruction of the world. It is just the destruction of a certain generation of civilization. The real destruction of the world should be to throw the world into the world bubble. What do you say? Do you want to cooperate? Shen Fei then looked at Chiron and Afu. Afu's combat power can be ignored, but Chiron is a very powerful heroic spirit. Okay, Chiron immediately nodded in agreement. As a hero's teacher, Chiron also disagreed with to Kisida's approach, even if the world would not be cut as Shen Fei said. What do you say? Do you want to destroy mankind? After getting Chiron's consent, Shen Fei looked at Karna, Achilles and other servants on the red side. Although what you said makes some sense, I'm sorry, he is our master now, and I still have a battle to fight, Achilles said and looked at Chiron. Karna and Atalanta did not speak, but this already represented their choice. Do you want to kill your master too? Okay, to Kisida, let's start the war now, as you wish. As to Kisida said this, his figure retreated and soon disappeared. Joan of Arc was about to catch up, but Karna wanted to stop her, but the next moment White Arthur appeared in front of her and blocked him. At the same time, Chiron faced off with Achilles. The master and disciple had an agreement before, and now they were renewing their relationship. Atalanta was stopped by Black Saber. Although there is a saying that the archer class restrains the sword class, that is in the game. In reality, Atalanta, even if she is an archer class, cannot beat Black Arthur. It seems that there is nothing I can do. Xiaomo looked at the three battlefields and sighed in disappointment. Fortunately, I don't have to do it. I was scared to death just now. Afu was relieved. He knew very well how weak he was. If he went up to fight, he would probably be sent back to the throne of heroes as soon as possible. He was not willing to go back so early after being summoned out with great difficulty. Your Excellency the Night King, I wonder if you can do me a favor. Because King Arthur did not hide his golden sword this time, Karna immediately recognized King Arthur after seeing the sword. Please speak, sir. King Arthur, who was about to take action, stopped immediately after hearing Karna's request. Originally, Shen Fei was going to take action on Karna's side. He had the power of the Hero King, and it was just right to see who was stronger among the three golden targets. However, King Arthur became interested after knowing Karna's identity. I would like to ask this person to help rescue my master, Karna said, looking at Leonardo da Vinci on the side. Although he did not know Leonardo da Vinci, since he was a companion of the Night King, he was naturally trustworthy. Your master? King Arthur looked at Karna in surprise. This is what happened. Karna then roughly recounted the situation. Even though he had never seen his master before being summoned, since he was the master, he had the responsibility to be responsible for his safety. Chapter 1042, The Holy Grail, and no problem. I'm curious about this hanging garden. Noticing King Arthur's gaze, Leonardo immediately nodded and agreed to Karna's request. Karna was a hero worthy of respect. Let's go too. It'll be more convenient, said Lion Gigili and Xiaomo. The enemies had already been assigned, and they were free. Originally, these masters would have become their enemies, but now the Holy Grail War had completely changed, becoming a war to save humanity. Saint, please stay. Jean d'Arc pursued Amakasashiro all the way to the Hanging Garden's main hall. There, a man with short brown hair, William Shakespeare, stopped her. Behind him, on the throne in the hall, Queen Semiramis sat quietly. Amakasashiro Takesada took the opportunity to run to the side door of the hall. Lady Saint, please enjoy the play I have lovingly prepared. The performance is about to begin. Room, slaughterhouse. Just as Shakespeare was about to use his noble phantasm against Jean, Shen Fei, who had come in with Jean, waved his right hand, and a stone appeared in his right hand. He threw it, and the next moment, the stone, about to fall to the ground, transformed into Shakespeare, wielding his noble phantasm. Jean suddenly transformed into a handsome young man, and Shakespeare was inevitably stunned for a moment. Then, he felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a long sword piercing his chest. I apologize for interrupting your pleasure, Mr. Shakespeare. Shakespeare, summoned as a magician, though a servant with almost zero combat power, possessed a powerful noble phantasm, one that even Jean the judge was vulnerable to. This suggests that S.H.I.E.L.D had anticipated Jean's appearance, otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned Shakespeare specifically to deal with her. Besides dealing with Jean, he also wanted her to forge him a noble phantasm. How rude. How rude. We're about to begin a wonderful performance, Shakespeare shouted at Shen Fei. The sharp pain in his chest was nothing compared to the agony of being interrupted just as the performance was about to begin. He had painstakingly crafted the play he had so long ago. For Shakespeare, a lover of tragedy, the fate of Joan of Arc was a true inspiration. I know, that's why I interrupted you. Besides, it's a great experience for you, to experience the tragic ending firsthand, Shen Fei said, smiling at Shakespeare. So that's how they feel. It's truly disheartening. While this outcome was indeed a rare experience for Shakespeare, as a writer, he couldn't be happy to have a play he had been working on for so long buried without a performance. Experience it. Goodbye, Mr. Shakespeare. No, Miss Shakespeare, Shen Fei said, a mysterious smile suddenly appearing on his lips. After giving Shakespeare another sword strike, he used Yuduchan to implant the image and story of a female Shakespeare into his mind. This Shakespeare was naturally the Shakespeare from the Hongkong Impact 3rd. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. What a pity. You are so despicable. For someone like Shakespeare, this other self, this completely different adventure story, was the source of inspiration. However, to be told this by someone just as he was about to return to the throne of heroes was undoubtedly a great tragedy. Shen Fei's treatment of Shakespeare was naturally due to his attack on Joan of Arc. He wanted him to experience a similar feeling. In a state of endless resentment, Shakespeare's body transformed into golden light and disappeared. Your Majesty, I believe you are aware that S.H.I.E.L.D's wish will not only fail to save humanity, but will actually destroy it. What is your choice? Although the Empress wasn't present in the courtyard square, she was the master of the Sky Courtyard, able to monitor the entire area and naturally overheard the previous conversation. To use Amakasa-sama's words, what makes you conclude that humanity has no future? That's not my judgment, but the decision of those two. Judging from the many parallel worlds in the Moon world, there must be a world where S.H.I.E.L.D's wish was fulfilled. If that were truly possible, S.H.I.E.L.D wouldn't have brought the Greater Holy Grail to the inner world in the original story. It seems we can't reach an agreement. Sorry, we're pressed for time here, so I'll have to ask you to rest here for a while, considering that S.H.I.E.L.D might be activating the Greater Holy Grail. Shen Fei didn't want to waste any more time. This wasn't a typical Holy Grail war, where only the last man standing could make a wish. S.H.I.E.L.D, who had already obtained the Greater Grail, could make a wish towards it, even as the servant battle raged on outside. You alone, the Empress snorted, followed by a rustling sound. Even though Shen Fei had just unexpectedly eliminated Shakespeare, the Empress didn't believe he could endanger her. After all, she was well aware of Shakespeare's combat prowess. If it weren't for Jean's intentions, the red side would likely not have summoned Shakespeare. It must be said that Shishigigile was quite lucky. He was the master that the clock tower found at the very last moment of the Holy Grail War. Had he been found earlier, he might have fallen into S.H.I.E.L.D's hands. Be careful, it's Barthram. Seeing the black snake that appeared and kept moving around the hall, Jean immediately shouted a warning. As the queen with the dual occupations of the stalker and a magician, her strength is very strong. She can summon a divine beast. Even if the summoned divine beast is not in its perfect form, it is not something that ordinary servants can deal with. In the original work, Xiaomo also fell into a difficult battle against him. If it were not for the help of the lion Li, who prepared a vaccine for the toxic Hydra in advance, Xiaomo might not be her opponent. Barthram? This is a good material. Da Vinci must like it very much. Then room, slaughterhouse. Considering Da Vinci's side, Shen Fei did not plan to kill Barthram directly. When it rushed over, he directly cut it into dozens of pieces with the operation fruit. It seems you're no ordinary person. So what? Watching Basham being chopped into dozens of pieces, although not dead, he was already powerless. The Empress summoned another monster, this time the 9-headed Hydra, a powerful creature from the 12 trials of Hercules. The Hydra is a mythical, powerful monster that has afflicted many heroes, such as Chiron, who lost his immortality and perished after being poisoned by the Hydra's venom. I wonder if bringing this Hydra to the Marvel world and letting the Hydra people see it will still lead them to believe in it. They're a bunch of idiots who only care about the dragon. Looking at the Hydra summoned by the Empress, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of the Hydra organization in the Marvel world. That organization worshipped the Hydra, but if they were to actually see it, they would definitely flee as far away as possible. No need for those tricks. Poison, even from the Hydra itself, is useless to me. As Shen Fei spoke, a white spear, a black abyss and white flower, appeared in his right hand. Then, the black abyss white flower emanated a white light, enveloping Shen Fei and Jean's bodies and isolating them from the surrounding poisons. Facing the most ancient poisoner, the Empress, how could Shen Fei not be prepared for her poison? When the Empress summoned the Hydra, she also unleashed her other noble phantasm, the Proud King's Wine. This noble phantasm allowed her to create any number of poisons, including the venom of the Hydra. It was precisely because of this that the Empress ultimately lost against Xiaomo. Lion Gigi Li had transformed the Hydra larvae. He had obtained intraserum. Originally, Lion Gigi Li had intended to create a knife capable of poisoning even servants, but upon learning of the Empress, he immediately changed his mind. Seeing her poison had no effect, the Empress rose from her seat. At the same moment, the Hydra's 9 stinking heads opened and pounced on Shen Fei and Jean. Simultaneously, the Empress attacked, blocking the space where the two men could escape, attempting to restrain them. Chains? Chains against chains. Room, slaughterhouse. Judas's oath. Looking at the chains around him and the Hydra charging towards him, Shen Fei waved his hand, swapping positions with Jean and the Hydra. A massive golden cross appeared in his hand, also with dozens of chains, instantly binding the Empress. Once she was bound, the black chains vanished. Judas's oath also had a suppressive effect on magic. Room, slaughterhouse. After restraining the Empress, Shen Fei repeated his previous trick, disintegrating the Hydra's body. Hydras are priceless in this day and age. In modern society, only juvenile Hydras are occasionally found in tombs. While Hydra venom is extremely dangerous, it can also be used to save lives. For example, the Lion Ji Li had previously transformed Hydra larvae into serum. Sorry, just stay here for a while. It'll be over soon. After placing the cross and the bound Empress back on the throne, Shen Fei and Jean prepared to leave. The Empress was the master of the Sky Garden. If she were sent back to the throne of heroes, the Sky Garden would surely disintegrate, and the Greater Holy Grail might be destroyed. Luckily we made it in time, otherwise we might have to enter the Greater Holy Grail and fight him out. When Shen Fei and Jean arrived at the depths of the Sky Garden, they saw Amakasashiro Takesada with his hands radiating strange magic circles, trying to tear an entrance through the Greater Holy Grail. When they arrived, they saw that he had already opened a crack. Come down, room, slaughterhouse. Seeing that Amakasashiro Takesada had not stopped even after they arrived, Shen Fei immediately used the space displacement of the surgery fruit to move him in front of him. It's over, Amakasashiro Takesada, you lose. I haven't lost yet. With that, Amakasashiro Takesada drew his katana from his waist and attacked Jean. Just like the Empress before him, Amakasashiro Takesada believed the most dangerous person at hand was Jean, a fellow judge. As for Shen Fei, he was just a mere master. No, you've already lost. He blocked Mikanta's katana with a golden cross, then sent him flying with a cross. The sentry was stunned. While he wasn't a powerful servant, he was a heroic spirit after all. To be sent flying by a mere human magus was truly unbelievable. Before Amakasashiro Takesada could react, Shen Fei bound him with the Oath of Judas, identical to the Empress. Who the hell are you? The bound Amakasashiro Takesada finally realized. Ordinary people, Shen Fei said, ignoring Amakasashiro Takesada and turning to Jean. I'll leave the next one to you. I need to enter the Greater Holy Grail. You want to make a wish? Jean looked at him with some surprise. Yes, I came to this world to find the Holy Grail where I can make wishes normally. Since you remember what happened in France, you should know that it's a singularity. To save humanity, I need power. While technically speaking, the goal was to save the doctor. Gosha was no easy task. If he didn't want the doctor to die later, he had to start preparing in advance. I didn't expect this place to be so huge. War, hunger, disease, ugh. After agreeing with Jean, Shen Fei opened the Greater Holy Grail and walked in. From the outside, the Holy Grail looked like a large sphere, but once inside, the space seemed endless. As he walked, Shen Fei saw nothing but human suffering. He had no solution. Not for him now. Even if he truly became a god, there would be no solution. Fortunately, he understood perfectly well that saving all of humanity was impossible. He could only try to help a few, just as he had done with his Tang Empire. Even if his policies were sound, crimes and rebellions were never lacking. When the human population grew, all sorts of strange things would emerge. After walking for who knows how long, Shen Fei finally emerged from the suffering of humanity and arrived at a meadow filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, a springtime scene. This place was a stark contrast to his previous experiences. Justice, Shen Fei recognized a woman who had suddenly appeared, looking exactly like Iris-Veil and wearing a celestial garment. What's your wish? Justice glanced at Shen Fei, completely uninterested in conversation, and directly asked what he wished for. My wish is to obtain the third law. Shen Fei had already considered his wish. Although he was curious about the 5 major magics of the moon world, after careful consideration, he decided on the third law. He had already mastered the second law, and as for the first law and the like, the unknown remained. It was precisely because of this unknown that he had given up. The unknown might be better or worse than the third law, and he didn't want to gamble on his luck. The third law could significantly increase his strength. The third law was equivalent to infinite magic power in the moon world, perfect for fighting Gosha. As you wish, Justice nodded immediately after hearing Shen Fei's wish, and then endless light merged into Shen Fei's body. So this is the third law of soul materialization. How should I put it? I'm a little disappointed. No wonder it can allow all of humanity to achieve soul materialization. Chapter 1043, Magic Fog City, Part 1. Soul materialization, based on the power Shen Fei gained from the Shinigami, should be considered a step forward in strength, much like Kurosaki Ichigo's transcendental power when he used the Moonless Grail. However, this is completely different from the soul materialization granted to ordinary humans by the Greater Grail. Even the Greater Grail, as powerful as it is, cannot allow all of humanity to achieve this level of power. Furthermore, in the moon world, no one can truly ascend to the level of a god. At most, they can become magicians or powerful heroic spirits. In the moon world, gods are born, and so are demigods. This is a bloodline inheritance, which explains why magicians place such great importance on bloodline inheritance. Although I didn't achieve the desired soul materialization, the gains were not bad. This gives me more confidence when facing Gosha next. Although the moon world's third magic didn't allow Shen Fei to truly complete a soul transformation and reach godhood, it doubled his internal energy, a significant improvement in strength compared to before. It's time to leave. Don't look at me like that. I told you, but you don't believe me. I can only stop you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Although he didn't approve of Amakasashiro Takesada's approach, he still admired his desire to save the entire human race. Unless it was necessary, Shen Fei would naturally not kill him. As he spoke, Shen Fei directly opened the secret door and brought the Holy Grail to the world of the 5 wars. If the Holy Grail remained in this world, Amakasashiro Takesada could completely wait for the next Holy Grail war. He wanted to put an end to his idea. Without the Holy Grail, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to create a Holy Grail. Parallel world, the second magician, you can't be him. Looking at the open portal, Amakasashiro Takesada was puzzled at first, and then said with certainty, "Of course I'm not him. You know, you're not the first person I've met who wanted to save humanity. I met one before me. He was a dreamer who wanted world peace, but he was also a ruthless executioner. To save more people, he would even kill his own relatives. Like you, he wanted to use the Holy Grail to save humanity and eliminate its calamities. However, he wasn't as lucky. During the Third Holy Grail War, the Holy Grail of that world was tainted by someone's illegal summoning. Making a wish upon such a holy grail would ultimately result in the extermination of all humanity. So, he was forced to destroy the Holy Grail. However, the tainted grail leaked out, destroying half the city and causing countless casualties, which caused him great pain. In the end, he found a dying boy in the ruins, saved him, became his father, and then died a few years later. That was his end. Shen Fei recounted the fate of the original Imai Akiritsugu to Amakasashiro Takesada. After listening to Shen Fei's account, Amakasashiro Takesada fell silent. Seeing the silent Amakasashiro Takesada, Shen Fei immediately lifted him up and brought him to the main hall of the Sky Court. He tossed him beside the Empress on the throne and revoked the Oath of Judah. After being freed from her restraints, the Empress immediately attempted to attack, but was stopped by Amakasashiro Takesada. Regardless of whether they could win, with the Greater Grail already taken, there was no need for a fight. You guys handle the rest of the matter yourselves. Time to go out and see how the battle goes. Shen Fei wasn't worried about the battle outside. While Karna was certainly powerful, King Arthur was no less formidable. Not to mention that King Arthur now possessed the most powerful noble phantasm, Avalon. When she wanted to fight Karna, Shen Fei had given it to her. With Avalon's defense and the mana he provided, even if King Arthur faced Karna and Achilles simultaneously, he wouldn't necessarily be defeated. As for Atalanta, the same thing happened with Black King Arthur. She also had Avalon. While it was merely a manifestation of Shen Fei's power through the Herrscher of Reason, it wasn't as powerful as the original. However, combined with King Arthur's identity, it possessed equally formidable defensive capabilities. The Herrscher of Reason's power allowed Shen Fei to manifest multiple copies of the same noble phantasm. Boom! Shen Fei and Jean had just left the main hall of the Sky Courtyard when a sudden, loud noise shook the entire Sky Courtyard. Shen Fei looked up in the direction of the sound and saw a golden light shooting up from the right side of the Sky Courtyard into the sky. Then, the buildings on the right side of the Sky Courtyard began to crumble. The next moment, Shen Fei used the power of the surgery fruit to bring Jean to the scene of the light. There, they saw Karna, holding a golden spear, looking helplessly at King Arthur. Avalon, Karna stared at King Arthur, his voice filled with surprise. Not bad, King Arthur nodded gently. It looks like this match is over. King Arthur was accompanied by Avalon, Shen Fei, Jean, and Amakasashiro Takesada. The Empress also arrived, immediately dampening his will to fight. While Avalon's noble phantasm wasn't permanently usable, neither was his. It's over. With Karna's will gone, King Arthur immediately sheathed his weapon, walked over to Shen Fei, and spoke. Yes, it's over. Shen Fei nodded gently. As he spoke, Black Arthur, Da Vinci, Ziomo, Shishigigili, and others arrived. Black Arthur's side's fight ended first, as her strength surpassed Atalanta's. In the game, an archer-class Atalanta would have been a counter to sword-class Black Arthur, but unfortunately, this class-based counter didn't exist in reality. Due to his vast strength advantage, Black Arthur didn't kill Atalanta, only defeated her. Now only those two remain. The only battle still unfinished was, naturally, the one between Achilles and Chiron, the master and disciple. The battle between the two had reached a fever pitch, as they dueled within the realm created by Achilles. Where's Afu? Shen Fei, perplexed after scanning the area for Afu, was unable to find him. It seems he's been recalled by his master, Da Vinci said. Is that so? As they spoke, the battle between Achilles and Chiron finally concluded. Although Chiron was Achilles' master, he still couldn't defeat his disciple. Of course, Achilles wasn't having an easy time either. A shot to the heel shattered his immortality, significantly reducing his strength. As Achilles' master, Chiron was well aware of Achilles' weaknesses. Coupled with his incredibly fast noble phantasm, Scorpio shot, even though Achilles had been defending against it, he was still hit when Chiron activated his noble phantasm, leaving him without even a moment to deploy his defensive weapon. The small world encircling the heavens, this noble phantasm within the king's treasure. The original possessed by Achilles, is one of the few defensive noble phantasms, only slightly inferior to Avalon, capable of withstanding Karna's noble phantasm, the sun whale, and its resigned death. It seems the master has failed. That's truly good news. Achilles, having returned from serious injury, looked at the group and quickly guessed what had happened. Achilles, what do you mean? Achilles' seemingly gloating words caused the Empress to shout in anger. Need I repeat? Achilles gave the Empress a cold look and spoke. As a true hero, he naturally did not wish to see humanity annihilated, otherwise, in the original story, he would not have lent his noble phantasm to Chiron. Night King, it's a shame I didn't get the chance to fight you this time. I hope to have you again next time. Achilles then looked at the two King Arthurs and Karna. As a hero, if the opportunity arose, he would have been eager to fight against the powerful. Alright everyone, the Holy Grail War is completely over. There will be no more Holy Grail Wars in this world. From now on, take care of yourselves, Shen Fei said as he left with the two King Arthurs, Da Vinci, Jeanne d'Arc, Xiaomo and the others. Whether or not these heroic spirits will return to Valhalla depends on them. Amikasashiro Takeshita was able to stay from the Third Holy Grail War until now, so he must have had his own ways. Now that we have the thing, what else should we do now? Da Vinci was a little impatient. After all, it was the real Holy Grail. I promised Xiaomo about his problem before, Shen Fei said, pointing at Lion Gigi Li, and then gave a brief account of his situation. A demonic contract? Before, I really had no idea. But now, I do have an idea, but I'll need to borrow your Wanfu Binging Poji. After listening to Shizzy Gigi's situation, Da Vinci considered it and offered a solution. Shizzy Gigi's problem was a demonic contract, a contract his family had entered into voluntarily in order to restore prosperity. While it brought prosperity to the family at the time, it unfortunately came at a price. By Shizzy Gigi's generation, if no solution could be found, the family would almost certainly be wiped out. A demonic contract, how could it be so easy to sign? No problem, here you go. I just need to help Jean sort out some aftermath, Shen Fei said, materializing the Wanfu Binging Poji and handing it to Da Vinci. This is truly unexpected. Shen Fei and Jean arrived at the Thousand Worlds Tree Castle and were surprised to see Sieg appear there and even kill Afu's master. Serenki had brought this upon herself. Afu's master was madly infatuated with him, yet Afu ignored her and instead treated Sieg with kindness. This made her jealous, so she used a command seal to control Afu and attempt to kill Sieg. However, Sieg was unexpectedly able to transform into Siegfried, and was caught off guard and defeated. Strictly speaking, Sieg hadn't intended to kill her, but it was his first time transforming into Siegfried, and he had trouble mastering his power. The gap between a magus and a servant is enormous, let alone a top-tier servant like Siegfried. Save the androids. Perhaps you could talk to their family heads. It should be possible. After speaking with Sieg, Shen Fei understood why he had appeared there, to save his fellow androids. As an android, he didn't want to be the only one saved. Fortunately, the Thousand World Trees suffered heavy losses in this Holy Grail War, and now the Corliss siblings were in charge, otherwise Sieg's plan to save the androids would have been much more difficult. Never mind, I'll help you guys. It just so happens that Alfu like Siegfried, Alfu's master had just died, so Siegfried was the perfect replacement. Has the greater Holy Grail been destroyed? Upon hearing this news, the Corliss siblings breathed a sigh of relief. This meant the Holy Grail War was over. Honestly, neither of them wanted to participate in the Holy Grail War. Corliss's sister, Fiore, especially, didn't even want to be a magus. She was forced into it by their father. I have a cure for your leg. This was Shen Fei's main purpose for coming to the Thousand Worlds Tree Castle. After all, he and Corliss were classmates, having studied in the Second World's classroom. Even if this Corliss was from a parallel world, since he had met him and had the ability, he could offer some help. Compared to the Corliss of the Fifth War, this world's Corliss hadn't changed much in character. However, Fiore was different. Though a prodigy, Fiore of the Fifth War world refused to inherit the family's magic mark, even refusing to become a magus. She ran away from home, forcing Corliss to inherit the family's magic mark and train in the clock tower. This world's Fiore wasn't as determined to resist, and inherited the magic mark. However, the problem arose. Fiore couldn't adapt to the family's magic mark, and because of it, her legs became paralyzed. Really? But why are you willing to help me? What's the price I have to pay? While the healing of her legs was good news, Fiore, wary of a magus, still inquired about the reason. After all, magi are often unprepared for the benefits. The main reason I'm willing to help you is because I know Corliss. Of course, not the Corliss of this world, but the Corliss of another world. You should know about the parallel world. With Shen Fei's current strength, there was no need to hide anything. He directly gave a brief account of the situation of Corliss's siblings in the Fifth War world. I didn't expect my other self to be so courageous, but it's a bit irresponsible to just put the blame on Corliss. Different worlds naturally have different situations. But after this is over, you can go to the second classroom in the clock tower to study. It will be very beneficial for you. Kenneth had to admit that his luck was really bad. Even if the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City hadn't happened in this world, he still died. And it was also because the family magic seal was damaged. Then, the second, Weber, took the throne. Shen Fei was a little curious about why Weber agreed to become the second this time. You're leaving? Yes, after all, this body needs to be returned to Letitia, then we'll see each other again. After resolving the issue with the Coral siblings, Joan of Arc announced her departure. Shen Fei had originally wanted to take her to meet Black Jean, but although Joan of Arc was somewhat tempted by the offer, she declined after thinking of Letitia. Even though Letitia was actually very willing for Joan of Arc to continue using her body, as a saint, Joan of Arc didn't want to delay Letitia because of herself. I believe we will meet again. It's that mirage excuse again. After all, with the end of the Holy Grail War, the Magic Association began to deal with the aftermath. Although the incident was quite serious, their efforts quickly calmed the situation. The excuses of the gas explosion and the mirage convinced most people in Romania. Chapter 1044, Magic Fog City, Part 2. Isn't it nice to get along? And it's different for the current King Arthur than she was before. When Shen Fei returned to Da Vinci and the others, the two King Arthurs were getting along very well with Xiaomo, a rare sight. There was no tension at all. For Xiaomo, as long as King Arthur approved of her, things would be very simple. If it were the previous King Arthur, he probably wouldn't have forgiven Mordred so easily, but after all, the current King Arthur was different. Hey, I've been summoned. Just as Da Vinci helped Lion Ji Li break his family's contract with the demons, the group was about to leave this world when Xiaomo's body suddenly glowed with golden light. After saying these words, she vanished. No way, is she getting ready for another event? Xiaomo's disappearance left Shen Fei speechless, but even then, he could only accept it. After all, this was the moon world, and those two were the most powerful. What they wanted didn't require his approval. Never mind, we'll meet again anyway. Xiaomo had appeared many times on the road to restoring human order. Sure enough, there are some similarities with Chaldea. The former director must have also analyzed the Greater Holy Grail. Returning to the world of the Fifth War, Da Vinci immediately plunged into research on the Greater Holy Grail. Is that so? It's indeed possible. By the way, don't leak this Greater Holy Grail information. Just keep Roman, Olga Marie, and the others informed. Don't let anyone else in Chaldea know. Recalling the situation with Marispoli and Solomon, Shen Fei nodded in understanding, then gave Da Vinci some instructions. You're worried there might be a spy among them, isn't that perfectly natural? Chaldea is united now because we're facing a common disaster. Once the restoration of humanity is complete, things will be different. For another thing, do you think the Magic Association will recognize Chaldea's contribution to saving humanity? Given the Magic Association's style, they won't. Not only will they not, they'll probably find an excuse to hold Chaldea responsible, Da Vinci answered without even considering. She knew all too well what those in the Magic Association were thinking. They've clearly saved the world, yet they're treated like criminals. That's what humanity is all about. What are you going to do with this Greater Holy Grail? If you bury it in a spiritual vein, once it accumulates enough magical power, we can easily start a Holy Grail war. No need. My wish for the Greater Holy Grail can't be fulfilled. I'll take it with me when I leave. Once I'm done with things here, you're going to leave after I've restored humanity. You'll know about that later. Return to Chaldea. I'll keep it in your magic workshop, and just keep it hidden from everyone else. Although Shen Fei was curious about the Greater Holy Grail, he had other things to do at this stage. He could leave the research to Da Vinci. As for leaving, that would be after meeting the first emperor. You're back, just in time. Mash and Ritsuka have already made their adjustments. This time, the singularity is 19th century Londinium, which is modern-day Britain, Roman said, glancing at the two King Arthurs. Magic City? This is a good time for me to try out soul transfer. Since it was Britain, King Arthur would definitely go there. Shen Fei also wanted to try out soul transfer. He had the qualifications of a master, so naturally, he could transfer soul transfer as well. I'll go get them. Shen Fei then called Tosikarin and Luvia over. Working together would allow them to repair the singularity faster. Chaldea's original plan involved multiple masters working together. Even if Goshen knew about it, they wouldn't have much suspicion. At most, they would think that Leif had made a mistake. They're still in there. I wonder when they'll connect with the alien god. That's a bit strange. I remember after the restoration of humanity, the Magic Association spent a year arguing before sending anyone to Chaldea. Then, humanity was frozen. Given their status, why were they thought out last? Logically, they should have been the first to be rescued, so why wait until last? As Roman and the others prepared for the soul transfer, Shen Fei arrived outside the freezer where the 7 members of Group A were frozen. Gazing at the frozen figures within, he couldn't help but ponder. Even now in Chaldea, the 7 members of Group A were treated completely differently from the other masters. They were frozen individually, while the remaining masters were frozen together. Sure enough, it seems they were scheming against each other. The alien god intended to conquer Earth through the 7 members of Group A. It's possible that Earth wasn't planning to lure the alien god here and then kill him. Considering Kirsch's subsequent sacrifice saving Mash and the others, this was very likely. Of course, Shen Fei was only speculating. He wasn't as familiar with the second part's human freeze as he was with the first part's human burn, and he only had a general understanding of the 7 lost belts. I wonder what will happen after the human freeze? Will the world be at peace, or will human nature evaporate, or even boil over? With this puzzling thought, Shen Fei, Black Arthur, and Kuchulain began the spirit particle transfer. Such thick fog, worthy of being the Fog City, but this is a bit too much. It feels like I can't even reach out, and there's so much magic all around. The spirit particle transfer was so rapid that before Shen Fei could even register a thing, he found himself on a street, his view filled with purple fog, with Black Arthur and Kuchulain by his side. Then, under Roman's instructions, the group reunited, and Roman began to explain the progress of the Chaldean exploration. Be careful, the fog is very dense with magic. Ritsuka, if you can't handle it, activate your purification ritual, while for magicians, the higher the magic content in the air, the better, as it increases the power of their magic. The biggest difference between the Age of Gods and modern society is the magic content in the air. However, excessive magic is harmful to the human body, just like oxygen, which is essential for everyone, but too much can cause oxygen poisoning. There's no one around, probably because of the fog. Life forms have been detected in the buildings on both sides. Perhaps we could inquire about their intelligence there, Roman suggested. Be careful, there are enemies approaching. As soon as Roman finished speaking, Shen Fei immediately warned the others. A strange figure approached from the fog. It's a robot, a lot of them. Let's deal with it quickly. Before Shen Fei could finish his words, Mashu, Fujimu Ritsuka, Kuchulain, and the others rushed out, quickly dismantling over a dozen robots. How come Ritsuka's fighting style has become so similar to Rin Tosaka and Luvia's? Shen Fei was not surprised that the battle ended so quickly, but after seeing Ritsuka Fujimaru's fighting style, he immediately looked at Rin Tosaka and Luvia. Ritsuka's fighting style was obviously a fusion of Bachikuan and wrestling. I wonder how such things can exist in this era. Looking at the enemies that appeared through the image, Roman was very surprised. Although the Industrial Revolution had begun in this era, it was obviously impossible to create such robots. It should be a heroic spirit, Roman then continued. Maybe this heroic spirit is the real culprit behind the changes in this era. Also, you have to be careful, because the magic power of the surrounding fog is too thick, and there is no way to detect farther distances here. First, find a place to establish a base and confirm the summoning circle. I understand, Doctor, there are really a lot of these enemies. They should be mass-produced. As they advanced, the enemies they encountered were all mechanical soldiers. Originally, Shen Fei called them robots, but after checking them, he found that these enemies could not be called robots at all. Robots and mechanical soldiers were more appropriate. I'm afraid this is the enemy's treasure. Otherwise, it's hard to believe that anyone can produce these mechanical soldiers like an assembly line in this era. Roman gave the conclusion. There's a battle ahead, let's go and take a look. The group of people who were exploring the streets soon heard the sound of fighting in the fog. Then they quickly rushed over and saw a girl in white and red armor looking at the mechanical soldiers. Hey, isn't this Xiaomo? Do you remember me? Looking at the fighting girl, Shen Fei immediately stepped forward and greeted her. Of course I remember, aren't you the one who wants to be my mother? After Xiaomo dealt with the last mechanical soldier, he turned to look at Shen Fei. then carried the long sword in his hand on his shoulder, and greeted Shen Fei with a smile. Mother. Mordred's name made Shen Fei stun for a moment. He really didn't expect Mordred to say such a thing suddenly. It is true that from her point of view, calling him Queen Mother is not wrong, but Shen Fei doesn't want to accept this title at all. Hello, two fathers, Xiaomo said, and immediately walked towards the two King Arthurs. Don't talk nonsense. White King Arthur looked at Mordred helplessly. She naturally heard what Xiaomo said just now. Isn't this Xiaomo? It can't be another side, but it looks like it should be a sword level. Father, mother, it turned out to be Mordred. Strange, isn't it said that their relationship is not good? Sorry to bother you, do you know what happened here? Mordred's address to King Arthur made Roman guess who he was immediately. Fortunately, he whispered that Mordred and King Arthur had a bad relationship, and Xiaomo didn't hear it, otherwise Xiaomo would definitely get angry. Something did happen here, but I don't know the details, but someone knows, Mordred said, and after looking at Mashu deeply, he led the way to her residence. As one of the Knights of the Round Table, she naturally saw what Mashu's shield was. I've been here for at least a week, and Xiaomo hasn't been away for even a day. Along the way, Mordred talked about her experience. She was summoned away that day because someone wanted to destroy Londinium in Britain. For Xiaomo, only she could destroy Londinium, and no one else could. Mordred's feelings for King Arthur were very complicated. It was not okay to say bad things about King Arthur in front of her, and similarly, it was not okay to say good things about him. Of course, this was before. Now her relationship with King Arthur has improved a lot, and she can already hear people say good things about Arthur. You're back, so soon this time. Under the leadership of Mordred, the group soon came to a small two-story building. From Xiaomo's actions, it can be seen that she is very familiar with this place. As soon as Xiaomo entered the door, a soft voice sounded in the hall of the room, and then he saw a young man sitting on the sofa in the hall reading a book. I met some people. They have something to ask you. This is Henry Jekyll. After Shen Fei and his group entered the hall, the young man immediately stood up, looking at the people who came in with a look of vigilance and surprise. Fortunately, the hall was not small, and Shen Fei and his group came in without causing a feeling of crowding. Did I tell you not to call me by my real name outside? This is not the Holy Grail War, and these two are my fathers. For heroic spirits, it is very important to keep their real name secret, but Mordred obviously didn't care about this at all. Your father, isn't that? Sorry, I didn't expect it to be the famous Night King. Henry Jekyll naturally knew who Mordred's father was, and immediately saluted the two King Arthurs with a solemn face. This is the Foggy City, Londinium. People who live here cannot have never heard of King Arthur. Henry Jekyll, isn't that? After listening to Mordred's introduction, everyone from Chaldea, including Olga Marie, couldn't help but screamed. This man was not an orthodox heroic spirit, but a character in a novel. Similarly, Rin Tosaka, Luvia, and even Mashu looked at Henry Jekyll in surprise. Shen Fei, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He had no impression of Henry Jekyll. As for the fact that the other party was a character in a novel, it didn't mean anything in the Moon World. In this world, as long as one was famous enough, even a fictional character could become a heroic spirit, such as an old man who guards the gate. Speaking of which, the Godhead mask also has a similar effect. If I work hard to promote certain novels in this world and make them very famous, I wonder if the people in them will become heroic spirits. Also, could the worlds I traveled through be born for this reason? When Roman and others were talking to Henry Jekyll, a strange idea suddenly popped up in Shen Fei's mind. I'm sorry, I don't know the details of what's going on here. When Roman asked Henry Jekyll if he knew what was happening in this world, in the Fog City, Henry shook his head and said he didn't know much. When he was summoned here, the Fog City was already in this state, and he was too weak to investigate outside. It was only after he met Mordred that Mordred went out to investigate while he compiled the information, but even then, he still didn't know much. If you want more information, now's an opportunity. I have a contact here, and I get all my information from him. I was planning to send Mordred to rescue her, but she's alone after all, and it would be dangerous if she was surrounded. Now that you're here, we can give it a try, is that so? Okay, but we have to wait until we set up the summoning circle before we act. Roman immediately agreed to Henry Jekyll's request. At this point, he had no choice but to trust him. Doctor, there's a spiritual vein here, we can set up a summoning circle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1045, Magic Fog City, Part 2. That's a lot easier. That's right. After all, as a magician, you usually choose a place with a spiritual vein. For a magician, unless there's no other choice, choosing a place to live is usually based on a spiritual vein. This makes training and building a magic workshop much more convenient. A summoning circle? Let's go to the basement, Henry Jekyll said, leading Mashu and Ritsuka to the basement. There, they set up a summoning circle using Mashu's shield as a base. Originally, with only one Mordred, some things were difficult to handle. Since there are so many of us, let's split up. One group will investigate what's going on with Victor, while the others will investigate the areas that Mordred couldn't reach before. After the summoning circle was set up and Ritsuka made a contract with Mordred and Henry Jekyll, Roman and Henry Jekyll discussed the current situation in the Fog City and formulated a plan for further exploration. Henry Jekyll's team initially consisted of only Mordred and himself. He had to remain in the base to compile intelligence gathered from his ally, leaving Mordred alone to explore the Foggy City. Even with Mordred's considerable strength, the information he could gather was meager. Ultimately, it was decided that Mordred, Shen Fei, Black King Arthur, Ku Lane, and the others would form a team to rescue Henry Jekyll's ally, Victor, who had lost contact. White King Arthur, Media, and Mash, along with Ritsuka, Tazakarin, and Luvia, would explore areas previously unreached by Mordred and see if they could encounter any summoned servants within the dense fog. Henry Jekyll and Mordred were first seen within the dense fog. Watch out for Jack the Ripper. She's a servant I encountered in the fog before, and I'm certain she's an enemy. As both sides prepared for their move, Mordred briefly explained Jack the Ripper's situation. He was the only servant she had encountered within the fog. The remaining enemies were either mechanical soldiers, androids, or golems. Jack the Ripper? That's right. This is the Fog City, the birthplace of the Jack the Ripper legend. It would be strange if she didn't show up. But this shouldn't be the same one with 6th Director Linksha. Shen Fei wasn't surprised by Jack the Ripper's appearance. It would be strange if Jack the Ripper wasn't present in the Singularity, because according to records, the origin of Jack the Ripper is the Fog City of this era. Don't check the sewers. Shen Fei was inexplicably reminded of the events at Longman in Arknights. The sewers were filled with corpses. Technically, the Fog City was even more brutal than Longman, as babies were discarded there. Jack the Ripper, whose source was the vengeance of so many infants, was extremely difficult to purify. Even if he did, he could only purify the summoned part. This was the case with Joan of Arc in the original novel. There was no way to purify the source. Thank goodness Black Jean didn't come, but I'm afraid she'd have burned the whole city down. Black Jean wasn't among the servants who arrived this time. After all, this was considered Britain. Black Jean wasn't a Gaul, a sworn enemy of Britain. Even Jean's death was at the hands of the British. In this situation, even if saving humanity was at stake, she wouldn't come to Britain's aid. These guys are truly endless. Led by Mordred, Shen Fei, Black Arthur, and Ku Lane dispatched countless mechanical soldiers and automatons along the way. Finally reaching Victor's residence, Mordred, seemingly venting her frustration, dismantled every enemy she encountered. Previously, these obstacles had prevented her from exploring further. It wasn't that Mordred wasn't strong enough to explore further, but rather that her magic power wouldn't allow it. Without a master, a heroic spirit's magic regenerates naturally, but with a master, it can be supplied with magic power. Be careful, there are a lot of magic traps here. I fell victim to them the first time I came here, like the gate. Mordred pointed at the gate of Victor's mansion and was about to say something, but she froze in shock. The gate had already been destroyed. Be careful. Although Mordred said caution, she immediately rushed to Victor's mansion. His residence was much larger than Henry Jekyll's. Ha, I didn't expect someone to come. But unfortunately, you're too late. Rushing into the room, Mordred heard a creepy laugh and saw an old man lying by the fireplace in the hall. This old man was Victor, Henry Jekyll's assistant. Beside him stood a strangely shaped servant with long purple hair. Demon. Mordred recognized the servant's identity instantly. As the child of King Arthur and Morgan, Mordred was no mere knight. She also possessed considerable proficiency in magic, suggesting she could potentially adapt to the role of a magician, just like King Arthur. It seems quite a few guests have arrived. While Mordred and the other party were engaged, Shen Fei, Black Arthur, and Quinjet entered the hall and observed the two men. "Who are you, and why did you do this?" Mordred demanded. "My name is Mephistopheles. As for why I killed him, I originally wanted to invite him to join our plan, but he dared to refuse. Now that you've discovered him, I have no choice but to leave you behind." The man claiming to be Mephistopheles spoke, and suddenly a pair of strangely shaped purple scissors appeared in his right hand. He charged at Mordred. It was a truly courageous act. "Get lost." Mordred blocked the opponent's scissors with his sword, and at the same time, a dazzling red lightning bolt emanated from the sword. The opponent was clearly not expecting this. The red lightning struck the opponent's chest directly, and with a loud explosion, he was blown away. Looking for death, Xiaomo, having sent the enemy flying, immediately brandished his sword, ready to finish the opponent off. "Be careful." Seeing Xiaomo chasing, Shen Fei hurriedly warned. Suddenly, a large number of strange-looking objects appeared in front of Xiaomo. As Xiaomo approached, the strange objects immediately exploded, and then, like a chain reaction, the others also exploded. "Quinjet, he's in your hands." Shen Fei waved his hand and formed an arc-shaped protective shield in front of him, blocking the impact of the explosion and the collapsed ceiling debris. "Understood," Quinjet said, and in a flash, he chased after the servant named Mephistopheles, who had taken the opportunity to escape during the explosion. "Let's investigate this place first. They wouldn't invite anyone into their plans so easily. There must be a reason why the deceased Victor was so highly valued and invited." This clearly showed that he wasn't just Henry's accomplice. "This place is pretty much destroyed, and it doesn't look like there's anything important here. For a magician, the most important things should be kept underground." Shen Fei quickly found an entrance directly from the ground to the basement, which was surprisingly much larger than the outside. "Found it. Here's his diary." Mordred quickly found Victor's diary in the basement, and the three of them opened it and read it. The Magic Mist project probably refers to the fog that's currently enveloping the Fog City. It's a pity it doesn't specify what it is, but I didn't expect it to be the creation of Frankenstein. Victor's diary revealed a lot to Shen Fei. The first was that someone in the Fog City was currently planning the Magic Mist project, presumably an enemy of the Singularity. The second, naturally, was Frankenstein. The three then discovered the android Frankenstein in a coffin in the basement. Using the instructions Victor left behind, they revived it. Is it solved? There's nothing left here. Let's go back. Leave this notebook to Henry and the others to decipher. As a magician, Victor had left numerous symbols in his diary, which needed to be deciphered. Meanwhile, Frankenstein had been taken away. After all, they couldn't leave her alone in this ruined building. Hippodrome Frankenstein, I didn't expect to see her here. Upon returning to Henry's place, Roman's tone was filled with emotion upon learning that Frankenstein had been created. Meanwhile, Ritsuka and Mashu's team had also returned. Their swift return was due to their encounter with Jack the Ripper. For Jack, the Mist City was her home turf, not to mention Mashu's all-female team, and Jack's noble phantasm had special attacks against women. Unfortunately, this time, she faced King Arthur, whose intuition was even more powerful than Mordred's. Combined with Medea's magical blockade, Jack the Ripper was immediately sent back to Valhalla. "Monster," Henry whispered, looking at Frankenstein. He then saw Frankenstein snort in disapproval. "Mr. Henry, she's not a monster. Please call her Miss Fran," Mash exclaimed in disapproval. "You can understand her." Henry looked at Mash in surprise. Miss Fran, who only hummed and hummed throughout, had no idea what she was trying to say. "Isn't this a simple matter?" Mash nodded as a matter of course. Mordred and the two King Arthurs also nodded in agreement. "Is this a simple matter?" Tosakurin sighed deeply. She hadn't understood what Fran was trying to say. Luvia and Ritsuka also didn't understand what they were saying. "Sorry, Miss Fran," Henry immediately apologized. Fran hummed and hummed, and Sausage replied. "She said she forgives you," Mash translated. "That'll come later. For now, let's discuss the intelligence we've gathered. That servant named Mephistopheles, if nothing unexpected happens, should be from Faust. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be a created being, just like Miss Fran." Roman then gave Shen Fei a brief overview of Mephistopheles and Faust. This gave him a lot of insight. He knew a bit about Eastern affairs, but not much about Western ones. I only know about the Magic Mist project, and that there are supposedly 3 people, or 3 servants, involved in this initiative. PBM. If I'm not mistaken, the M should be referring to Mephistopheles. This means we're facing at least 2 more unidentified servants, one of whom should be the one who created those mechanical soldiers on the streets, Roman concluded. We're all tired today. Get some rest. I still need to decipher this diary, because Henry's room was limited in size. The second floor became the women's quarters, while the men stayed on the first floor. While that was the case, the only men were Shen Fei, Henry, and Kuchu Lane. Henry, to study Victor's diary, went directly to the basement. Oh no! Scotland Yard's under attack. Henry suddenly rushed out of the basement in the middle of the night. He had been monitoring the police station's calls to gain intelligence on the Fog City. Although the Fog City was shrouded in magical fog, with mechanical soldiers and automatons patrolling the streets, that didn't mean there were no other people there. The magical fog wouldn't invade rooms, nor would the mechanical soldiers. Therefore, as long as they stayed indoors and didn't go out, they were still very safe. The Fog City originally had many factories, otherwise the Fog City wouldn't exist. But now, with a magical fog, all of them had ceased operations. We must save them. The group then reached a consensus and set out to rescue Scotland Yard. As for Henry's safety, there was no need to worry. Firstly, the enemy might not know this was their base, and secondly, this was Henry's magic workshop, giving him an inherent advantage. With so many of them, are they planning to completely destroy Scotland Yard? By the time Shen Fei and his group arrived at Scotland Yard, the battle was over. Only a large number of mechanical soldiers, automatons, and other monsters remained. Although the Scotland Yard police had considerable firepower, they had no advantage against the mechanical soldiers and automatons. I was wondering who had killed Mephistopheles, but it turned out to be you, Chaldea. You've finally arrived. A young man with long, flowing black hair stepped out from among the numerous mechanical soldiers. Are you the mastermind behind this? What is your purpose? Mash asked loudly, looking at them. The purpose? You will know it soon. But I didn't expect Chaldea to still retain such power. He didn't tell me about it, the young man with long black hair said, and then disappeared. Because it was so sudden, even Shen Fei couldn't stop the other party from leaving. It's very clever to prepare for space teleportation. The magic of the moon world can achieve space teleportation, but it needs to be prepared in advance. It is difficult to use it in normal battles. Get rid of them. The enemy leader escaped. But many mechanical soldiers and automatic dolls were left at the scene. Mordred rushed to the enemy at the first time. After dealing with all the enemies, he returned to Henry's house. By the way, there is one thing I have always felt very strange. Why did such a big change happen in the Fog City, but no one from the clock tower showed up? Chapter 1046, Magic Fog City, and... Yes, the clock tower. Olga Marie, Tassa Corinne, and Luvia reacted immediately after Roman mentioned the clock tower. This was Fog City, the headquarters of the clock tower. Yet, with such a major anomaly occurring, not a single clock tower member had appeared. It was truly bizarre. The clock tower is destroyed, Henry Jekyll then explained. As a magus, Henry Jekyll had also considered the clock tower after being summoned to this world, hoping to draw on its power. However, upon arriving at the clock tower's location, he saw only ruins. Impossible. The clock tower. How could it be destroyed so easily? Olga Marie, Tassa Corinne, and Luvia exclaimed in unison. As students of the clock tower, they had great faith in its strength. Even against an attack by servants, it was impossible for its entire army to be completely annihilated. I don't know the specifics. I've investigated, but you know the situation here now. Ordinary people can't get out, so there are no eyewitnesses. Due to the demonic fog that permeates the entire Fog City, it's practically shut down. If an ordinary person ventured into the fog, they wouldn't get far before collapsing from the erosion. The fog doesn't extend into rooms, otherwise the Fog City would be a dead city. But if this continues, it's only a matter of time. I see? Then it seems there's no way we can use the power. Speaking of which, I haven't even been to the clock tower yet, Roman said, sounding somewhat disappointed. The busiest person in Chaldea right now is undoubtedly Roman. Due to his commitment to presiding over Chaldea, he's even declined Shen Fei's invitation to explore other worlds, arguing that now isn't the time to relax. Indeed, It seems we'll have to investigate on our own. First, we need to find the source of those mechanical soldiers. They're undoubtedly the product of a noble phantasm. If we defeat them, they'll completely disappear. The question is, how do we find them? After some discussion, they finally decided to stick with their previous strategy. First investigate the situation in the Fog City and then, based on the intelligence they gathered, decide on their next move. Oh no. Something's wrong. 2 days later, just as everyone was resting after their exploration of the Fog City, Henry Jekyll emerged from the basement with a surprising development. Monsters were attacking the people in the room. This wasn't happening before, and this time, the enemy wasn't the same one they'd encountered before, but a new type. Floating books. Books? Let's deal with them then. Since they were Henry Jekyll's supporters, they couldn't ignore them. It was decided that Ritsuka, Mashu, and the others would lead their servants to rescue them and investigate this new type of monster. This time, Shen Fei didn't go with them. With this lineup, they could easily defeat the demon pillar, let alone a single book. We're swept like that every day, yet the number of mechanical soldiers on the streets hasn't decreased much. The enemy's noble phantasms are truly formidable. This time, thanks to Shen Fei, many powerful servants had arrived. Besides gathering intelligence, daily explorations also involved eliminating any enemies encountered, and these monsters would soon be replaced by those on the streets. Shen Fei had previously considered sweeping the mechanical soldiers to determine their origins, but after observing them for a while, he gave up. These mechanical soldiers were spread throughout the Foggy City, making it extremely difficult to wipe them out. Furthermore, the magical fog obstructed his vision, limiting even the areas Shen Fei could inspect. While Shen Fei was reading in his room, Mash and the others quickly returned, bringing 2 guests with them, 2 servants, to be exact. One of them was an acquaintance of Shen Fei's, Shakespeare. This is unbearable. I'm not going to do hard labor, Kuchulain complained as he entered the hall, carrying a pile of gifts and putting them aside. Since he was the only male present, he was the sole occupant of the menial tasks. Thank you very much, a young man with short blue hair, who had returned with Mash and the others, smiled and thanked Kuchulain. The so-called gifts were filled with books, the very books Anderson had been sending. This young man with short blue hair and blue eyes was none other than Hans Christian Andersen, one of the world-renowned fairy tale writers, though for some reason he had appeared in a youthful guise. It seems he doesn't recognize me. That saves me some trouble. Seeing Shakespeare's lack of reaction upon seeing him, Shen Fei immediately understood that this must be the newly summoned Shakespeare, not the one he had killed. If it were that Shakespeare, he would have immediately confronted him upon seeing him. Is it a magic book? But this does prove one thing: heroic spirits are born from the magic mist. Mash then recounted their story. Henry's supporter was none other than Andersen, a summoned heroic spirit. After being summoned, he had taken up residence near the bookstore due to his love for books. If it hadn't been for the sudden attack by the books, he probably wouldn't have followed the others to Henry's side. This Andersen, like Shakespeare, lacked any fighting prowess. On their way back, they encountered Shakespeare, summoned from the magic fog, and brought him back with them. As fellow writers, they quickly found common ground, leading to an argument. Are you talking about the Ark of the Covenant? It exists. We encountered it at the last singularity. Upon hearing the two's argument about the Ark's existence, Shen Fei explained that if it hadn't appeared, Mash and the others would have used it to kill Hercules. Really? Has anyone opened it before? What happened? Someone tried, but they were stopped. Shen Fei then recounted his experiences in the Four Seas and with Jason. Jason, I never thought we'd encounter something like this. It's amazing. Why wasn't I there? I really want to see Jason's expression. True to his tragedies, Shakespeare, upon hearing Jason being toyed with by media, became excited. Are there any others? This is the fourth singularity. What happened in the other singularities? Shakespeare and Andersen then became curious about what happened in the other singularities. No comment, Shen Fei said, standing up. He glanced at Shakespeare, gave him an enigmatic smile, and left. This Shakespeare was a complete opposite of the Shakespeare of the collapsed world. The female Shakespeare wrote tragedies, but her heart was filled with hope, hoping for a happy ending. She had played a significant role in turning Yolande into the person she was today. However, the Shakespeare of the Moon world was deeply mired in tragedy. Even though his noble phantasm was truly powerful, one had to be wary of him bringing about a tragic end for the master at a crucial moment. Fortunately, he wouldn't be needed in this battle, so there was no need to worry about that. According to Xiaomo's assessment of Shakespeare and Andersen, they were just two lazy people. I'll give you a surprise when this is over, Shen Fei thought as he left with a brisk pace. I think there's one place we should explore, the Magic Association. Andersen suggested this during a routine intelligence review meeting. It's in ruins, Mordred said. I know, we are looking for intelligence, not for people. Even though the Magic Association is destroyed, I doubt all their stored data will be destroyed. The enemy must have had a reason for destroying it in the first place. Even if everyone in the Magic Association is wiped out, there's no guarantee someone wouldn't have left some clues. Andersen expressed his thoughts. I almost forgot. For the Magic Association, the most important thing isn't the buildings above ground, but the facilities below. We really should check them out. After Roman spoke up, the group quickly agreed to explore the Magic Association's basement. This time, even Henry Jekyll, who rarely left his home, agreed to go along. After all, it was the Magic Association, and as a magician, he knew it contained a vast amount of data. Normally, this data wouldn't be accessible to ordinary magicians, not even students. But now the situation was different. With the Magic Association destroyed, no one could stop them from looking inside. This result galvanized even Luvia and Tosikarin, and the same went for Shen Fei. Fran, you stay here and watch over the place. Be careful not to wander off. In the end, only the android Fran was left to watch over the place. The group soon arrived at the Magic Association's headquarters, the Fog City Museum, the headquarters of the clock tower in this era. Only rubble remained, and the artifacts within were a foregone conclusion. Servants weren't particularly interested in antiques. According to the detection, there's a strong magical reaction in the surrounding area, but there are no enemies near your location. So, the magical reaction must be coming from underground, Roman exclaimed, having never expected to see this on his first visit to the clock tower. This is quite the damage. Physical team, it's your turn, Andersen said, immediately summoning Cotulaine and Mordred to dig. This address annoyed Mordred and Cotulaine, but they worked together to open an underground passage. As soon as they entered, a large number of enemies appeared, all floating books. Hurry and kill them. As a writer, being attacked by books is a nightmare. Andersen and Shakespeare gazed with lingering fear at the floating mass of books before them. They chatted about books, deadlines, and how they wished every book in the world except their own would vanish. Mordred's silence finally ended their conversation. Everyone in the Magic Association's underground maze was fighting, but these two were not only unable to help, but also kept chattering. No wonder Mordred was angry. If King Arthur hadn't been there, Mordred wouldn't have cared less. But in front of his two fathers, fighting to save Londinium, he naturally disliked Andersen and the others. I didn't expect this place to be full of enemies. It seems the Magic Association is truly utterly destroyed. Roman had initially wondered if someone from the Magic Association had hidden in the underground maze, escaping the enemy's attack. But now that thought seemed shattered. They'll probably only attack the enemy, not destroy the data. We still have a chance, the group advanced, sweeping their way, until they finally reached an unbroken door. Seeing this, they immediately became excited. It's got a magic lock. It'll take time to crack it, Andersen muttered, looking at the lock on the door. Let me do it, Shen Fei said, stepping forward. A purple dagger appeared in his hand, and the magic lock swung open with a click. What a convenient thing, Andersen sighed, glancing at the Wanfu Ying Poji in Shen Fei's hand. He then rushed into the room, which resembled a library. Heroic spirit summoning, watching Andersen, Shakespeare, Henry, and Luvia searching the bookshelves for information, Shen Fei curiously approached the room's only desk, where a stack of documents lay. Upon opening it, the first thing Shen Fei saw was an introduction to heroic spirit summoning. Come and take a look at this, Shen Fei immediately called the others over. This is interesting. It looks like someone has compiled it specifically for us to see. No one present was stupid. With such detailed information, and exactly what they needed, placed in such a conspicuous place, it was a wonder it wasn't there. We'll deal with the rest after we get back. Since we're here, let's look for information first. At Shen Fei's suggestion, he put the information away while the group continued their search. Looking for information was just a pretext, as the information they needed had already been compiled. The next step was to find what they were interested in. After all, they had finally made it into the Magic Association's underground labyrinth. Even Shen Fei was doing the same, But this time he wasn't looking for information on magic, but on botany and apothecary science. The moon world held many seemingly useless items, but Shen Fei considered them extremely valuable. One of these was apothecary. He had only thought of this after meeting the apothecary in the Twin Towers. For example, there was a potion that could instantly make someone feel drunk, a sobering potion that instantly sobered them up, and a slimming potion that could help them maintain a slim figure. Hey, it's almost time to leave. After collecting a lot of information, Shen Fei looked at the other people who were immersed in the data at the clock tower and immediately spoke. Can't hold on anymore, Anderson looked up and said. We can hold on. Although the enemy attacks at the door continued, they had several powerful heroes on their side, and with his magic power supply, there was no shortage of magic power, so there was no problem of being unable to hold on. Since we can hold on, let's wait a little longer, Anderson said, immersed in the books again. There were many rare books here. It's a pity that there is no way to take them away, otherwise it would be much simpler. Although Shen Fei could pack up all the books here and take them away, this place was the property of the Magic Association after all. Once humans repaired it, everything would return to normal. Taking so many books away at once would cause anomalies. Chapter 1047 Solomon. The two major restraining forces might not care about minor matters, but when it comes to matters of human nature, things are different. In other words, they care about the bigger picture, not the smaller details. You can change the fate of a few people, but you can't influence the larger picture. While taking some books from the Magic Association might not be a big deal, there's no need to remind them of this. It's almost time to go. After waiting for a while, Anderson and the others finally finished their reading. After eliminating a large number of mechanical soldiers, they returned to the base. We've gained quite a bit this time. Back at the base, the group, along with Roman, Da Vinci, and others, discussed the intelligence they had obtained. Da Vinci also briefly explained the situation of the heroic spirits. Although Shen Fei, Tasakarin, and Luvio had all participated in the Holy Grail War, they weren't very clear about the classification of heroic spirits, or perhaps they only knew about the job classification. In fact, heroic spirits, in addition to their job, also have their own attributes, the three attributes of heaven, earth, and man. Heroic spirits with a heavenly attribute are legendary gods, the children of God. For example, Ishtar is a heroic spirit with a heavenly attribute. D refers to the land, referring to the legendary heroes, monsters, and fairies that inhabit it. Humans are even simpler, those who have assumed the form of heroic spirits. There are countless such beings, but among them, there is a very special kind, the Star Pioneers. Drake, from the previous singularity, is a Star Pioneer, and so is Leonardo da Vinci. If the original 7 heroic spirits and their enemies are true, then the mastermind behind this incineration of humanity must be that enemy, Anderson said. 7 singularities, 7 heroic spirits, 7 classes, could there be a connection? Shakespeare speculated, a true writer, even making such a connection. That's very possible. Finally, there's some clue. While the identity of the mastermind is still unclear, at least there are some leads, which is good news, Roman said, letting out a deep breath. Roman and his companions, including Da Vinci, lacked Shen Fei's foresight. They still had many questions about the burning of human nature and the 7 singularities. This information served as a wake-up call. Putting aside the mastermind, this information was deliberately placed there, seemingly for us to see. Judging from the situation here, only a servant could do such a thing. So, what was the purpose? Anderson then raised a question. It's certainly something to keep in mind, but judging by the information he left behind, it seems harmless. Alright, we're exhausted from fighting for so long today. Let's talk tomorrow, damn it. How can we find those guys hiding out there? The exploration continued, but there was still no progress. If there were a way to track specific magic power, Roman said with some frustration. If there was, we could have found them long ago, Mordred said grumpily. At this moment, Fran, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke up, clutching a fragment of the mechanical soldier she had brought back. You mean you can track magic? Mordred, who had been in a bad mood, suddenly perked up, and her words also attracted the attention of the others. Fran nodded. You said you sensed familiar magical fluctuations up there and can find its source. That's great. Let's go, Xiaomo said, standing up. This is really unexpected good news. In that case, let's act quickly, defeat the enemy, and repair the singularity. Roman also perked up. Don't take me with you. I don't have much fighting power. Anderson and Shakespeare immediately stated that they would not go out to fight. I didn't expect you to do that in the first place, Xiaomo said angrily. With that, the group regrouped and set off, with Fran following in the middle of the group. Fran was no longer a heroic spirit now, but a living android, so naturally he had to protect her. You mean this giant? The group followed Fran, walking a few blocks before spotting a massive, unprecedented mechanical soldier ahead. After receiving Fran's affirmative nod, Little Mo was the first to charge forward. While the massive robot was formidable, it was now facing more than just one servant. Little Mo, Kuchu Lane, and Black Arthur quickly dismembered it. Charles Babbage, after dismembering the massive robot, Fran shook her head, indicating she felt nothing. The group then began examining its parts and unexpectedly discovered a line of small writing on a fragment of armor, a name and the time. That name sounds familiar. So it's him? I was wondering why these robots looked a little strange. So that's it. Upon hearing the name, Roman's face suddenly lit up, as if a revelation had occurred. Dr. Roman, what's going on? Mash asked immediately. I had Leonardo da Vinci study the materials of those mechanical soldiers before, and I always felt something was off about them. Now I understand, it's the difference in power. Roman then explained who Charles Babbage was. He was the king of steam, the first person to create a computer powered by steam. While it was a rudimentary computer, it was still a testament to his power. If he hadn't died so young, modern technology might be a very different place. The king of steam, after Roman's explanation, Shen Fei finally understood. These mechanical soldiers were technically powered by steam, but now that they had become heroic spirits, they operated using magic. However, their appearance was designed to be steam-powered. It seems they're very clever, using a large mechanical soldier as the control center. This way, even if something goes wrong, they can't be found. I'm sure there must be more than one of these mechanical soldiers in this city. The group then took Fran to other neighborhoods, and indeed, they discovered other large mechanical soldiers. This guy's like a rat, hiding in the sewers and never coming out. After destroying several large mechanical soldiers in a row, Xiaomo grew impatient. Surprisingly, Fran responded to Xiaomo's words. She said Mr. Charles Babbage wasn't like that, Matthew said, translating. You know him, so you know where he is. Xiaomo hurried over to Fran and shouted. Perhaps because of his loud voice, Fran hid behind Matthew, who whispered to her in a low voice. Forget it, let's stop here for today. We'll talk about it when we get back. Charles Babbage is the man behind those mechanical soldiers. That's strange. He should still be alive. How could he be a servant? Back at the base, Henry was surprised to hear the results of their investigation. Still alive? How could that be possible? According to history, he should be dead by now, Roman exclaimed. But I saw an article about him in a scientific magazine before. Strange, Miss Fran, I think Victor should know him. You should have met him, right? Henry said, looking at Fran. Babbage is a good man. He wouldn't do such a thing, Matthew translated. Perhaps he didn't do it of his own free will. He might have been threatened or manipulated. Fran, tell us where he is so we can save him. I'm sure you want to find out what happened. I can assure you that if it wasn't him, I'll keep him safe, Xiaomo said from the side. Fran thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously. It's late today. Let's set off tomorrow. While they could start now, considering the possibility of unexpected situations, they naturally had to be at their best to face the person who might be behind this. What Mordred had just said to Fran, while reasonable, was only for her. Everyone else present knew that things were not that simple. Those mechanical soldiers were the product of noble phantasms, which humans couldn't use. So there was only one possibility, they had become servants. I didn't expect you to find this place. What a surprise. The next day, Fran led the group to the Ruined Magic Association. Entering a subterranean chamber next door, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure and a toy robot, or, more accurately, a mechanical soldier. It was none other than Charles Babbage, the king of steam, who, after becoming a heroic spirit, had transformed into a robot he had designed and built during his lifetime. Who are you? Tell me now, is this failure? In that case, I'll introduce myself. Von Hohenheim Paracelsus meets everyone from Chaldea. Hohenheim, you're the legendary alchemist, Roman exclaimed. Hohenheim, It's been a long time since we last met. Da Vinci's voice suddenly rang out, a note of nostalgia in its tone. Have you forgotten me? I'm Leonardo da Vinci. This is really hard to say. I didn't expect to see an old friend again at this time. I didn't expect you to be the one behind this incident either. Hohenheim fell silent at Leonardo da Vinci's words, seemingly unwilling to explain. There's nothing more to say now. Although I have little hope of victory, I won't surrender. As Hohenheim spoke, the giant robot beside him, Charles Babbage, suddenly moved. Leave him to me. You guys deal with that giant, Cuchulain said, rushing towards Hohenheim. His magic spear, while powerful, was primarily designed for humans. Its effectiveness against machines was greatly reduced, and in this regard it was completely inferior to Ziomo, the two King Arthurs, and the others. My dear daughter, I'm sorry. This was not my intention. But it's too late now. Stop me now, and then go deep underground and stop them, Charles Babbage warned King Arthur and his men as he attacked them, clearly under his control. Sort of promised victory. Charles Babbage's strength was far superior to the previous mechanical soldiers. Hearing his warning, Shen Fei immediately ordered King Arthur to activate his noble phantasm. A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped Charles Babbage's entire body. Steam, he muttered as he vanished. Want to replace modern technology with steam? Good idea. Develop in the Lost Belt. Speaking of which, there's that man called Avisbrin. His wish is also suitable for Lost Belts. I wonder if there are any such Lost Belts among the many parallel worlds of the Moon world, as expected. Evil is finally stopped by justice. Before disappearing, Hohenheim looked not angry, but rather delighted. Let's go. Although Fran was somewhat distressed by Charles Babbage's disappearance, now was no time to comfort him. The group quickly headed underground. It was hard to imagine such a vast underground labyrinth existed near the Magic Association. After defeating numerous skeleton-type monsters, they reached the depths of the earth. Shen Fei immediately felt a sense of familiarity upon arriving there. It wasn't just him, but also Tosakurin and Luvia, as the situation here was almost identical to Mount Enzo in Fuyuki City. Have they all failed? Just as Hohenheim said, the disgusting things will eventually be stopped. But it's a pity you're still a little late. A blue-haired young man, standing in front of a strange machine, seemed unsurprised by the group's arrival and muttered something. The next moment, a red spear pierced his body. It was Gageberg, a projection of Shen Fei. But then Shen Fei saw a strange smile on the blue-haired young man's face, and a golden holy grail appeared in his hand. Be careful, blazing sky covering 7 rings. Just as Shen Fei summoned his defensive noble phantasm, a devastating explosion erupted from the front, accompanied by countless bursts of purple lightning. Shen Fei, having preemptively intervened with his noble phantasm, was only struck by the impact and unhurt. However, the blue-haired youth suffered a tragic fate, his body ripped apart by the blast. I am Nikola Tesla. I will become a god surpassing Zeus, a human legend. Thunder and lightning descend. A figure dressed in purple, wearing a strange mechanical glove on his right hand, emerged from the blast. Be careful, the opponent's magic is powerful, at least at the level of a great hero, Roman shouted to everyone present. You want to stop me? But I don't have time for you. I have a great cause to accomplish. Better just play with him. As Tesla finished speaking, a multitude of crimson tentacles suddenly emerged from the ground, summoning the demon pillar. Oh no. His lightning is activating the magic mist. I know their purpose, the Magic Mist Project. Through Chaldea's detection equipment, Roman immediately understood the Magic Mist Project, a plan centered around Tesla to destroy the entire singularity in one fell swoop. Servants must not get close to him, or their spirit cores will be absorbed, Roman continued. Then I have no choice but to take action. I leave this to you. Chapter 1048 Untitled. Isn't this a special attack power against servants? After hearing Roman's description of Tesla's abilities, Shen Fei immediately understood that he had to deal with him. Leaving King Arthur and the others to deal with him would be extremely dangerous. With a Holy Grail in hand, Tesla might now possess power comparable to Zeus's control of lightning. Such a top-tier servant, coupled with the added bonus of the magical fog surrounding him, was undoubtedly a formidable foe. After briefing King Arthur and the others, Shen Fei immediately pursued Tesla as he fled. After summoning the demon pillar, Tesla immediately headed for the surface. Destroying the entire singularity wasn't an option anywhere, they had to target the heart of the Fog City. Get out of the way, Looking at the dense swarm of monsters Tesla had left behind, all summoned by the Holy Grail, Shen Fei waved his left hand, and a terrifying chill instantly swept through the underground passage, freezing all the monsters that stood in his way. The next moment, the frozen monsters transformed into shards of ice, drifting through the underground passage. Through these shards, Tesla could be seen slowly walking ahead. It seems you don't want to destroy the singularity. Shen Fei appeared in front of him in an instant, blocking his path. Are you here to stop me? To stop this human legend? In the moon world, ordinary people cannot cultivate to become gods. Even someone like Ryoji Shiki, born with a connection to the source, hasn't achieved godhood, though she herself has no interest in it. However, this doesn't mean humans can't ascend to godhood. That means becoming a heroic spirit. In a sense, a heroic spirit is almost a god, and Tesla is a prime example. His achievement as the father of alternating current makes him the closest thing to a god, a human legend. Lightning is a symbol of myth for humans, and Tesla brought humanity's mastery of it. Since it's a human legend, then if humanity disappears, wouldn't this legend be gone? Shen Fei said, bowing to Tesla. He deeply admired Tesla. He was undoubtedly instrumental in humanity's current advancement, making Edison seem short-sighted in comparison. Even as a child, Shen Fei admired Edison, after all, for his numerous inventions. However, as he grew older and gained access to more information, learning about the stories of Edison and Tesla, his admiration shifted to Tesla. That's a good point. So come and stop me, a human legend, and create a new one. Tesla naturally had no desire to destroy humanity. As Shen Fei had just said, he was a heroic spirit, a human legend. Once humanity was destroyed, the legend would cease to exist. But after all, he had been summoned by someone using the Holy Grail and imbued with the ability to go berserk. This situation was somewhat similar to the characters controlled by the impure world reincarnation in Naruto. While they maintained their own consciousness, they would still attack a perceived enemy. Of course, this attack was both active and passive. Tesla chose not to join forces with a demon pillar and slowly walked outside, hoping someone would stop him. Otherwise, with his ability to control lightning, he wouldn't have needed to move so slowly. Another reason for Tesla's actions was that his alternating current had ultimately triumphed, a fact that greatly pleased him. In a normal world, if Tesla had died, he wouldn't have known what society would look like in the future, or what would become of alternating current. But after all, this was the moon world, with its heroic spirits. The very mention of his name brought a pang of pain to a certain lionhead. Of course, I will stop you. Humanity won't be wiped out so easily. Anyone who seeks to destroy humanity will be defeated. Come, Nikola Tesla, let's decide the outcome with one strike. Don't accuse me of taking advantage of you. This was a tunnel hundreds of meters underground, where the power of lightning would undoubtedly be weakened. Even if they were fighting on the surface, Shen Fei wouldn't have backed down against Tesla. But since he had the advantage of terrain, why not use it? Humanity exists by exploiting various tools. This isn't taking advantage, Tesla spoke, a dazzling flash of lightning emanating from his body. In an instant, the underground passage was filled with lightning, and the surrounding mountain walls crumbled in the thunder. This sword is called the Holy Judgment of Heavenly Fire. It belongs to a savior in a certain world. It's perfectly suited for this occasion. As he spoke, the Holy Judgment of Heavenly Fire in Shen Fei's hand emanated a fiery, condensed flame. Savior? That's quite fitting. Then come, the thunder of God is here. Witness the coming of human mythology, the thunderbolt. Tesla activated his noble phantasm, and a column of lightning shot out from his hands towards Shen Fei. Due to the limitations of the underground passage, Tesla could only launch this attack. Fortunately, you're not a warrior. If it were someone like King Arthur or Ku Chulainn, it would be troublesome. The Holy Judgment of Heavenly Fire would be annihilated, the sky-high flames condensed into a pillar, meeting the lightning column ahead. Tesla was a scientist, not a warrior. While he possessed immense strength, his combat awareness was far inferior to that of those battle-hardened warriors. It was precisely because Tesla was his opponent that he chose to confront him with his noble phantasm. Had it been anyone else, he wouldn't have given him the opportunity to activate it. Of course, it was also because he was a scientist, perfectly suited to harnessing the power of lightning. It could be said that he was someone perfectly suited to the thunder fruit. Boom! The collision of lightning and fire caused the underground passage to collapse, but neither man cared about that at the moment. Their attention was focused on the other. Goodbye, Tesla. As time passed, the fire overwhelmed the lightning. While Tesla's noble phantasm was powerful, it was still inferior to Shen Fei's strength. As flames filled the threatening underground passage, Tesla's figure vanished into a blaze of light, leaving behind a golden Holy Grail. Let's end this here. It seems she won't be back. Seeing the Holy Grail remain motionless amidst the flames, showing no other signs of abnormality, Shen Fei immediately seized it and, with a flying thunder god technique, exited the crumbling underground passage, reappearing beside King Arthur and the others who had just finished fighting. While the demon pillar was formidable, facing the two King Arthurs, plus the linked noble phantasms of Mordred, Kuchu Lane, Mash, and the others, even with their immense regenerative abilities, they were powerless. What happened? Roman spoke before anyone else could speak upon seeing Shen Fei appear. This place is about to collapse. If anything, let's talk outside. His clash with Tesla had directly destroyed the entire underground structure, making the subterranean space unsafe. However, with the arcane gate, he naturally had no concerns. With the arcane gate open, the group returned to the base. Boom. As the group returned to the street, they felt the ground violently shake, followed by a series of loud noises. By the time they left the room and reached the street, the magic fog outside had dissipated. Although the fog still lingered in the air, it was no longer magical, but rather the inherent essence of the fog city. Through the mist, the group could see the collapse of numerous buildings in the distance, including the fog city's iconic landmark, Big Ben. The entire underground structure had been destroyed, leaving a bottomless pit about 1,000 meters in diameter. With such a large area, could it be that the tomb of the Magic Association over there has also been destroyed? Never mind, after the singularity is repaired, everything will return to normal here. As the magic fog disappeared, the residents of the foggy city who were hiding in their rooms could emerge from their rooms. Such a big commotion here naturally attracted many people. Someone immediately contacted Scotland Yard, but found that they couldn't get through at all. Someone immediately ran over, and then caused another sensation, but this had nothing to do with Shen Fei and others. Is it over? It was such a thrilling adventure. At Henry's house, Shakespeare said with emotion after hearing that the enemy had been defeated and the Holy Grail had been recovered. You guy didn't help at all, Ziomo shouted with an unhappy face. You can't let a writer like me go up to fight with a pen, Shakespeare said indifferently. It is indeed a rare adventure to meet you all, and it has provided me with a lot of inspiration. Then I hope to see you again. Shen Fei was about to hand the Holy Grail to Mashu. The repair of the singularity was officially completed when the Holy Grail was placed in her shield. But at this moment, the space in the room suddenly distorted, and then an extremely strong and strange magic power emanated from the distorted space. What happened? I can't see anything here, Roman's anxious voice sounded on the side. What an ugly human, why can't you just die honestly? A strange voice sounded in the room, and then a figure with white hair and wearing a noble white robe with red as the main color walked out of the distorted space. Solomon, no, Gosha, he still showed up. If we stop him here, I don't know if we can completely get rid of him. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, although Shen Fei saw him for the first time, he immediately guessed who the person was. Then an idea came to his mind, that is, to get rid of the other party here. No matter how powerful Gosha is, he couldn't know that he was here. With the other party's arrogance, there is a high probability that he will severely damage the other party if he suddenly attacks here. Moreover, this is not the other party's Temple of Time, and there should be no resurrection feature. Forget it, it's not too safe. The 7 singularities have not been completely repaired. What if the other party has a means of resurrection in the Temple of Time? Taking action now will only alert the snake and make the other party alert, although Shen Fei was very tempted to kill Gosha now. He thought about the demon pillars that were killed before and were resurrected in the Temple of Time. Maybe the other party can also be resurrected. And in this way, the change is too big, and there may be problems with a human freezing. In the end, Shen Fei gave up the idea of taking such action. When everyone was stunned by the other party's sudden move, he handed the Holy Grail in his hand to Mashu, and reminded her with his eyes to put the Holy Grail into the shield. If I'm not mistaken, you are the mastermind behind the burning of mankind, the enemy that the 7 crowns need to deal with, the enemy who destroys mankind, Anderson suddenly said. Yes, I am the enemy of mankind, Solomon. Impossible, how could you be Solomon? Roman's unbelievable voice came over. Nothing is impossible, I am Solomon, so it's you, which means that if I kill you, everything is over. As Mohammed said this, the magic armor appeared, and the King of Brilliant Sword appeared in his hand. Xiaomo's words immediately made the two King Arthurs and Cuchulain on the side excited, and even Roman and Da Vinci at home were excited. They knew Shen Fei's strength very well. I finally gave up this idea. Just when Shen Fei was about to speak, Mohammed instantly appeared in front of Solomon, raised the sword in his hand high, and slashed at Solomon. At the same time, the two King Arthurs, and Cuchulain, one on the left and one on the right, and another appeared behind Solomon, and began to attack each other. Piercing Deaththorn Spear, Cuchulain, who appeared behind Solomon, directly activated his noble phantasm. The attacks of Mohammed and the two King Arthurs all created opportunities for him. No, the blazing sky covers the 7 rings. Seeing that King Arthur and the others had taken action, it was too late for Shen Fei to speak up to stop them. He could only watch them do it, but then he found something wrong, and immediately appeared in front of Tusukarin, Luvia, Fujima Ritsuka and others, and summoned a defensive noble phantasm. Seeing his action, Mashu immediately put up a shield in front of him. Boom! An extremely powerful shock wave instantly blew all the people out to the street, and Henry's house disappeared without a trace in an instant. This is really it. Shakespeare only left these few words, and his body turned into light and disappeared. Shen Fei was only concerned with protecting Rin Tosaka and the others. In addition, his relationship with Mohammed didn't seem to be very good, so he stood far away. Even after Solomon appeared, he didn't move over like Anderson, and the result was a tragedy. I was going to put another Shakespeare story into his mind. Watching Shakespeare disappear, Shen Fei sighed in disappointment, but then he turned his attention to Solomon. How is it possible? The injured Cuchulain climbed up from the ruins with an incredulous look on his face. He was the one closest to Solomon, so he became the last person to be injured in the group. The two King Arthurs and Xiaomo, although they were blown away, were protected by armor and did not suffer much damage. How is it really possible? Shen Fei also had doubts in his mind. The opponent was indeed very strong, but it was a bit exaggerated to repel 4 top heroes with just a means like magic burst. He was definitely not able to do this. No one, including Shen Fei, noticed that when Solomon attacked, the light band in the sky flickered. It's really strong, but isn't it too late to come out to save the situation when your 4 singularities have been destroyed here? Although the opponent was very strong, Xiaomo did not lose her fighting spirit at all. With 2 King Arthurs here, she would not frown even if she died in battle. Why do you want to destroy mankind? Will you be happy to do this? Just as Xiaomo was about to continue to attack, Mashu suddenly said loudly. Chapter 1049 Scathach, Part 1. Happy, of course I am. This worthless, ugly race must be completely wiped out. The only right thing to do is to exterminate them. Xiaomo paused his attack at Mashu's voice, as did Solomon. He had raised his right hand, seemingly ready to strike back, but Mashu's words made him lower it. Mashu fell silent, completely unsure how to refute Solomon's words. Born in Chaldea, she had witnessed humanity's beauty as well as its sin. Did you see how, during the experiments on subservients using Mashu's body, the summoned servants flew into a rage, ready to destroy the isolation facility and storm out? It was only Mashu's will that stopped them. The heroic spirit fused with Mashu wasn't just any heroic spirit, but Galahad, the noblest of the Knights of the Round Table. Even he couldn't contain his rage, which only spoke volumes about how far Chaldea had gone. So, there's no room for negotiation. Just as Xiaomo was about to speak, Shen Fei quickly raised his hand to stop her. He couldn't let her provoke Solomon any further. A real fight wouldn't do them any good. Talk? I don't think there's anything to talk about with humans, Solomon said, his gaze calmly sweeping over Shen Fei and the others. Only when he saw Mashu did he pause. Although Solomon's gaze appeared calm, his actions put the other heroic spirits on alert. Even Henry Jekyll switched personalities and prepared for battle. Although Henry appeared to have little combat power on the surface, once he transformed into his evil personality, Hyde, with the help of a miraculous elixir, he instantly possessed melee capabilities comparable to those of the 3 knights. Mashu immediately stepped forward, standing in front of the group, raising her shield, apparently preparing to activate her noble phantasm. Don't be so nervous. You're not worthy of my attention. I came here just to wonder how long you guys, who luckily escaped the incineration of humanity thanks to Chaldea, can keep fighting. I just took advantage of a break from reading to come and see you out of curiosity. Keep working hard. If you can solve the 7 singularities, then you'll be worthy of my attention." As the last words fell, the space Solomon was in began to distort again, and then Solomon disappeared. Alright, let's talk about it when we get back to Chaldea. People are gathering around. After Solomon disappeared, everyone wanted to say something, but Shen Fei immediately stopped them, pointing to the residents of the Fog City who had gathered because of the previous commotion. "This enemy is extremely dangerous. You'd better be fully prepared. It would be best if you could summon a grand heroic spirit. According to the records of the Holy Grail War, only grand heroic spirits can resist them." Anderson glanced at the people around him and spoke quickly in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his body immediately emanated a golden light and vanished. Due to an unexpected incident, Mashu hadn't stored the Holy Grail in her shield, and it had instead fallen into the hands of Fujimura Ritsuka, who had just handed it to Mashu. "Thank you for the reminder. We'll keep an eye on it." They already had a grand heroic spirit, the Grand Magician Solomon. If it were a heroic spirit, there wouldn't be much to say. Combating humanity's evil was their mission. The 7 great evils corresponded perfectly to the 7 grand heroic spirits. But now that Solomon had become human, asking him to take action would be tantamount to sacrificing him. "See you again someday, and take good care of father, or I'll chop you down the next time I see you." Mordred's words had barely left his lips when he vanished. "I'm back. I'm tired. Go get some rest." Back in Chaldea, the first person to greet them was not Roman, but Da Vinci. Chaldea was now in complete silence, a stark contrast to the grand celebrations that accompanied the restoration of each singularity. The discovery that Solomon was behind the incineration of humanity shocked everyone in Chaldea. Unlike Shen Fei, they were natives of the Moon World, many of whom were members of the Magic Association. They knew Solomon well. He was the Magic King. "Why didn't you take action just now? If you had taken advantage of the opportunity, perhaps you could have succeeded," Da Vinci whispered to Shen Fei after the others had left. Rin Tosaka, Luvia, and the others were also shocked to learn that Solomon was behind the incineration. After all, they were magicians themselves. "I've considered this before. Even if I took action, I might not be able to kill him, and it would have alerted the enemy. So you wanted to act at the last moment." Da Vinci immediately understood Shen Fei's intention. "Indeed, and the other party may not be the real Solomon. This is just his self-introduction. He could be deceptive. Indeed, there's no evidence that he's the Magic King Solomon." Da Vinci knew he couldn't be the real Solomon. The real Solomon was currently in Chaldea. However, without proof, now was not the time to expose Roman. "Roman, how long are you going to keep your head down? We've all worked so hard to repair this singularity. The other party may not be the real Magic King Solomon." Shen Fei and Da Vinci entered the control room. Seeing Dr. Roman still sitting in his seat, looking very downhearted, Da Vinci immediately shouted, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. The Singularity Foundation is complete. You can relax for now. As for the identity of the mastermind, although he claims to be Solomon, he can't rule out the possibility of imposters. This requires further investigation." Roman then stood up and offered encouragement to the Chaldea staff. Although Olga Marie was still there, perhaps due to his personality and other factors, Roman had become a pillar of Chaldea, almost the same position as Leif had previously held. Don't underestimate the Chaldean staff, who sat at their machines, not participating in the battle. They were actually quite busy, monitoring the singularity and maintaining the stability of the soul particle transfer. "Alright, stop sighing and go check on Mashu and the others." In public, Roman appeared motivated, but behind the scenes, his expression remained deeply downcast. As Solomon himself, he cared more about Solomon being the mastermind behind the incineration of humanity than anyone else. But after all, he had made a holy grail wish to become human, and now he had no power from his past life. Even when he became human and saw the scene of humanity's destruction, he only saw a rough outline and couldn't be sure what had happened. In the following days, perhaps because of the encounter with the mastermind, the Chaldean staff intensified their search for the next singularity. Although Chaldea has detected a total of 7 singularities, this is only an approximate number. To truly transfer soul particles there, more precise detection is required, including timing, location, and so on. Saving the human incineration isn't just Mashu and Fujimura Ritsuka's job. Chaldea's logistics are crucial, not just now, but also for the human freeze. "Sorry, Mashu, Ritsuka, there's no more time for you to rest. Repairs to the next singularity need to be expedited. The fifth singularity was quickly identified. Previously, Mashu and Ritsuka would have been given more rest. While they weren't injured in the battle, that meant they needed rest both physically and mentally. But who knew Solomon behind the scenes? Olga Marie, Roman, Da Vinci, and the others had been in meetings for the past few days, discussing Solomon's sudden appearance. They didn't believe his claims. They must have guessed it was because they had already repaired 4 singularities. About half of the 7 singularities were already repaired. Shen Fei wanted to tell them that Solomon was telling the truth, that he truly didn't care about Chaldea, but he ultimately kept it to himself. Solomon, or more accurately, Gosha, was incredibly arrogant, even more so towards humans. He saw the current situation as one where he had a commanding lead and couldn't possibly lose. Even if Chaldea reached the final singularity, let alone repairing the 7 singularities, his Temple of Time would guarantee victory. We know, Director, Dr. Roman, what the next singularity is. It's 1783 AD, the year America was founded. Roman then shared the intelligence he'd gathered from Chaldea, briefly recounting the situation. Because America was a modern nation, while it had magic, its development had been limited by time. For the clock tower, it was a magical desert. In the moon world, America is a powerful nation, but only in the surface world. In the inner world, its power is very weak. This is a mysterious world, after all. Nuclear bombs are immensely powerful, but the people who wield them are a different story. Just like Britain, ostensibly under the Queen's control, but in reality, it's controlled by the clock tower. The clock tower's 12 monarchs also wield immense power in the surface world, and many monarchical families own private nuclear power plants. Mashu and Ritsuka, you two will go there first. I'll bring the others through the portal later, Shen Fei briefed Mashu and Ritsuka. Roman and Olga Marie, when preparing for the operation, hadn't considered involving Tosikarin, Luvia, and Shen Fei. After all, they were helping, unpaid, and risking their lives. Mashu, Ritsuka, how's the situation? As the spirit particle transfer began, Roman immediately contacted Mashu to confirm the situation. Dr. Roman, we've reached our target, but we're not sure exactly where we are. Wait a minute, we hear sounds of fighting ahead. We need to confirm the situation. Mashu paused mid-report and rushed to the left with Ritsuka. What's going on? Has Mr. Babbage been summoned? Mashu and Ritsuka gazed at the chaotic battlefield before them, causing Mashu to mutter under her breath. Through the video feed, Chaldea also saw what Mashu and the others were seeing. Ahead of them, 2 armies were engaged in a fierce battle. This wasn't particularly surprising. The real surprise was the 2 armies. One resembled ancient infantry, and they didn't appear to be formal troops, as their attire varied. Some wore armor, some didn't. Their common denominator was that they all carried cold weapons, swords, knives, and spears. The other army resembled the mechanical soldiers they had encountered in the foggy city, though seemingly even more advanced. These soldiers were armed with firearms, and even artillery-like mortars were firing from behind. The clash between ancient armies and modern legions was a spectacle that intrigued many, including Shen Fei. He had previously used the power of the Herrscher of Reason to battle the King of Conquerors for this very reason. He had triumphed that time, but now, in the battle before Mash, the army armed with cold weapons had the upper hand, halting the mechanical soldiers' retreat. The mechanical soldiers' weapons, striking the soldiers, merely splattered blood, barely affecting their combat effectiveness unless they struck vital points. Most terrifyingly, countless bodies fell on both sides of the battlefield, yet neither side showed any desire to retreat. The mechanical soldiers, though likely undeterred, naturally remained so, yet the seemingly ancient soldiers showed no fear at all. It was truly astonishing. Why did the weak triumph over the strong, and the few defeat the many in ancient wars? It was fear and terror that drove armies to utter collapse. Without such emotions, there wouldn't have been so many instances of the weak triumphing over the strong and the few defeating the many. Doctor, what should we do now? Mashu and Ritsuka demanded, their current situation leaving them unsure which side to support. Conventional wisdom suggests that an army of mechanical soldiers wouldn't exist in this era. However, considering the encounter with Babbage in the previous singularity, with just one servant, mechanical soldiers are possible in this era. Another war. Judging by the timeline, this should be a war of independence. Mashu, Ritsuka, don't expose yourself. Wait until we investigate both sides. Faced with this situation, Roman was helpless. Neither side had any defining features to indicate their identities, making it difficult to determine which side was the abnormality. Just as Mashu and Ritsuka were about to retreat as Roman ordered, a sudden and unexpected artillery shell struck their hiding place. "Senior, be careful," Mashu said, waving her shield in front of Ritsuka. Boom! With a loud bang, a 1-meter-wide crater appeared directly in front of Mashu and Ritsuka. The shockwave from the explosion sent rocks and other objects flying everywhere. Fortunately, Mashu's quick reaction kept the two of them safe from injury. This was thanks to Mashu's improved strength. The old Mashu probably wouldn't have reacted so quickly. "Enemy, reinforcements are coming. Kill them." Although the explosion didn't injure Mashu and Ritsuka, it exposed their positions. Immediately, 3 mechas charged towards them. One side was purely mechas, and since Mashu and the other two looked nothing alike, they were undoubtedly enemy reinforcements. "Senior," although they didn't want to join the fight right now, with the enemy attacking, Mashu and Ritsuka wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Mashu then used her shield to block the mechas' gunfire, while Ritsuka used magic to dismantle the 3 mechas. Chapter 1050 Scathach, Part 2. Servants, call for backup, call for backup. Seeing how easily Mashu and Ritsuka destroyed 3 mechas, one of the mechas in the distance immediately called for backup. More mechas charged towards Mashu and Ritsuka, and at the same time, the artillery fire shifted towards them, clearly considering them a formidable foe. "They don't even care about their companions," Mashu said, stunned by the continuous barrage, even as the mechas entangled her. "Mashu, they're mechas, they won't care. Retreat first," Roman, observing Mashu and Ritsuka's predicament through the video, said immediately. The mechas clearly had experience dealing with servants. Even a servant would be in danger under the constant barrage, let alone Mashu, who is accompanied by a master. "Senior, understood." Mashu and Ritsuka quickly worked together to fight off several mechanical soldiers that had been harassing them. Mashu then grabbed Ritsuka's hand and quickly ran away with her. The mechanical soldiers were momentarily unprepared for this sudden change. After all, in their previous battles, the enemy had never fled, both sides fought to the last man. "It's the enemy, attack." Mashu and Ritsuka hadn't gotten far when they encountered another enemy, soldiers armed with cold weapons. They had clearly mistaken Mashu and Ritsuka for the enemy. "Senior, be careful. They're not like ordinary soldiers." Seeing the soldiers charging at them without warning, Mashu and Ritsuka had no choice but to fight them. From the moment they engaged, Mashu sensed something different about the enemy. Mashu had fought in wars before, having fought on the front lines in Rome, but that time was completely different from this. Mashu, who had initially considered holding back, immediately unleashed her full force. This was clearly not the time to hold back. Had it been the first singularity, Mashu might have hesitated, but now, having experienced several, she had grown. She prioritized ensuring the safety of her seniors before considering anything else. "Now both sides consider us enemies." Roman breathed a sigh of relief after watching Mashu defeat the enemy and escape the battlefield. But then he realized that both sides considered Mashu and her team enemies, a first on their journey repairing singularities, had always been there. No matter what, one side had always been there to help them. "Dr. Roman, it looks like there aren't just mechas here, there are humans too." After Mashu's escape, the battle ended with the mechas emerging victorious, completely annihilating the enemy. The victorious side then began to clean up the battlefield, while humans also began to appear. Judging from their appearance, they might be locals. Talk to them first. Be careful. If anything seems off, retreat immediately. Understood. Stop. Who are you? Mashu and Ritsuka followed the soldiers until they reached a camp. The signs on the tents indicated it was a medical aid camp. As they approached, they were stopped by soldiers guarding the gate. "We're from Chaldea, here to restore order to humanity," Mashu stated directly. There was no need to hide. Simply stating them would quickly reveal whether they were friend or foe. "Masters of Chaldea, you've finally arrived." Before the soldiers could speak, a female servant with short purple hair and a purple dress stepped out from the side. Upon seeing her, the soldiers immediately saluted respectfully. "I'm Helena Perovna Blavatsky." The female servant introduced herself as she approached Mashu and the others. Helena, she was a genius magician from the 19th century. Roman then recounted Helena's life story. It was undeniable that Roman was quite impressive. He could tell the story of these people just by hearing their names. "This unknown magician, you're truly flattering. I've only made some insignificant contributions. Roman's voice was heard by Helena, the founder of Theosophy. That's no small contribution, Roman complimented. He then asked, could you tell us what happened in our time? No problem. Please, come this way. Helena invited Mash and Ritsuka to her tent, where she outlined the events of the era. S.H.I.E.L.D, the President King, a confrontation between East and West? I never expected such a major event to unfold. Helena's explanation finally allowed the Chaldeans to understand the events of this singularity. However, this very realization gave Roman even more of a headache. He had assumed it was a war of independence, but things had completely changed. Mashu, Ritsuka, let's meet this President King first. It seems we have no choice but to unite. Helena's words revealed that the holy grail of this singularity was in the hands of the Eastern King. Therefore, the only way to obtain the holy grail was to defeat him. However, considering the strength of his forces, they could only rely on the strength of the Western President King. For some unknown reason, Helena only mentioned the identity of the Eastern Mad King and not the President King, saying that Mashu and the others would find out who he was after visiting the presidential palace. Helena naturally agreed with Mashu and the others' decision. The President King was actually very interested in Chaldea. Mad King Cuchulain. That's true. Speaking of Cuchulain, Roman and Da Vinci couldn't help but glance at Shen Fei. Fortunately, Cuchulain wasn't there, otherwise he would have called. Let Mashu and the others train first, and then notify Cuchulain later. The reason for sending only Mashu and Ritsuka first was to train them, as Shen Fei couldn't resolve all the issues concerning the singularity on his side. Okay, is this Nightingale? I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. Although Helena had said the King President also wanted to meet with the Chaldeans, they wouldn't depart immediately. They would wait until matters here were mostly resolved before heading to the presidential palace. Helena's presence was to deliver supplies and to prepare to take the wounded back to the capital for recuperation. While the East had mechanical soldiers, they also had a significant number of human soldiers. These were real human soldiers, completely different from the Celtic warriors and various magical beasts created by the Holy Grail in the East. This was why the West, despite its advanced mechanical soldiers, was still defeated by the East. Mash and Ritsuka, who had remained in the camp, joined in treating the wounded and met the legendary Crimean Angel. Roman was particularly excited. As a doctor, he had long heard of this angel, but upon meeting him in person, he realized that reality was indeed far from his imagination. In this respect, Roman was in the same boat. If anyone knew he was the legendary Solomon, many would undoubtedly share his sentiments. Nightingale's treatment plan, which involved cutting off the damaged area, terrified many patients. Medical methods of the era were different, relying instead on bloodletting. Within the camp, there was a military doctor whose primary treatment method was bloodletting. The cure was his skill. As for the unsuccessful ones, I apologize, it wasn't my treatment that failed, but rather the severity of your injuries. In a way, it's similar to prophecy. If it comes true, it's my skill. If it doesn't, it's your actions that altered the prophecy. Then, Nightingale warned him with a gun. 6 bullets grazed his body, nearly scaring him to death. Beautiful subservient, and beautiful master, would you accept my marriage proposal? While Mash and Ritsuka were helping, the Celts from the east launched an attack. Not only on the front lines, but also at the medical camp itself. The attackers, 2 servants and nearly 1,000 Celts, seemed intent on annihilating everyone there. The ruling philosophy of the Mad King of the East was very simple, to kill all non-Celts, so there was no way anyone would even think of surrendering. Naturally, Mashu and Ritsuka had to protect the soldiers in the camp. Then, after the two sides met, the actions of the opposing servants left Mashu and Ritsuka speechless. How could 2 hostile parties propose marriage on their first meeting? So it's Diarmait of Lucky E and his liege Finn. With such personalities, you deserve to be cheated on by your subordinates. After the two introduced themselves, Shen Fei and Chaldea immediately knew who they were. One was Diarmait, the Lancer servant of Kenneth during the Fourth Holy Grail War, and the other was his liege, the one he cheated on. However, this time, Diarmait was not summoned as a Lancer, but as a swordsman, while his liege Finn was summoned as a Lancer. I refuse. Mash, of course, refused the offer. The two sides immediately engaged in combat. Diarmait and Finn, as members of the Fianna Knights, were naturally formidable, but unfortunately, Mash's forces were equally formidable, and their servants outnumbered them. Mash, Ritsuka, Something's not right. They don't seem to want to fight you, they're just stalling for time. Roman, watching the battle through video, quickly noticed something amiss. Finn and Diarmate, despite being at a disadvantage, refused to use their noble phantasms, which was highly unusual for a servant. "What are your aims?" Mash demanded. "Have you been discovered? But it doesn't matter now. We're not after you, but those soldiers. We don't want to do that, but this is war, you." Nightingale immediately turned and left, chasing after the wounded. With the enemy's attack, the area was no longer safe. Furthermore, Helena had come to evacuate the wounded, and so the wounded had been evacuated along with him. Now, it seemed they had fallen prey to an enemy plot. "Your beauty and heroic demeanor truly captivate me. I wonder if you would both be willing to become my brides after you fail." "Shut up." This time it wasn't Mash, but Ritsuka, furious. "My apologies, both of you. This is a bad habit of the king. Please forgive me, but after you fail, I can indeed consider your proposal." "Diarmate, how can you say that? I'm sincere to you too." "Well, now that the mission is accomplished, it's time for us to depart," Finn said as he and Diarmate retreated. "Mash, understood, senior." Mash heard Ritsuka call her and immediately understood her intention. She carried her and rushed towards the retreating wounded. Even if they were late, saving one more life was a blessing. "It seems the situation is better than we thought." When Mash and Ritsuka arrived, they expected to see bodies strewn across the ground. Instead, they found that, while the ground was indeed covered in corpses, most of them were Celtic, with only a few soldiers from the east. This result was caused by someone who had annihilated the vast majority of the Celts. It was Karna, one of the 3 golden targets, who had also been summoned from the Singularity, siding with the eastern faction. There were other servants besides him, but they disappeared after the battle. "Who were those people?" Mash asked Helena with a hint of curiosity, asking about the departed servants. "They're the rebels. They don't accept the king-president's ideals, though they will fight the Celts." "Is this a third party? Perhaps Mash can contact them later." "This is King President Edison." "What?" Arriving at the White Palace in the eastern capital, Roman cried out in disbelief when Helena confirmed that the lion-headed figure before them was Edison. The others were also filled with disbelief. They had never imagined Edison would be like this. "Sorry, I refuse." Although shocked that Edison was the king president, negotiations continued. It was at this point that Roman, Mashu, and the others realized the existence of a third force, the resistance, in this era. The king president's philosophy was unacceptable to Chaldea. "You're trying to turn this place into a lost belt, but without the imagination tree, can that really work?" Edison had no intention of repairing the singularity. Instead, he planned to exploit the incineration of humanity to unify the world, a completely lost belt-style approach. "Mashu, Ritsuka, don't resist. We'll get you out later." Mashu and Ritsuka refused the king president's proposal, and Edison naturally wouldn't let them go. With Helena and Edison, along with a large number of mechanical soldiers, and Karna blocking their way behind, Roman ordered them, along with Nightingale, to surrender. After the Celtic attack on the wounded, Mashu and Ritsuka argued that only by repairing the singularity could the world be shocked and more casualties prevented. Nightingale then joined their side. Think about it carefully. After Edison gave the 3 a final word, he imprisoned them in the magic prison. Why not pretend to agree and then find a chance to escape? In the underground prison, Helena looked at Mashu and the other 2 curiously. This option was supposed to be the best one. Because Nightingale would never agree, Ritsuka said firmly. "You're a good person. I hope to see you again someday." Helena said something meaningless and left. "Ms. Nightingale, please don't mess around." After Helena left, Nightingale angrily drew her gun and began firing, forcing Mashu to hold up her shield to prevent ricochets. Helena was very surprised and did not confiscate the 3 people's weapons and equipment. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.